We have continuously growing teams for our various solutions. So we propel the community to tag along their dreams and goals in every shift, in every turn of circumstances. Systems are built from productive work processes and team huddles. When we make connections, we operate as one system. We are in sync. By forming the strongest bonds, the circle expands to accommodate new knowledge, new opportunities, and new victories. The synergy that we share is part of a positive force of technology. The tides of time have transformed connectivity into utility. With this chain, we dream of a community where everyone is connected. Perspectives matter, and for us, it's the 360-degree perspective in service to anticipate the needs of our clients. When you look at the different angles of circumstances, you find both opportunities and challenges. One Commerce chooses to reframe these challenges to commit to change and innovate. We set the roadmap. We navigate through the end-to-end solutions that we offer. They make us intact to our vision to enable overhaul improvements and updates. When things change, we can reinvent the wheel. We will benefit from it. Our clients are assured to benefit from the 360-degree value of our pre-planning all the way down to service support. We deliver solutions to set things in motion. And services to clients like telco networks, government and LGUs, utility companies, and enterprises. To produce connection, we stay focused on the signals to transmit, the frequencies to reach, the pathways to form, to trace the line back to our purpose as a systems integrator by bridging technology. Through highs and lows, we continue to move forward, develop our facilities, and search for new devices. Technology evolves each day, and our engineers formulate plans to connect one innovation to the other. Wherever you may be, shift gears and you'll never be left behind. Whenever you decide to pivot to new beginnings, you are one with technology, trusted by partners and clients, recognized by institutions, the community, the perspective, the technology, and our purpose have been our stronghold for the past 20 years. Whatever keeps us together makes us one, making us One Commerce International Corporation. We are one with technology.
Ever wondered what would happen to your personal data in case of a data breach? Do you know you're susceptible to online hackers? Imagine your child watching content alone. Ask yourself, are you secure in the cyber world?
As a global leader in cybersecurity, we believe that cyber safety should be the fundamental right for all. At Quick Hill, it is this belief that drives the mindset of feeling accountable for the cyber safety of our people and the community. We have been at the forefront of cybersecurity for close to 3 decades, with talent and technology coming together to create future-ready and patented solutions. Our best-in-class solution portfolio is now powered by GoDeep.ai that keeps our customers safe in real time, ensuring peace of mind. You may be an internet user anywhere. Nikhil cybersecurity solutions provide the most innovative, comprehensive, and real-time protection for your device, data, and digital identity, ensuring a seamless online experience. We are an organization driven by our core purpose of simplifying cybersecurity. With our continuous focus on innovation, R&D, and sustainability, we are committed to build a cyber-safe society. This philosophy is embedded in everything we do at Quick Hill, including our community programs, where we work with the youth of the nation to create cyber awareness. I invite you all to join this cybersecurity movement and help us secure your peace.
Let's make cyber safety a fundamental right for all.
We would like to acknowledge the presence of our government-friendly agencies who are with us for this morning activity, starting with Coast Guard Lieutenant Junior Grade Omar Warren Kihencho, Coast Guard Ensign Mark Jason Spirito, Coast Guard Ensign John Miko A. Biko, Coast Guard Seaman First Class Omel Pavros, and Coast Guard NAN Officer Jessa Abiana. Thank you very much and good morning, sirs and ma'am.
We would like to acknowledge as well Miss Celine Angela P. Tilo and Miss Ruby Valerio from National Coast Watch Council Secretariat.
Good morning, ma'am, and welcome. And to our very friendly and generous proponents for this activity, good morning to everyone and welcome again for our second day of Technological Update Forum 2022. Again, for those joining us via Zoom, as well as joining us through Facebook Live, as well as YouTube Live, welcome again and thank you very much for being with us for this second day of the Technological Update Forum 2022. In a few minutes, we're about to start the program or we are about to start this forum. And may we request again those other participants if they could actually occupy the front seats near with us. Wag po kayo mag-alala, hindi naman po kami mga nangangain. By the way, just a reminder, for those who already registered yesterday, there is no need for you to re-register yourselves for today. And for those other friends that you have, you could actually tell them if they haven't registered yesterday, they could still actually register themselves today. Okay po? Para po sa kaalaman ng karamihan, kung kayo po ay nakapagparehistro
Good morning again, everyone. Yan. So while waiting for our first speaker, you may visit yung mga booths natin. Booth? Yung mga booth natin sa gilid at meron din po sa labas. But then yung nasa labas, they can visit during break time.
Yes.
Ganyan.
Kung meron medyo mahaba-haba na panahon, sa kanilang po sila lalabas. And maybe you just remind our participants or dear participants, if ever we do already have some speakers, maybe by Zoom or physically present, let's refrain from visiting those other stall or our proponents so that we could give respect for that speaker that we have at the moment. So at the moment, let's go on. And I think we already have our first speaker for this morning. And may we request everyone to kindly settle down for the moment. And partner.
Yes, partner.
So ito po pala, let me just introduce to you my partner for this morning. No other than, kindly introduce yourself.
Maria Regina Cristina Charot. Hi, you can call me Pretty for short. Ayan. Dapat medyo rin tayo, misteryosa. Hindi nila alam yung totoo nating pangalan. Screen name na lang.
Okay. So moving forward, let me now introduce our first speaker for this morning. Our first speaker for this morning is actually via Zoom. And it is my honor to introduce to you our first speaker who actually have his Doctor of Engineering major in Computer Engineering at Technological Institute of the Philippines. He has been previously the General Engineering and Applied Sciences Program Coordinator, Computer Engineering Department Chair, and Engineering Faculty Member at Columban Colleges Incorporated. He provides consultation for the company's technology-based needs in terms of in-house or outsourced technology development at Shatura Incorporated. He is actually the Secretary and Mechatronics and Robotics Society of the Philippines, Pampanga Chapter. He is a local event coordinator at IEEE Control System Society of the Philippines. He published Cyber Physical System Framework for Cerebrovascular Accidents using machine learning algorithm with Dr. Jonathan B. Taylor. He published Real-Time Object Recognition using a convolutional neural network with Dr. Mario Lord Luna. Our first speaker for this morning, who will tackle about artificial intelligence and who is actually a certified computer engineer, join me in welcoming via Zoom Engineer Richard Marcus Roman. Good morning, sir.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning.
So let me share my screen. Good morning,
Go ahead.
everyone. I am Engineer Roman Marcus Richard, and today I am tasked with delivering to you guys an update on the artificial intelligence and its military applications. So for today, what we're going to do is I'm going to go through a brief history of AI. So let's have a catch up, right? From the past to the present. What are the different developments in AI? What are some military applications of AI? And of course, XAI. So let's define artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence leverages computers and machines to mimic the problem solving and decision making capabilities of the human mind. So what they want to happen, right, with artificial intelligence is that we want to create systems or machines, we want to use these devices so that we're able to mimic the capacity of people in order to make decisions, okay? Now, artificial intelligence is such a broad topic. And under AI, we have specific subsets like machine learning and even deep learning. So later on, we will have some speakers for machine learning. But for now, I'm just going to give a brief overview of artificial intelligence. Okay, so for the brief history of AI, I'm just going to look at three important parts. First is how did we reignite AI in the wake of cybernetics, expert systems in the 1980s to the 1990s, and of course, the bloom of AI again, starting from the 2010s. So in 1940s to 1960s, in 1943, right, the first mathematical and computer model for AI was developed. And this was a big step, no, in order to combine mathematical theory, electronics, and automation in order to mimic, no, in order to create automation that was useful for a lot of applications. And if we think about it, a lot of the different implementations of these technologies, a lot of them are rooted in technology for the military, right? When you look at the history of the US, in the history of the other countries, talagang nag-i-start yung development or yung research when it comes to the military. So around 1950s, John von Neumann and Alan Turing created the computing machinery and intelligence. Okay, and in 1956, John McCarthy from MIT coined what we call artificial intelligence. So it was defined that the construction of these computer programs that engage in tasks that are currently more satisfactorily performed by human beings because they require high-level mental processes such as perceptual learning, memory organization, and critical reasoning. So because there's so much of things that could be done with computers, even at the level of the hardware that they had, iniisip na nila, right, how can we create systems or machines that can mimic this kind of intelligence from people? So throughout the years, development after development, it was actually found that the machines of that time didn't really have the kind of robust memory na kailangan in order to make the realities of their ideas regarding AI possible. Okay, so back in the 1960s, the computers had very little memory, so very little capacity to perform the thinking like people can. So this caused the popularity of AI to fall back. And even in universities, sinasabi na naging parang taboo pag-usapan ang AI because it was a halt, no? There was a winter na tinatawag na hindi na masyadong nagfo-focus on AI. So this marked the first winter of AI. However, in the 1980s to the 1990s, microprocessors came to be, and this made AI take off again, right? And this became the golden age of expert systems. And two expert systems come to mind kapag pinag-uusapan natin expert systems. We have Tendral and Mycin. So expert systems aim to mimic human intelligence as well. So in MIT in 1965, Dendral was an expert system for molecular chemistry. So expert systems aim to mimic the expertise of humans, human experts in order to create decisions. So Dendral was for molecular chemistry, and Mycin was an expert system for the diagnosis of blood diseases, as well as prescription drugs. And this was back in 1980s, 1990s pa. And even today, we'll look at applications that are far better and using the current machines that we have. But back then, this was already a very big development. And this made people interested in the expert systems. Okay, so these expert systems were inference engines, or they used inference engines, meaning that we actually program these rules one by one in order to mimic the capacity of people or the experts, like doctors, to create or to identify diseases or prescription drugs. However, even then, even when we had Dendral and Mycin and these expert systems, the AI craze would also fall back again. Why? Because of the difficulty to program these different expert systems, which would contain 200 to 300 rules. We'd say that, okay, if a person has a fever, if a person has this, has that, it would it would eventually identify what kind of blood diseases or what kind of prescription drugs should be given to that person. But that required the experts' knowledge, right? And who are the experts for that field, for example? The doctors. Now, the black box effect was also very unreliable. Why? Because people didn't know what was actually happening inside the AI system. All they could see was that, okay, we put some inputs, we got an output, but how do I trust this output? And we'll circle back to this later on again in order to identify, okay, ganun pala yun. So the development and maintenance also became extremely problematic because there were other methods that were faster to create these kinds of expert systems without having to employ vast amounts of programming ability as well as expert knowledge. Okay, so in the 1990s, like I said earlier, naging taboo yung word na artificial intelligence in the university circles that they even just started to call it advanced computing. So in 1957, the economist and sociologist Herbert Simon, he prophesied that AI would succeed in beating human at chess in the next 10 years. However, it didn't happen. So when did this happen? It happened 30 years later. So Deep Blue, which is IBM's expert system, won against Garry Kasparov at a chess game. And this was able to solidify now that AI is actually going somewhere again. So fast forward to 2010, right? In 2010, we have all these apps, and I'm sure everyone in the audience has a mobile phone. Everyone in the audience has an account on social media, or they interact with some form of technology every day. Okay, so this allows us to have or to generate a lot of data. And with the recent bloom of hardware, right, meaning hardware nowadays is more powerful. And even if you do not go into gaming or those kinds of things, right, just the basic kinds of computers we can purchase already have some significant form of computing power. Okay, so because of all of this data, right, ang daming data na napoproduce every day, and because of the power of the recent computer hardware development, we are able to bloom AI again. So how did this start? First, we have the ILS VRC, which is the ImageNet Large-Scale Visual Recognition Challenge, wherein this huge company, right, with a lot of images, ang ginagawa nila, they create challenges so that people could identify or create AI models to identify different things. No? So recognition challenge siya. Also, nag-start yung Microsoft, nilaunch nila yung Kinect for the Xbox 360, so it's able to detect our movements. Later down the line, in 2011, dun sa Jeopardy na game show, Watson was a natural language question computer that was able to defeat two former Jeopardy champions, Ken Jennings and Brad Rutter. And then also in 2011, Apple released Siri. And we all know Siri. You just say, hey Siri, and then your device will automatically update or automatically give you some form of prompt. So that's also AI. In 2012, Jeff Dean and Andrew Ng from Google created a neural network of 16,000 processors to recognize different cat images. In 2013, they created NEAL, which is the never-ending image learner, a machine learning system that could compare and analyze different image relationships. In 2014, Microsoft, one of the most popular operating system publishers that we have, created Cortana, which is their version of Siri. And in 2014, Amazon developed and released their own version of this, which was Alexa. So these are all these are AI, right? So moving forward in 2015, because of the promise of AI, it seems that AI is non-stop now. It seems like AI is gaining traction. It seems that AI is already really developing a lot, right? Elon Musk, Stephen Hawking, and Steve Wozniak, and other 3,000 others in the technology sector, they signed an agreement that they will not use AI and autonomy in order to develop and use autonomous weapons for the purposes of war, right? So nagkaroon ng ganyang agreement that we will not create and make sure that we will make sure that AI is not used for the decimation of the human race. In 2015 to 2017, Google now developed AlphaGo, which was able to defeat some or a lot of Go champions. Go is like a chessboard game in Japan. And in 2016, nagkaroon tayo ng human or robot citizen, who is Sophia. So Sophia is able to have facial expressions, have some form of thought, and so on. So 2016 to 2018, Google released Google Home, which was a smart home application. So kind of like Alexa Home, right? Kung saan it manages the different hardware or the different devices and etc. that you have at home. In 2017, Facebook had the AI Research Lab in order to develop chatbots. And the funny thing about this one, the chatbots developed by Facebook AI Research, they began talking up to the extent that they actually started to create their own language. In 2018, Alibaba, which isn't brand new to us to hear, it's a Chinese company by Jack Ma, was able to create an AI that outscored people at Stanford University when it came to answering questions about language in the language comprehension test. In 2018, Google developed BERT, which was now again for natural language. Ibig sabihin kung paano tayo nag-uusap, the AI mimics that or understands that, and Google developed one of those. And in 2018, Samsung introduced Bixby, right? So these are just some of the many developments that we have when it comes to AI in our everyday lives. We might not know it, right? But when we watch movies, when we go through YouTube, when we go through our Facebook pages or Twitter or whatever kinds of platforms, there's always going to be the presence of AI now. So what are the military applications in this case? And for sure, this is the one that's really the point of interest for us, right? Ano ba ngayon yung AI in terms of military applications? So there's a lot of benefits of using AI in the military. Number one, it can be used for strategic decision-making. Strategic decision-making meaning, how do we analyze different scenarios? How do we neutralize the biases of the people making decisions? And how do we make urgent decisions based on what's happening? AI is also used for training military individuals. So how do we create individualized instruction? How do we evaluate people fairly? Ano yung basis ng promotion, right? So that there's no biases. Greater realism in simulations and exercises. So paano tayo magpapadala ng mga tao natin in, for example, a war, so that they are not actually in harm's way. Reliable computer models also. And lastly, for military operations, dahil napakadaming data in the military, I'm sure everyone will agree, there's so much data in the military. And with just people, kung tayo-tayo lang, we're not able to actually go through all of that data. So we use AI to process all of that data more efficiently, right? And we also have applications in administrative tasks and logistics in order to make sure that we have efficient processing. And of course, for the support system in our administrative operations, we have support systems, no, that are enhanced by AI. So what are these examples? Kasi ang ano, 'di ba? That's a lot of words. That's a lot of different lists there. Specifically, if we look at the US, right? Why the US? Because the US has a big fund when it comes to AI development in the military, right? And we will see this later, the figures when it comes to how much they're actually pouring into AI, right? They have an application that is AI powered that we call Gig Eagle. So what does Gig Eagle do? So the military has a lot of reservists, right? People not in active combat. So what Gig Eagle does is you have them sign up, and then Gig Eagle is able to use AI to find people with on-demand skills. Maaring we have reservists that are good with software engineering, cybersecurity, cloud computing, and other in-demand skills that the military doesn't know about. But with Gig Eagle, we can identify na, hey, this is actually one of the needed skills right now for this department. And Gig Eagle can do that. We also have Gear. So Gear is one good technology as well, because it's a gaming environment for air readiness, and it's for training the Marine Corps. Okay, so instead of sending the Marine Corps for training out into the field, we can use simulation in order to, number one, cut costs dahil magastos and unsafe. So we are able to train them even when we are just simulating these different movements or these different combat situations. Okay, so sabi nga, the Marine Corps training takes a lot of equipment, a lot of time, and around 60 Marines just to go out and do a live exercise. So the gear is able to use speech to text. So when you say something, when you are saying something, it's able to capture the audio, translate that to text, and then the AI processes that text to give you feedback, no? To give you some response or reaction. AI also creates response based on rules set by the programmers, right? Or the military, whatever they want kind of situations to simulate. Okay. We also have ultra low cost simulation program to augment pilot training. So how do we train pilots without putting them in harm's way? As you can see here, no, yung technology niya, we have devices right here kung saan nasusuot sila ng VR, and then they use these simulation devices in order to simulate actually flying. So what are the benefits of this? Again, less costs, less stressful training, and still they are learning. We have quad-legged unmanned ground vehicles or semi-autonomous robot dogs for disasters, okay, or to send them out to harsh terrain. Sa mga locations na hindi safe pumunta ang tao, we send the quad-legged autonomous dog. So they are equipped with advanced multidirectional thermal infrared video capabilities that allow AI intelligence-based threat detection. And this is another big one that we call Atlas. So Atlas is equipped to a tank. It's the advanced targeting and lethality automated system. And what Atlas does is it's able to realize the Army's ambition to create autonomous vehicles for contemporary war, right? For modern warfare. Additionally, there's an effort to create combat robots that can fight alongside or even replace people when it comes to warfare. So this one, as you can see, nag-detect siya ng possible targets, and the system is the one that decides when and how, right, to execute specific actions. Now, all of these applications, I'm sure, right, meron sa atin na medyo skeptical. No? Skeptical sa paano kaya natin ma-make sure that these different technologies are safe for people? How do we make sure that these different technologies actually are putting into paramount the welfare of not only the military personnel, but also the civilian public? So this is where we go into explainable AI. Okay? So the AI has a mystifying effect kasi, right? We just look at AI and we think na okay, nag-produce siya ng output, gagamitin natin yung output na yun sa isang military application, and this is us, no? We're the users. Paano nangyari yun, right? How did the AI, or when we look at Atlas, no? Sorry, I'm going through the different slides, but when we look at Atlas, right, you can see that it's detecting, you can see that it's going to identify, and it's going to provide suggestions. But how does it come to that decision? So explainable AI is needed for these kinds of scenarios. Why? Because we have to be able to trust our AI in order specifically for these kinds of implementations. Why? Because military implementations go from finance to personnel, to healthcare, to law enforcement, to vehicle identification, kung may sira bang gamit, and even to cybersecurity. Now, tayo as users, we have to be able to trust our AI. We have to realize, bakit ginawa yun ng AI? Bakit hindi ito yung lumabas? Why did it succeed or why did it fail? When can I trust this AI? And how do I correct errors that I'm able to identify? So the answer to this is what we call explainable AI, or XAI. So further, the need for explainable AI can be traced back to the Department of Defense's Defense Innovation Unit. They actually created a responsible AI guidelines for use in the military. So the aim of the guideline for responsible AI is that kailangan the end goals are clear, the risks are acknowledged, and the trade-offs are also identified. We have to also align the expectations that we have of the AI. Okay? Now, this is in part more important when we look at the other parts of the guidelines. Okay? So this is a very watered down version of it kasi mahabang document ito. But we have the aim of the guidelines. Second, we want to make sure that there is confidence in these AI systems. Kailangan, when we have our personnel use the AI systems, hindi sila nagtataka kung bakit kaya ito yung decision ng AI, right? Kailangan they are also trusting that the AI was developed, it was tested, it was vetted, so that it is fair, accountable, and transparent. Right? Para yung lumalabas na decision doon, alam nila kung bakit yun yung decision. Because it was clearly shown to them. We want to support changes in the way AI technologies are evaluated, selected, prototyped, and adopted so that we can avoid potential bad outcomes, right? So that if we are, let's say, in the Ukraine war, right, they are using drones in order to identify Russians, okay, as a system developed by the US. So kung ganun, dapat we have to make sure that these systems are actually properly functioning in order to avoid bad potential outcomes. And what are the potential outcomes in those cases ng autonomous war? Mali yung natatamaan, maling tao yung na-identify. Okay? And of course, more importantly, we have to elicit questions and conversations for the development of AI. Kailangan, we are promoting that people are able to ask questions. Kailangan yung tao may conversation. Like this one actually, no, our technology update forum is a good thing because we're eliciting questions and conversations about technology like AI. So, in response to the responsible AI guidelines, what is XAI now? So, explainable AI is a set of processes and methods that allow human users to comprehend and trust the results and output created by the algorithms, especially the ones that will be explained later on. So, eto tayo, di ba? We are confused. Bakit yan yung ginawa ng AI? Why is it not something else? Why did it succeed? So on and so forth. We have a lot of concerns. And explainable AI wants to be able to create an interface so that we as users understand why did the model do this decision. It's explaining it to us. It will provide us a method of showing or of seeing why is it that this outcome came to be. Right? We want to enable the understanding of the human users, further appropriate trust, and effectively manage kung bakit nga ganyan yung nangyayari. So if we identify an error na, ay, mali itong nagawa ng AI ko, so I should be able to manage that. I should be able to have a method of controlling that. Okay? So this is XAI now. You have data for training, your machine learning model, and this is XAI wherein pumapasok yung explainable model. And the explanation interface is given to the user. So pag sinabi ng AI na, okay, we should use this direction instead of this direction, right? It's providing you alternatives. It's giving you a solution, a suggestion. The user will not be confused. The user will understand why. Bakit hindi ito? Bakit ito nag-succeed? Bakit ito nag-fail? The user knows that the AI is trustworthy, right? And it knows when the AI committed an error. So in 2019, right, by 2019 rather, yung mga technologies natin, right, our big tech companies, were already working towards explainable AI, right? So nag-move past na tayo from just AI, from yung tinatawag nating black box wherein it's a mystery for a lot of people. Okay, nangyari lang yun, right? Now, Google, IBM, and Microsoft have already respectively introduced their individual XAI kits or toolkits. In the field of medicine, Fujitsu and Hokkaido University have already developed products for healthcare that use explainable AI. Meaning, pag sinabi ng technologies na na-develop nila na, hey, ikaw, I think you have this kind of disease. You're showing symptoms of this kind of illness. It's showing you why, right? Para hindi tayo nagugulat, no? And that we can trust the result of these technologies. China created its first digital bank called WeBank that uses XAI. Bakit? So that we know what's happening with our transactions, right? There's transparency. There is, for example, you applied for a loan, right? It will show why did it approve or why did it reject your loan. If there is a fraud in the credit, for example, credit card mo, nanakaw yung details, the bank will identify or will be able to know and show you kung bakit niya inisip na itong transaction na to is fraudulent or hindi niya inapprove. So in defense, no, since we're looking at the big tech kanina, right? Google, IBM, and so on, right? In the defense field naman, pagdating ulit sa military, how can we look at XAI? So the US plans to spend almost $1 billion to develop hundreds of new military AI projects just in 2022. So they're adding a lot of fuel to the AI fire, no? Talagang gusto nila. There was actually a quote by Vladimir Putin wherein he said that the country that is able to develop the fastest AI will be at the helm, will be the leader in global warfare. It's because, as you can see in the bullets that we'll go through, there's a lot of prospect for use in AI when it comes to defense. Okay, China is aiming to actively intelligentize its warfare tactics using AI. So China is already actually using so much AI in their civilian citizens, right? Ang dami na nilang ginagawa dyan. And even in the military now, they want to incorporate more AI. Russia is progressively developing 150 AI-enabled military systems. Even Israel, they want to include AI in every part of their system in the military. And the Indian government even wants to add or develop 25 AI products that are focused on defense by 2024. In 2020, the Swedish Defense Research Agency, people in the global community, they realized that AI can be a problem. AI is a good thing, right? Ang daming benefits, but there are also disadvantages to using AI. And this comes in prospect, right? Or in hindsight rather, of when we look at explainable AI. Ba't ba nila gusto na explainable AI? So that we can trust the AI, right? Because if we are putting our lives at risk to automate warfare, to automate processes that are very impactful to human lives, we have to make sure that we understand what's happening. Okay? So the Swedish Defense Research Agency identified the following goals. XAI should be able to support military end users to create mental models of how AI systems function. So it should be that the military personnel have an understanding of XAI. We have to allow specialists to gain insight and extract knowledge from the hidden tactical and strategic behavior of the AI systems. Okay? So there is the hidden portion kasi that we talked about earlier, ito, hidden tactical and strategic behavior. So tayo as military personnel, we have to understand bakit sinabi ng AI na ganito yung gawin nating action, right? We have to be able to derive the meaning behind that behavior from them. Helping developers to identify flaws or bugs and address them prior to a system's deployment. So hindi lang basta-basta dinedeploy isang system. So let's look at the AI and how it came to these decisions, and let's correct possible errors. And lastly, effectively obey the rules of war. Okay? So AI also has to function within our terms. Hindi siya magde-decide ng sarili niyang laws. Hindi siya magde-decide ng sarili niyang rules. The rules are based on us. We are the ones who decide what the AI can and cannot do. So in 2020, the Indian Navy, aboard the INS Balsura, so no, we're going into maritime operations, nagkaroon na rin sila ng XAI in order to further explore the possibilities of using technology when it comes to maritime operations. In 2021, the US Department of Defense used XAI models for command and control decision in multi-domain operation wargaming. And in 2022, the UK Ministry of Defense emphasized doon sa kanilang defense strategy for AI in 2022 that the use of AI has to be ethical. So right now, right, we are also looking into the ethical usage of AI. And it's all that boils down to it. When it comes to military and AI, we really boil down to how do we use AI ethically? How do we make sure that AI can be trusted? And how do we make sure that AI is good for us? So what are the challenges in this case? So there's a challenge when it comes to the performance and explainability trade-off in explainable AI. What does this mean? This means that when we have AI and we want to explain AI decisions to people, We have to make sure that the explanations do not hinder the high performance of the AI. In certain aspects, the decisions of the AI model will always or will have some difficulty to translate into layman's term, right? We're not all tech savvy. We're not all military savvy. So how does the AI or how does the explainability factor come in to make sure that we actually understand what is happening? Okay? So there's a trade-off in that. Dapat hindi bumabagal yung AI mo. Dapat hindi yan na papakialaman masyado. Dapat napapakita lang natin what's happening actually behind the scenes so that the user understands. And that quote-unquote understands aspect is further research development pa yan. Kasi how do we actually ensure that people understand this explainability? Okay? So, in line with that as well, there is a lack or may kakulangan sa standards and licenses for the use of explainable AI in the military domains. And even just AI in general. Basta na lang tayo magde-develop or things like that. So wala pa tayo masyadong standards or licenses. There's also the lack of independent oversight, meaning na nagkakaroon tayo ng mga independent silos of knowledge within our own systems or within our own governance. Na we have to make sure that when we're applying AI, like what they're doing in Israel, right? They're creating AI for all the systems in the military. Bakit? So that everything is uniform, so that there is interaction among these different systems, okay? So if you have only one department applying, it's difficult. At yun yung kulang, right? There's a lack of oversight and effective governance mechanism for AI development. And most importantly, an issue for us is we're outpacing the laws. There are no laws specifically that aim to address AI in use for whatever. When it comes to civilian use or military use, there is a lack of laws that govern this specific field. So as developers or as users of AI, it would become difficult for us to decide just on our own, ano nga ba yung mga dapat na gawin ng AI? Remember, we said earlier that for AI, it follows our rules, our laws. Dapat tayo ang masusunod doon sa ginagawa ng AI. Specifically for autonomy, for autonomous warfare, it has to follow our decisions or our rules. So in order to address some of these challenges, platform agnostic frameworks, the ones developed by Google, Microsoft, and IBM, they've developed what we called RAIL or Responsible AI Licenses. Right? So they want to make sure that when you're using AI, accredited siya on explainability, fairness, accountability, robustness, and data quality. But again, these ones are only, of course, developed by certain companies and not specifically governed by country laws. The Global AI Action Alliance developed the RAII certification, which is also for responsible AI. And this was developed under the World Economic Forum. So what they want to do is make sure that there is a very strong process when it comes to the risk-benefit analysis, to calibrate the assessment frameworks, validate findings with experts, and testing and evaluation of the results of the AI by the independent council or by an independent council. So ano ba yung ginagawa ng AI and how do we make sure that it's fair, that it's not biased towards a group of people, that's not biased towards a certain specific action or responses. And daw balik tayo sa Pilipinas, right? Because so far, all we've looked at are different countries and the use of AI in those countries. Although in the global stage, we're all using a lot of these things, right? So in the Philippines, what are the barriers that prevent us from fully adopting AI? Number one, there is a lack of understanding of data science and AI. So we have to formalize a lot more education in regards to instituting or training our people, right? May they be formal education, trainings, and otherwise, to involve people so that they understand ano ba yung data science, ano ba yung AI. There's a lack of knowledge of potential use cases. Saan ba natin pwede gamitin yung AI? Tama ba or appropriate ba yung field na gusto natin pag-applyan? Kasi again, we saw earlier, right, in AI and military, ang daming use cases, ang daming pwedeng paggamitan ng AI. So how do we identify na which one is the correct one? So there's a lack of knowledge of that in the Philippines. There's also a lack of resources. We've talked about funding. earlier, right? We saw funding, and not just that, right? We also have to have the amount of human resources, dedicated laboratories in order to further develop AI. Lack of the data strategy. So are we using data correctly? According to the National AI Strategy Roadmap for the Philippines, meron pa tayong lack when it comes to that, no? When it comes to handling data, how do we actually process data properly? And of course, there are uncertainties about the legal and regulatory framework for AI. Like I said, we are outpacing the laws, okay? So by outpacing the laws, we're not sure yet how do we what is legal when it comes to the AI, what is ethical when it comes to AI in the Philippine context, right? Because so far ang nakikita natin is yung mga global, no? Global licenses, global ethical considerations, but what about in the Filipino setting? Ano ba yung important sa atin as Filipinos? And how do we frame AI so that it fits within those boundaries? So a lot of the things that we talked about today focus a lot on AI, right? We went through the history, a very brief history of AI. We talked about the applications of AI so far, no, from the 2010s, yung bloom ng AI. We also looked at how AI has really helped in military applications for other countries, explored the use of or how can we trust AI, as well as in the Philippine setting, what can we do further in order to develop AI dito at home, and how do we make sure that it's used in the military so that we can further expand the potential and capabilities and help with augmenting the skills of the military and the personnel. Okay, so thank you for listening. I hope that was a very informative talk for you guys, and thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Roman. So very interesting talaga yung
Yes.
topic ni Engineer Roman po.
Yes, partner, actually, when we're actually talking about artificial intelligence, that's really one of the interesting part when it comes to technology update as well. As we move forward, there's really a lot of things that we have to really know. So is there any questions so far, queries that our partners here or our participants do have in mind for Sir Roman? How about you, partner? Do you have any questions you have in mind for Sir Roman?
Yes, actually, partner, I have two
Okay,
questions.
you could actually throw it to Sir Roman. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, Sir Engineer Roman, good morning, sir. I have a question for regarding pilot training using VR. Gaano po kalawak yung mga scenarios or yung ano yung mga different and unexpected scenarios na meron po sa pilot training, kasi 'di ba yung computer po is hardware and software. So yung mga parang realistic na scenarios na pwedeng ma-encounter nung nagti-training as pilot po, ano yung meron dun sa using VR po?
Sir,
I think you're on mute, sir.
Thank you. So I believe that in that application for pilot training, they're more focused on the fundamentals first. So they want to make sure that the pilots are able to navigate properly or apply whatever fundamental skills. For training when it comes to, let's say, how to handle certain situations na parang, what if nagkaroon ng malfunction, right? Or what if they're experiencing bad situations? Those could be included, and they might be included kasi yung parang yung pinakita doon when it comes to the use of the US Air Force when it comes to the virtual reality or and AI is that it depends on the use cases provided and further development pa naman siya. So but I think what I read about that is that talagang focus niya pa muna is yung development ng skills without having them fly off initially. 'Di ba? Kasi parang if you are able to test that first, right? If you're able to test that first, may confidence ka na kapag talagang lilipad ka na eh. Kasi okay, medyo na-training ko na to, na-test ko na to. So that's what they're aiming to build.
Thank you, sir. Kasi di ba may mga kino-consider pa yata yung mga weight and balance
Yes.
sa aircraft. Yan.
Parang pag ikaw lang din, pag umiibig ka, lagi mong tinitimbang kung tama at swak ba para siya sa'yo.
Yes, so dapat sa real life scenario, di ba, dapat yun din yung pwede nilang ma-experience.
I think one of our officers does have a question. Lieutenant Commander Sirunay.
Hello, sir. Good morning, Engineer Richard. Sir, your topic was really interesting and it's new to us. And indeed, you have proven that artificial intelligence will be useful in the future, more in the future, sir. But can you give us, to make our impression balancer, can you cite some realistic possible issues that we can encounter in using artificial intelligence in the Philippine settings?
Oh, okay. So in the Philippine setting, um, mostly what we can focus on is more on the data side when it comes to training and promotion, meaning identifying through AI, based on all of the data that you have about the personnel, what kind of sicknesses may they have in the future, who should be promoted, what kind of training, what people need, right? Because I'm sure that the military also have need analysis, right? We're trying to identify what kind of training, what kind of so on so forth that they need in terms of skills and in terms of combat skills or even non-combat skills. So AI can be used in that aspect wherein it identifies through a lot of the data. Kasi kung tayo-tayo po, it's very difficult for us to go through all of the data na make sure natin na tama yung ginagawa natin. But the AI, if we model that good, then we can use it to sift through thousands, big data, lahat ng data, in order to identify properly what could be the actual need for some people. When I say kasi po na mas okay sa administrative at the moment, it's because if we use AI, like yung sa robotic dog, to go through yung mga far-flung places para hindi put in danger yung ating mga personnel, kailangan pa kasi nun ng hardware. And that hardware costs millions. Mahal siya. So, dun sa pwede natin gawin na madalian or pwede natin magawa na without requiring so much hardware or funding for hardware is the side when it comes to using the data we already have. Because I'm sure the military has data about the personnel, about reservists, like yung sa Gig Eagle po. So I think that in the Philippine setting, those would be the most appropriate applications at the moment.
Thank you, sir, for giving that answer. Kasi ours in the open source, in the internet, there are negative writings or articles about AI that it connotes maybe there will be an AI invasion sa Earth, no? Parang they will so parang mawawala na ng pakinabang yung tao. It is linked to unemployment, biases, and so forth. But with your lecture today, you just said that with the right perspective through education and training and right inputs, magagamit natin yung AI for many advantages. And with that, sir, my next question is, you're from the TIP, sir. Do you have what are your programs about this AI, sir? Or your training programs?
Yes po. So in TIP, we offer a specialization for the computer engineering students wherein the track electives po nila is that they're able to study data science. So they go from analyzing data, looking or learning data, kasi po right in the AI roadmap na identify natin na kailangan naintindihan ng tao yung data in data science. And they also start learning about how to predict possible cases, right? Kunyari, sino ba may diabetes based on certain given parameters using machine learning, which Dr. Jonathan Tyler will explain more later on, pati sa deep learning. So in TIP, very comprehensive po yung data science track elective nila. And I believe that that's the part that TIP is taking in order to also offer up and ensure that we are meeting some of these identified challenges sa Philippine AI roadmap.
Thank you, sir.
Yes po.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Commander Serenay, for blowing up that beautiful, wonderful question. Tama naman talaga, partner,
Yes,
kasi
partner.
ang daming lumalabas na article, lalo na di ba nung lumabas sa Sophia. So, ang ganda pa ni Sophia, pwede ginawa pang citizen. So, it could really give a negative impact to the mind of individuals. By the way, Sir Roman, we do have another questions here coming from the National Privacy Commission, no other than Sir Jonathan. Sir Jonathan, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Engineer Roman. This is Jonathan Ragsag from the National Privacy Commission. First of all, we'd like to thank you for helping us and other stakeholders increase awareness of people on artificial intelligence. So as a follow-up to the question of Commander Sirunay, yeah, I think it's very timely also to ask, are there already existing models, especially for Philippine settings, existing models or guidance, guidelines, or frameworks, no, in terms of assessing the risk or examples, no, in different applications in assessing the risk of artificial intelligence or AI, no. I think nabanggit po kanina ni officer or ni commander yung may mga apprehensions, yung mga tao pagdating sa issues, no, may nabanggit yung planet invasion. So in terms of assessing the risk, so siguro sa risk assessment kasama na dun yung assessing risk for privacy, no. So meron na po bang mga current examples or mga models in terms of risk assessment of AI in different applications, including military applications? Thank you.
Yes. So to answer that, I really think that this is one of our one of the things that we really have to address. And that's a very good question in terms that even for me, when it comes to mind, wala pa akong maisip na specific about the Philippines in terms of risk assessment for use of AI in our country, or those that are specific to the Filipino needs or to the Filipino setting. So most of what we do is that we just base our AI, for example, when we create these models and when we create applications, we try to frame them towards the existing laws, even though the laws aren't specific to AI yet, right? So for example, just to mention, we had a group of students develop or join the PNP ITMS hackathon. And one of the things that they developed was the Sulyap. It was able to develop or detect crimes based on CCTV footage at real time. So based on that, ano kaya yung naging basis nila for saying that, okay, this is a crime, this is not a crime? It's just based on Philippine laws. But again, the risk there is, yun nga, when we were assessing that, the risk is the identification of paano nasabi na tama, right? Yung na-identify na problems. And that's where we go into having experts validate the result. So we'd have experts, we'd have personnel from the PNP actually look at the footages first na nasabi na, okay, there's a crime here. And they're able to identify for us, right, or for the system, kung totoo ba yung nag-detect ng system. Now, there are some pros and cons, of course, to those kinds of settings because they, in turn, they also add a lot of a backlog to the work or additional burden to the police officers, right, that have to continuously check that. But as we develop AI further, those risks, those challenges are minimized in terms of the benefits that they actually provide us. Could we imagine a world in the Philippines wherein crime is minimized because we're able to detect crimes through CCTVs around our neighborhoods and cities? Now, so to go back to that specific question about the risk assessment for AI in the Philippines, that is something that we have to work on, that policymakers have to work on continuously to provide us with frameworks that we can use in order to say that, okay, this is good for the Philippine setting, this is good for us because according to these frameworks, these laws that were developed, they are satisfying those given requirements. So thank you po.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Was
you.
your question been answered, sir? Thank you very much. So is there any more questions from the group? If we're hearing none, thank you very much for listening. And again, thank you very much, Engineer Roman Richard, for sharing your time and knowledge with all of us. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions.
So after hearing the first topic for this morning, let's move forward with our second speaker for this morning. And my partner, please do the honor to introduce our second speaker for this morning.
Thank you, partner. Our next resource speaker is an experienced senior solutions consulting manager, specializes in hybrid cloud infrastructure, built in Red Hat OpenStack, Red Hat Virtualization, VMware, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud, and building trust internally and externally for being responsible and accountable in pre-sales, planning, deployment, project management, up to operation phase of all cloud-related projects, and applying ITIL, PMP, and DevOps as practice in all deployments and business models. Being the SPOC of cloud opportunities in the company, he's part of the training and leading of teams of cloud solutions architect, consultants, and analysts to achieve the same success in all customers. To discuss about cloud computing, a senior solutions consulting manager of MicroD International. Let us all welcome via Zoom Engineer Aaron John S. Canlas.
A big round of applause for him. Morning, sir. Can you just,
Hello. Can you hear me?
yes, you're coming loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let me fix my audio first. Okay. Okay, can you hear me better?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry about that. So, hello. Thank you for inviting me here for your technology update. So, hi, I'm AJ Canlas for short. So, let me share my screen while everybody is settling down. So, I hope that you like the session with Sir Roman earlier. I think it was very informative, and I hope that you would appreciate on how we will talk about cloud today. No, so can I see a show of hands in the social hall who understands or has any idea about cloud? Can I have a show of hands? And actually,
Kindly show off your hands if you do have knowledge about the cloud
anything about
computing.
cloud?
I think there are just only few, sir.
Oh,
I
few.
myself
Okay,
doesn't have.
that's good. So I would like to get to put you in a journey on how would you understand and appreciate cloud on what we do also here in MDI Novarian. No? So I just want to start in my presentation to say that we have changed in the past pandemic, in the past times. No, people are saying that we are constantly changing. That's true, but we have already changed as a user, as a customer, and even as a officer, right, in our public service. So the best example of our change over the years is before sinasabi ng mga magulang natin, do not meet people from the internet. That's true. Totoo pa rin yun hanggang ngayon na do not meet people in the internet and that do not get into strangers' cars. So I think that's a basic na ginagawa natin as a person, right? So pero right now, today, we summon those strangers. We don't know them. We summon those strangers via the internet and we get them into our cars, right? So yun yung ginagamit natin when we use Uber or Grab, no? So we came in a long change to do this and to transform into people that summon strangers and from the internet and get into their cars, right? So even though that we don't know them. So if we've changed on how we view things, on how we do things, right? So why not our ways in IT infrastructure? So today we will demystify cloud. So this is a journey that I want you to take, so that we will understand what's really cloud computing all about, right? So that's something that we can do. So I'm AJ Canlas, and let's get into it. Okay, so for our cloud story for today, because I'm not very keen into putting into history, etc. But I want you to hear our story on how people go into cloud. So I have here my friend Carl. So I would like to introduce you my friend Carl, right? So Carl is an IT that serves a let's say a public agency. So he may be a government employee and he's part of the IT team. No, then Carl had a requirement that he needs to have a public facing application. So it may be a website or a mobile app that projected to have 1,000 users. It's actually quite small for Carl in having 10 user retention per day. So what Carl did in the traditional sense, he would get bare metal hardware. So he would buy servers, network storages, he would rent data centers for it, install those operating systems, and put that application on top. Okay, so he succeeded as an IT personnel for that public sector. However, there are problems with that with this traditional approach on what he did. Number one, number one, right now in the current day, for you to get servers or any appliance right now, it has a 90 days delivery lead time. So for you to scale or even to have that server and to run that application, you need to have at least 90 working days. So that's quite long. That's 5 months roughly, right? And the worst case that can happen is you can have a broken delivery, or sometimes that the hardware is broken upon delivery, and that's something that we can't really avoid, right? So sometimes it really happens. Third is it is maintenance heavy. So just managing the hardware, the operating system, it would take a big time and big toll for the IT personnels on any company or organization. Then number four, which is the biggest point, is it has a very high data center cost. So you need to lease a data center or build one in your respective offices. No, so these are the problems that comes with the traditional approach. And the questions in the traditional approach is how to scale. How can I know that the application is there whenever that I need it? So is it highly available? So if something went wrong to the hardware, do I have any way to recover it? Disaster recovery, papaano pag nasira yung data center or yung kung saan yung mga servers na yon, and how do I back up and restore the application and the data that rides on it, no? So those are questions that the traditional approach actually has solutions. However, it takes more time, more money, and more effort for any IT personnel. So look at Carl, he's actually nodding in response on what I'm saying, right? So that's the problem of what Carl had when he went into a traditional approach. Okay, so how do we address this? How did Carl address these issues? So number one is how to scale and how to have high availability. So number one is to change the application. Is it a someone that developed it? So it needs to be in a microservice framework or architecture. So changing the way the application is developed or acquired, because you can buy applications right now that are already in a microservice manner. So that's the number one step that Carl did. Number two is to, instead of using bare metal hardware, maybe he needs to use standardized platforms. So these are like your virtualization like VMware, or your containerization platforms like Kubernetes, or some sort of a framework like serverless. So that's something that the standardized platforms gives us. Then, of course, the one thing that we didn't consider in the traditional approach is security. So because there are ad hoc or no security at all on this application. So in to change it to for the scalability and the high availability of this application, we need to have shift left security practices. So we will start security at day one. So that's the way of how we can ensure that the application would run at any time. So long story short, for you to scale and to have high availability, this is one of the three steps that we can do. And almost all of it, cloud provides. So cloud provides you a standardized platform where you can put your microservices or your application. It has a good security practice already, and it is available at any time. And it is highly available. So it means that you don't need to monitor, or you don't need to kind of worship yung o yung mga hardware mo na hindi sila masisira over the weekend or over holidays, because these standardized platforms prevent them to have some sort of a downtime, or to be highly available on any instance. So that's what standardized platform does for us. So that's how we scale, and that's how we can have high availability. So next is how about disaster recovery? In cloud, there are the concepts of regions. So when you use public clouds like AWS, Google Cloud, or Azure, there are concepts of regions. So these regions may be in Southeast Asia, Northern Asia, etc., or even in US. So regions are big chunks of places, maybe a country or even a whole stack of a region, but not a continent. Okay, so a group of countries that are part of a region. Then those region, we have availability zones. So example, kung tayo, we are Philippine region, example, pwede tayo magkaroon ng Makati availability zone and sabihin natin Cavite availability zone. So at least hindi sila magkasama on a single place. So that's the idea of having multiple availability zone. So let's say I put the application in availability zone 1. In case I can configure my cloud platform because it's a standardized platform, security is already in place. I can configure my cloud platform in case that I need more load. I can have more microservice on a different availability zone. But my users na gumagamit ng mga application na yon won't feel anything. Ang mahalaga nga doon is they don't feel that you are changing anything on the application. So imagine if we will go back, let's say 15 or 17 years ago, siguro yung mga 2005 days, na when you go to Facebook or even Friendster, yung pagpasko, hindi ka pwede makalogin. Because those times, so wala pang concept of highly availability and disaster recovery. Yun yung mga time na bumabaksak yung mga data centers. So right now, hindi na natin nararanasan yun. Facebook or any service na ginagamit natin is always available at any time. So, ganito yung strategy nila on how they do things. Okay, so what if something broke? Example, the application mismo dun sa region A, availability zone 1, broke. Nagkaroon ng error, etc. Nandun pa rin si availability zone 2. So, hindi mararamdaman ng user natin na gumagamit ng applications natin na it went down. What if the whole region went down pero malaki yung load? So pwede kong ilagay kay availability zone 1. And these are all automatic. So this is not something na kailangan bantayan ng isang IT personnel just to add these applications in different availability zone. No, you can do this automatically para hindi na siya manual, hindi na kailangan na may tumingin 24/7. And what if the whole region went down? Which is very unlikely na for this day. The whole region went down. You can shift to another region na pinakamalapit sa atin. So that's the power of having DR in the cloud. So of course, iyan, sasabihin niyo sa akin, AJ, ano yan eh. You're talking about DR na full cloud na yung region A ko, region B ko is both sa AWS or sa Google Cloud. Pwede rin yan sa local data centers. If you use a standardized platform like VMware, you can, in case na may masira dun sa local data center mo, you can spawn or have a DR in the region na nasa cloud din, na kunwari kay AWS somewhere in Singapore. You can have that service para hindi mawala yung service na yon. So what if the service is very critical, di ba? Registration or internal communication between different agencies. So it's very important that you have some sort of a DR strategy. So even na masira yung buong data center at tumaas yung load, I can still have the whole DR in region B, di ba? So which is in a public cloud. So that's where the DR strategy comes into the picture. In the olden days, in the traditional, you need to build, you need to buy everything. But here, you just need to have connection, diba? And subscription dun sa cloud provider. So that's DR. Then what about backup and restore? So pwede naman yung mismo application or data, I can put it on an object storage or a storage na every time na kailangan ko, I can get it anytime. So that's where object storage comes into the picture. So sa AWS, yan yung tawag natin dyan is S3, di ba? So pwede natin ilagay. So para siyang Google Drive or Dropbox yung object storage. So what if yung file na yun, hindi ko naman masyadong ina-access, I can also archive it wala nang tape. Hindi ka na magta-tape drive, etc. Kasi yun yung ginagawa dati, that you buy tape drives para makapag-archive ka, lalo na yung mga kailangan mong i-archive for 10 years, for 15 years for compliance. You can archive it in the cloud, and actually it's much cheaper kaysa mag-alaga ng tape drive. So that's where the backup and the store strategy in cloud comes into the picture. They also support it. So those are few things that cloud supported and can do, but gives big value to our IT personnel, 'di ba? So yun yung ginawa ni Carl. Nung nagkaroon siya ulit ng isang requirement, which is a bigger users, halos 10,000 yung users and more than 100 na user retention. He did it everything in the cloud. So this is a sample of how he did it in the cloud with multiple services. And wala siyang binili, just the subscription of AWS, and pwede siyang pay as you go. So when I say pay as you go, as he use it, as long as may gumagamit, saka lang siya magbabayad. He doesn't need to buy a server agad. He doesn't need to rent anything on a data center, and he doesn't need to give anything upfront. So this is something that he does. Na lalo na kung saglitan lang yung application, so this is something that he does for a very quick time. 'Di ba? So yun, so nagawa ni Carl yung trabaho niya, and he is now a cloud junkie because he realizes the four major advantages of cloud. Number one is on-demand provisioning. Get the infrastructure if needed and what you need. So hindi mo kailangan bumili ng malaking server with so much, basically ang server, malaking computer lang naman yan na sobrang laki yung spec eh. Pero most of the time, hindi mo naman nagagamit yan. So in cloud, you can get what you need and when you need it. Diba? So that's the ano. So walang 90 days lead time to. Walang, kung isang click lang, you would have the infrastructure that you need. Of course, it has a lower upfront cost kasi gagamitin mo lang as you use it. Pero it may not be cheaper. I just want to put it down in this audience na hindi siya cheap. Okay? So most of the time it may be higher. Most of the time. But if mali yung practice mo, it will go higher. But if you have a better practice, it will go lower naman. Number 3, which is a big plus, is traditional practice plus plus, meaning whatever practice that we have in IT, the traditional practice, even at 20 years, 30 years ka na sa IT, it still can be used in cloud. It's still the same. And you can transform it. It's something that you can add in your portfolio. Then of course, number 4, which is the biggest benefit, is you focus on innovation, not maintenance. Kasi dati, the IT focuses on maintenance. Kumbaga bibili ng server, network, etc. And they focus on how to maintain it. But here, you're focusing on how to use it rather than maintaining it, because the cloud provider is maintaining it for you. Okay, so then Carl became a cloud junkie, and he did so many use cases that even the military can do. So number 1 is integration via API. So pwede kayong mag-develop ng API that can be available to the public or available to other agencies to have a better integration in your applications that you use. Example, if you use yung applications that requires communication using 5G, API. If you need data, transferring of multiple datas in multiple tables na mga databases, it's an API. You need an API for it. So you can Carl did multiple APIs for it. Then on-demand storage, example, wala nang space yung mga laptops na na-issue, alam ko naman na matagal na magkaroon ng bagong hardware ang public sector. So you can have on-demand storage, yung kailangan mo lang, pwede mo siyang mailagay sa cloud for the meantime. Then number 3, data analytics and reports. If you have loads of data, maybe we can do reports about it. Yun nga yung sinabi nga ni Sir Roman kanina, na yes, you have data, 'di ba? I mean, and you have the models, pero ang problema, wala kang infrastructure, wala kang hardware para magawa mo yung analytics and reports mo. You can use cloud. para hindi mo na kailangan bumili something upfront. Hindi mo kailangan bumili ng very beefy na laptop for just to do your analytics and your reporting. And of course, hosting your internal and external application and computes, which is basically having a server not in your data center. So, yun yung ginawa ni Carl. Yun yung cloud story niya. So how about how did he start his cloud journey? So na-try na niya lahat ng mga pwede niyang gawin. However, feeling niya he is not in the right direction. So even baka sa audience ganun din yung nararamdaman, how can you start your cloud journey? Kasi marami kang pwedeng gawin with cloud in multiple applications in IT. So si Carl, ito yung ginawa niya. So umattend siya nung Technology Update Forum 2022. So nung umattend siya, nakita niya yung speaker na nagto-talk about cloud. Then kinausap niya yung speaker, si AJ. So AJ, give him 4 steps. So number 1 is defining the goal. Define what's your goal in using cloud, diba? So what's the real business or organizational goal? Why do you need to use cloud? Next, if you have a definitive goal and if it makes sense, next would be creating the cloud selection framework. So how would you select in all of those cloud platforms? So doon papasok yung cloud selection framework or CSF. After that, next would be your pilot. Syempre, you need to start small. It's either your pilot or we pivot. So ibig sabihin yung cloud selection framework natin, hindi siya nag-make sense for you to use cloud at all. Diba? So it happens nangyayari yan sa mga customers na napuntahan ko. Then last is, we grow your cloud journey. So i-grow natin yung cloud journey natin. So of course, my question is, can we start at step 1? So yeah, so that's basically what cloud is and what the things that you can do for your cloud. And do you have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Canlas. So, partner, it's what we have actually in the cloud na medyo napaka-broader din talaga naman pinag-uusapan. And I think baka meron pong katanungan ng ating mga kasamahan. Anyone, by the way, before we go further with our questions and answer portion, we would like to acknowledge again the presence of Mr. Alfred J. Calicdan and Mr. Errol T. Paitan from National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, as well as Ms. Celine Angela Tio and Ms. Ruby Valerio from National Coast Watch Council Secretariat. Morning. And let me just again acknowledge Mr. Jonathan Rudolph Bragzag from National Privacy Commission, as well as Mr. Meyer Bernabe from the Ombudsman, as well as from our group of the Coast Guard. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for being with us. So meron po bang katanungan, mga sirs and ma'am? Kung wala pa po silang katanungan, sir, kasi di ba when we say about the cloud, it's actually what saving the storage as well, right? Am I correct with that? As a part of storage, am I correct?
So that's one application that you can do with cloud.
So with that, sir, so with that work, others actually have also hesitations when it comes to cloud system, right?
Correct.
So as you as being an expert of that, in order to get rid of the hesitation and worries of individual, what the word could you actually express or say to our participants around here, as well via YouTube, as well as through Facebook Live?
So I think the hesitation of cloud is the notion that we had 10 years ago that cloud is not secure. That's the usual na naririnig ko in every customer na just heard cloud for the first time. In reality, cloud with the right practice, you would have more secure storages, servers, and usage. Kasi imagine companies like Amazon Web Service or AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud has invested for you to use their infrastructure or their applications just for you to use it. So imagine, hindi naman sila papayag na they would get hacked, right? So the idea of what they're doing is they're actually investing so much with security that even in Pentagon, so we know the Pentagon, right? The military facility in US, which is deemed to be the most secure infrastructure that we have right now in IT. They are also using cloud. They are using actually Microsoft Azure, right? So and even multiple banks, when we say banks with having with big regulations in terms of data, they are using cloud. So if we are hesitating, I think the industry does not hesitate anymore, because it's very secure and you can use it anytime and whenever you want it and what you need. So yun yung maganda doon, yung what you need. So if you need, hindi mo kailangan bayaran yung 100 terabyte na storage na isang hard drive. You can always pay as you put yung data na lang doon. So you will pay for 20 megabytes, right? So which is more cheaper for us, diba, in reality. So it's cheaper, it's more secure overall, and with the right practice, definitely you can have a better experience. And so again, in every industry right now, the telcos, the banks are already in cloud. So what are we waiting for, right?
Thank you very much, sir. Because I myself is one of having a hesitation when it comes to saving some files that we have through the cloud system. So with you guys, never be so worried, because sabi nga kung nasa lapaap ka, masarap magbiyahe pag nasa lapaap.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have any question, my dear partner?
Wala na, partner. Nasagot na ni sir eh.
Okay, how about for those out? Okay, sir? Sir Rudolph?
Good morning, Sir AJ. Thank you for thank you for presenting cloud, increasing awareness, and the benefits of cloud computing, or of using cloud. I think gusto ko lang ding itanong, what would be the potential risk of using cloud computing or the technology? Thank you.
Okay, that was actually the question of Sir Jonathan from National Privacy Commission. Sir, you're actually on mute again. Can you please unmute, sir? Please do unmute him.
Yeah. So yeah, the risk of cloud is of course the same risk of AI, or any cutting edge technology, that if it went to the wrong hands again, it may be bad. So example, there were proven attacks that it came from also the cloud infrastructures by themselves, or they use the cloud infrastructure to hide their identities, right? So that's one risk that happen on having that cloud infrastructure. However, the companies that provides cloud, they give the best effort to mitigate those risks. So that's number one. Number two, which is one of the biggest risks, are not using it right. Right. So if you would get a cloud subscription, example, an AWS subscription for your agency, and you don't have the right skills, of course it will bloat cost and you may expose something. So that happened to many companies. So the saddest thing is that they top us when problem happens. But if they topped us before they started cloud, maybe the problem didn't even happen, right? So that's the working relationship that we're doing with our customers. So even our customers right now are actually, some of them are government as well, government agencies. So which they top us before, so that's why we mitigated all those risks, like not having the right idea on how to use it, and may the risk of exposing things that should not be exposed. So it's something that it can be mitigated by practice. Right. So yeah. And of course, illegal use. That's the first one. I hope I answered your question, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So apparently, as what actually Sir Canlas is actually saying, is that we as individual really have the sole responsibility in order to ensure the safety as well of all the files that we might save through the cloud. Kasi di ba nga naman, yeah, we were able to use it. However, if we don't have the equipped knowledge or the proper knowledge of how to make sure that the files that we're saving through cloud is ensure or not,
Yes.
talaga mapapadelikado pa rin. Kasi kumbaga, hindi naman si cloud lang yung magko-control ng pagsisave mo doon.
Yes.
It's you who actually put those files on the cloud, diba? So with that, is there any more questions or queries on with our group? I think none so far. So thank you very much, Sir Canlas, for being with us for this morning. And thanks for sharing your knowledge and time. Big round of applause for him. Have a great day, sir. So medyo no information overload din siguro mga kasama natin, partner. So para lalong gumaan naman ang kanilang pakiramdam, anong gagawin natin ngayon, partner?
Parang gusto kong magpa-raffle ngayon, partner.
Ah,
Not just one, but
but
3
minor raffle
yes.
prizes lang uli. Okay? So handa na po ba yung ating ruleta sa atin po, okay? That have our raffle. Pakiikot na po. Hindi na po natin ganang bibigyan ng suspense katulad ng ginawa ko kahapon. At wag po kayo uling mag-aalala. Wala naman po tayong question and answer portion for this morning. Okay, the first winner for the minor prize is no other than
Congratulations, Master Sergeant Ronnie D. Detisio, Philippine Navy Marines.
parang po yung may countdown tayo sa globe lang naman yon. With this one naman ho, even though he's around or not, as long as he registered, yan lang. Parang gusto-gusto nyo eh. Oh, from the management of for this event, should we give him or another round? So null and void kung wala. Wave na. So we're gonna do another draw.
Tumaas yung energy nila, partner, magbilang, di ba?
Bahado ko sinasamahan na to ng sa loob na hindi naman natin alam. Malay mo baka may inilagay na dito si Sarge Garabeles.
Pang-Christmas, di ba?
May pakimkim.
Yeah. Christmas lights.
By the way, for our guests who are actually here, good morning, sir, and welcome to this Technology Update 2022 Forum.
Sige, pakiikot na po.
So partner, please do the honor. Pag lumabas na. At ayan, huminto na siya.
Congratulations, Technical Sergeant Andy B. Lanuza, Philippine Air Force.
Is he around? Duty operations. Okay lang. Okay daw, it would be given. Or
Duty
someone
naman
from the
daw.
first group who could actually get this one for him. Kasi pag wala akong kumuha, nandito lang naman po kami mga MC.
Available.
Opo. Wala na rin po yung nagpipicture. Parang gusto ulit maulit yung kahapon. Sabi ko nga, ganito talaga ka-flexible ang mga taga-CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines. Mag-MC ka na?
Mag-Kodaker ka pa.
Kodaker ka pa. Mamaya, waiter ka pa. Thank you very much. Pang-ilan na yon?
Pang-una pa lang natin yun,
Pang-una pa
partner,
lang yun.
kasi na-wave yung una. So may
Okay,
chance
may we have
pa.
another one? Okay, so that's for online. Napakaswerte ng ating online.
Daming
Ang
participants
dami sa
online.
ating online. And the winner for the online, so have yourself ready to be flashed on the screen. And make sure so that's Colonel Johnson and Bulusan. Bigla akong Colonel. It's Colonel Johnson and Bulusan 885208 from Philippine Army. Ewan ko, sir. So it's a typographical error. Kaya nagtaka din ako eh. Grabe, may 88 something na officer, ano? Tapos colonel.
Sa sobrang
So
galing
there's
na
an online
promote yan.
winner. Ibibigay na po natin to. Let's just save it and we'll just gonna take a note. Another one, please. And that would be for the online or on-site. Okay, another one for the on-site. Okay, humanda na ang ating...
Congratulations, Sergeant Bernard Jason P. Campbell.
Okay. Ato na, sir.
Ito na, sir. Sir.
Oh, yan yung kanyang gini-request. Lagi niya ako kinukulit pag dumadaan. Sir, bigyan naman ng pagkakataon. Bunutin naman kami. Ayan. So thank you very much. So maybe we now request everyone to kindly settle down as we will proceed with our forum. Mayan nyo na po pagkaguluhan ng mga magagandang dilag na nandyan. So again, may we request everyone to kindly settle down. As we are waiting for you to settle down, let us thank our very generous proponents and sponsors. Starting with, thank you to all our sponsors and proponents. Audit Networks Incorporated, Cisco System Philippines.
Beyond Data Incorporated.
Conix Philippines Incorporated.
Fiber Home Philippines Incorporated.
One Commerce International Corporation.
Revolve Solution Incorporated. Data OEM Solutions and Integra Systems.
Secure Age Technology Private Limited.
Sacrite Quick Heal Technology Limited.
Trellix.
Triton Communications Corporation.
88 Electronics.
Contact Point Incorporated.
Delta.
Globe Telecom.
Handleg Incorporated.
And Redenta.
Netplay Incorporated.
Globaltronics.
Citrix.
Financial Institutions.
And last but not the least, the Arms Corps. So moving forward, we already have our third speaker for this morning forum, and it's my honor to introduce to you our speaker for this morning. Our speaker is a well-rounded background and product demonstration and refined talents in sales and lead generation. A proven expert in collaboration skills and consistent collaborator, field of expertise, account management, project management, leadership, sales operation, customer experience, system support, business to business, retail, information technology. Our speaker for this morning will talk about the sales and business development of Citrix Computer Corporation, and will actually tell about the Citrix company profile. Join me in welcoming Ms. Annalyn Q. Capote. A big round of applause, please.
Hello po, good morning everyone. I hope you enjoyed the event today. Today I will present to you yung company profile po namin.
Citrix Computer Corporation was a
Okay. Before I speak with you for our company profile, panoorin po muna natin yung aming short presentation.
Citrix Computer Corporation was established in 2002, being the first Filipino-owned IT manufacturing company with the most complete line of products. Citrix is known as one of the innovative and reliable IT solutions provider in the Philippines. supported by major brand names in IT such as Microsoft, Intel and APC. Citrix has broadened its portfolio of IT products and services to fully address the evolving needs of local IT community. Our milestones. In 2006, we achieved ISO 9001-2000 certification. This certification demonstrates our commitment to customer satisfaction, ensuring our processes are effective in meeting customer needs and requirements. In 2008, Microsoft Philippines appoints Citrix Computer Corporation as a gold certified partner. In 2009, we passed the ISO 9001-2008 recertification. In 2011, we are awarded as Intel Top Server Sales Performer in Southeast Asia. In 2012, Citrix releases the first affordable digital signage solution in the Philippines. In 2014, we achieved ISO 14001-2004 certification. This certification represents our compliance in the standards for designing and implementing an effective environmental management system or EMS. In 2017, recertification of ISO 9001-2015 and ISO 14001-2015. In 2018, we became a certified DJI authorized dealer. And in 2019, we had the certification as Energy Star partner for computers, displays and televisions. What is our edge? We provide customized best-suited solution for you. A one-stop solution and comprehensive support services to all your IT requirements. An easy accessibility and local availability. A single point of accountability and direct access to resources. One-on-one customer relationships. We are committed to bring you the best value. And lastly, we employ latest technology that is relevant to your needs. Our products: desktop computer series, laptop computer series, pedestal servers, rack mount servers, and NAS storage. Other products: LED televisions, monitors and touchscreen displays, information kiosk stations and digital signage displays, large format displays and video wall. DJI products: DJI drones, camera and gimbals, enterprise and agricultural drones and educational robot. Our quality: by integrating quality throughout every process, Citrix Computer Corporation enables consistently superior outputs for our customers. More than a program, quality is an essential part of every process. Our ISO certifications and Energy Star certification is an evidence of our commitment to quality manufacturing. Support and customer care. Our world-class support services includes standard 3 years warranty on all our product line, standard 4 hours response time, same day or next business day on-site service within Metro Manila, 24/7 help desk support through email, phone and web. We also have nationwide service partners. Some of our top clients: For more information and queries, please see details for emails, phones and Facebook account. We will be glad to assist you.
So that's our presentation for our company profile. So pakilala ko lang po sa inyo kung sino si Citrix Computer Corporation. Si Citrix Computer Corporation po, we are a local IT manufacturer ng mga computers, desktops, laptops, and servers. So basically, same lang din po kami with the branded, with the top brands po in the international market. Ang difference lang po, we are locally assembled. Pero lahat po nung laman, nung mga products po namin, like yung aming mga computers and laptops and servers, lahat naman yan pare-pareho with the other brands. So Intel din naman po yung aming board, and we also have the Intel processors, and then Seagate po yung aming hard drive. So if inopen po natin yan, same lang din. So if ever po na nagjo-join kami or nag-o-offer kami para sa mga procurement po ng government, yung usually po kasi kapag nagjo-join kami sa procurement, minsan sinasabi nila hindi kilala si Citrix eh. So sino ba si Citrix? Ano ba yan? Vitamin C ba yan? Kasi dati sinabihan ako, vitamin C ka. Pero hindi po. Si Citrix ay nag-i-exist. Brand po siya ng computer. And then, we are a proudly Pinoy brand. So yun po. And then, difference ko lang din po from Citrix versus other brand. Si Citrix po, we customize based doon po sa requirement or application na kailangan po ninyo para doon sa inyong IT hardware. Like po sa server. Yung iba po kasi, pagka bibili tayo ng server, meron na po siyang model na nakalagay. Naka-specific siya dun sa isang brand, isang model, yun na yung mismong configuration niya. So yung sa amin po, we configure based po doon sa requirement nyo. Kung ilan po yung hard drive, yun yung ilalagay natin. Ilan yung processor na kailangan nyo, yun yung ilalagay po natin. And then we also provide po yung mga demo units. So we can arrange, if need nyo po nung demo unit para matest doon sa system nyo, kontakin nyo lang po ako para makapag-schedule po tayo ng full product na demo. So yun po. And then, other difference po is yung, ayan. So ito po yung aming website. Kung makikita nyo po, meron siyang desktop, laptops, monitors, gaming PC, and workstation. So mag-sample po tayo dun sa laptop. Ayan. All po. All. So meron po tayong sa baba. So meron po tayong choices kung anong laptop requirement po natin. Example po natin, it's si D500. Ito po, D500. So pag inopen po natin yan, configurable na po siya. Nakalagay na rin po dyan yung market price namin. So for the display po natin is 15.6. For the processor, meron po siyang choices dyan. Pa-check dito. Ayun. Okay. So for the D500, naka i7 lang muna po siya ngayon. Do sa other model po, scalable naman po. Yung E500 na lang po, 11th gen. This one. So para po sa E500 11th gen, meron din po siyang choice for the processor. So pwede siyang i5, pwede din po siyang i7. So pagka nag-upgrade po tayo, nandiyan na rin po yung cost for the i7. Sige sir, paklik po yung i7. Tapos sa system memory po, ang default po namin is 8 gig, pero scalable po siya up to 32 gig. So yung mga memory po namin, nakadalawang slots po siya for future upgrade. Halimbawa po, ngayon naglagay ka ng 8 gig. Tapos in the future, gusto mo pa magdagdag ng another memory, meron naman po siyang additional slot. So dalawa yung SODIMM slots po niya. Next po do sa storage naman po. So meron tayong storage na naka M.2 para dun sa SSD drive po natin. Bali, usually po kasi ang ginagawa ngayon, sa SSD drive, dyan nilalagay or sinisave yung ating operating system. So meron po tayong choice from 256 GB SSD up to 400 terabyte po na SSD. 4 terabyte NVMe SSD. So yun. And then for the storage, SATA naman po natin, meron po tayong choice from 1 terabyte, 500 gig up to 4 terabyte. Kung gusto po natin nakadalawang SSD tayo sa dalawang drive, pwede naman po. So yung isa nga lang, nakakabit siya as M.2. And then yung the other SSD po natin, nakakabit siya as SATA. Then, yung graphics card po pala nito is built-in lang. Pero if need natin ng graphics card, meron pong ibang model na merong graphics card. So operating system po, meron po kaming Windows 10 trial. Pwede rin naman po natin lagyan kung kailangan nyo ng pambahay lang, Windows 11 Home. Pero kung pang office use naman siya, pwedeng Win 10 Pro or Win 11 Pro. And then, andyan na din po yung choice natin kung gusto natin siya lagyan ng Microsoft Office Productivity. So, meron po tayong Home and Student and then yung Home and Business License. Then, choice po natin kung gusto natin maglagay ng laptop, backpack, and then wireless mouse. So, pag in-up po natin siya, bawa napili na natin kung ano yung technical specs na requirement natin. Pag in-up po natin siya or in-add to cart natin siya, add to cart. Ayan. Pa-view na lang sir yung cart. Yan. So ito na yung ating na-configure based doon sa requirement nyo. So nandyan na yung kanyang market price. Siyempre kung if ever na gagawin natin for bidding or for procurement ng bulk order, siyempre yung price po namin mas lower pa doon. So if we are procuring 100 plus, for bidding na po siya. So yung bid price po namin, syempre mas lower than that. Kasi ito po yung consumer price po namin. For the desktop naman po, ayan, all. So for the desktop po, meron po tayong choices from micro PC, yung mga ganun kaliliit, E300 micro, meron din po tayong tower, and then meron din po tayong slim desktop. So again, same po siya nung laptop natin, configurable din po siya based po doon sa gusto nyong ilagay doon sa IT hardware po ninyo. So meron din po kaming all-in-one desktop, and then meron din kami yung mga high-end. Sir, paklik ako na itong GL1 H510. Sa baba po. Yan. So the starting price po namin for ACPU na naka i5 10th Gen, 31,800. So doon sa 31,800, meron na po siyang 2 gig na video card, meron na siyang system memory na 8 gig, storage po na SSD 256, and then 1 terabyte na storage SATA. So again, pwede rin po natin siya i-configure. Paklik ako sir nitong processor. So sa processor po, i5 10th Gen, 11th Gen, i7 10th Gen, and then i7 11th Gen. So kung ano po yung choice po nila, nandyan naman po yung additional cost, makikita kagad natin siya. So if ever po kinuha natin halimbawa yung i7 11th Gen F. So for this, since naka-F po yung ating processor, kailangan natin maglagay ng graphics card. So may choice din po tayo for the graphics card. If 2 gig po yung requirement natin or mas mataas siya sa 2 gig like yung 4 GB na DDR5 or DDR6. Depende po dun sa graphical na kailangan po nila. Sa graphics memory na requirement po nila. Next po is yung, again, yung ating storage. And then yung system memory, pwede rin po natin siya i-upgrade up to 32 gig. So, meron din po siyang dalawang SODIMM slot. So, in the future, gusto natin mas mataas yung memory natin, pwede tayong mag-upgrade. So, halimbawa, 16 gig ngayon, tapos in the future, gusto natin magdagdag ng another 16 GB, pwede naman po. And then, doon sa storage po ulit, meron ulit tayong M.2 SATA, SSD, sorry. M.2 na SSD para sa OS natin. And then meron pa tayong additional na dalawang storage para do sa SATA natin. So kung gusto natin mas maraming storage, halimbawa masyadong malaki yung data requirement natin, pwede nating i-4 terabyte yung first, then i-4 terabyte din yung second. Yan. So naka SSD yung second. So ito po pwede nating pag-usapan kung ano po yung requirement niyo. Pero same naman din po yung prices niya doon sa SATA. So meron din po siyang option for wireless module. Ayan. So ayan. So may Wi-Fi option po siya, may kasama na rin po yung Bluetooth. And then yung chassis po niya, yan yung tower chassis. For the power supply po, may choice din po tayo for the power supply. If gusto natin mas mataas, 600 watts or yung 850 watts. Yun. Then nandito na rin po yung choice ng monitor natin kung gusto natin i-bundle na mismo yung monitor. So meron tayong choice for the 27 or 24 inch. Or kung gusto niyo yung mas malaki, pwede namang no monitor selected tapos pili tayo dun sa choice ng monitor mamaya. Then keyboard and mouse. So meron po tayong choice for the basic na USB keyboard and mouse. And then meron din po kaming super gaming na keyboard and mouse, yung meron pong luminous keyboard. Iyon po. Then operating system, again, meron kaming pre-installed na 30 days trial Windows 10. Pero if gusto po natin nakabundle, meron din naman po siyang choice for Win 11 Home, and then Windows 10 Professional and Windows 11 Professional. Also, meron din tayong choice for the Microsoft Office for Home and Student and then Home and Business. Meron din po kaming third-party product which is the UPS kasi minsan yung iba naghahanap pagka kailangan nila ng UPS. So may choice tayo from ABR up to Valiant na 1000 VA na UPS. Ayan. Next naman po is yung monitor. Ay, sorry sir. Pataas na lang po ulit. So pag napili na po natin, ito na po yung configuration na gusto natin, andyan na po yung price. Check natin ulit yung price. So ayan, ito na po yung price ng ating na-customize na high-end workstation. So sa 91,550 po siya. Kasi tayo sir nag 4 terabyte tayo na SSD doon sa pangalawang storage. And then naka-SSD din tayo doon sa M.2 na storage for the OS. So yun. Meron tayong sinamang operating system and then yung Microsoft Office natin na license. Okay? So next naman po natin, tingnan natin yung choice natin for the monitors. So for the monitors po, nandito na rin po yung prices. So for the 24-inch namin na curved gaming monitor, 10,800 po siya. Nakalagay naman po dyan na discounted price siya. Naka-promo price siya ngayon since meron tayong event na anniversary ng AFP. So if gusto niyo pong bumili today, meron po tayong guaranteed na discount price. So, ang choice po natin for the monitors is meron tayong curved gaming monitor, 27-inch na IPS monitor. And then, meron din tayong mga, yung mga elite pang sports, parang yung sa mga gamers po, tsaka sa mga high productivity na ginagawa natin for bawa yung mga architecture, engineering, ito po yung nire-require nilang mga monitor. So yung mga naka 280 na hertz na monitor. And then we also have yung 34-inch na ultra-wide curve gaming monitor. And then yung 28-inch na 4K monitor. So yun. For the gaming PC naman po, ito yung kanina sir na pinakita ko yung GL1. So may choice tayo ng GL1 H510 and GL1 H610. Difference po nila sir yung board po. Kasi yung board nung isa naka H510, yung isa naman is naka H610. So meron din tayo sir na gaming na AI o PC, all-in-one computer desktop. Sige sir, paklik po ako sir. Ayan, yung ating gaming AI o PC po naka 12 Gen na po. So naka-latest processor na din yung ating 12 Gen. So may choice po siya kung gusto nating i5 up to i7. So yan. Try natin sir yung i5. Yan, 12400. So yung board natin naka H610. Then integrated lang yung graphics niya kasi naka 12400 siya. Pero meron tayong choice kung gusto natin siya lagyan. So meron tayong 2 gig NVIDIA and 2 gig na yung DDR5. Yung isa kasi DDR4. And then, the storage din po, same po siya dun sa pag-configure natin nung desktop na gusto natin. Meron tayong M.2 and then nakasata. Also, built-in na rin po yung kanyang wireless module and Bluetooth. So, ayan. So gusto natin Bluetooth 5.2 or Bluetooth 5.3 na latest. So yan. Next, keyboard and mouse, operating system. So same lang din po pag nagko-configure tayo nung ating desktop computer. UPS, ayan, UPS. Okay. Sir Papo. Again po, pag na-configure na po natin kung ano yung requirement natin, nandyan ulit yung price niya. Then pwede natin siya ma-review, then mag-configure tayo ulit if ever gusto nating taasan. Pwede naman po yun. Next ko po is yung choice po namin for the TV. Yan. All po. So ito po yung mga available TV namin today. Meron kaming 32-inch na Ultra Smart TV, 43-inch Ultra Smart TV, 43-inch Android 11 Smart TV, and 55 Ultra Smart 4K TV. Later po magpaparapol din po kami ng isang 55-inch na Ultra Smart TV. So parating na rin po yun today. Ayan. So ito po yung specs ng ating Ultra Smart 4K TV. Sa baba, sir. So meron na po siyang USB HD video playback. And then ultra slim na rin po yung bezel niya. Parang wala na siyang bezel dito sa gilid. Bezelless na siya. So 4K na rin po yung kanyang resolution. Pwede na rin po siya ikabit through Wi-Fi or LAN. Kung gusto natin gawing parang monitor din po siya, pwede din po. Kasi meron din po siyang HDMI. So ito po yung ipaparapol namin mamaya. So ang warranty po namin is standard po is 3 years warranty, parts and labor. Kung within Metro Manila po sila, meron din po kaming on-site service. So within 4 hours response time po yung aming binibigay na after sales service. Halimbawa po nagkaroon kayo ng problem or yung desktop nyo or laptops nyo nagkaroon ng problem, hindi nyo na kailangan pumunta sa service center o maghanap pa ng service center kasi yung technical team po namin, sila po yung mag-i-schedule ng on-site para i-check yung inyong unit. And meron din po pala, if ever given a chance po na magkaroon ng booth dito sa AFP, maglalagay po sana kami ng sales booth and also yung para doon sa warranty after sales. So nandun na po, naka one-stop shop na po tayo. Pwede tayo doon mag-purchase and then pwede din po natin doon dalhin para po sa support yung ating mga bibilin na units. So that's all and that's the end of my presentation. May question po sila?
Thank you, Ma'am Kapote. Ayan. May mga questions po ba tayo from the group about Citrix po? If none, or kung sakali man magkaroon sila ng question, after na lang din yung last na speaker para po ma-entertain pa rin po natin. Thank you, ma'am. And let us call from one of your affiliate companies to demonstrate the use and features of EcoFlow. The account executive for EcoFlow Portable Power Station Products. Let us welcome Mr. Carlo Alzohairi.
Hello, good morning everyone. I'm Carlo Alzohairi. I handle EcoFlow for Citrix. So I'll just play a 5-minute video of EcoFlow para mas makita nyo rin kung saan siya ginagamit, yung mga indoor and outdoor too. So pa-play na lang po sir, yung video.
EcoFlow is excited to introduce Delta, the world's strongest battery generator. Delta is a landmark of both design and function, bringing you the most power, the fastest recharge, and peace of mind in any situation with no gas and no noise. The unit packs a massive 1,300 watt-hours, finally a battery that can truly be a home generator. Stay powered for hours and hours with a wide range of devices and tools, anytime and anywhere. Delta packs so much power, you can even use it as an emergency backup for your electric vehicle, giving you up to 7.5 extra miles on a single charge. In the case of a blackout, leave your worries at the door. With an output of 1,800 watts, Delta meets the standard of any wall outlet, so you'll always feel right at home. With Delta, you're never away from work for too long. Delta has the fastest recharge rate on the market. Recharge from 0 to 80% in only 1 hour. Delta is both compact and lightweight. No matter where you go, you will never be slowed down by the heavy load of a gas generator. Plus, without a gas motor, Delta is silent and maintenance-free. Delta provides all the power with none of the noise or carbon emissions, so you can enjoy the clean air and the peace and quiet of your own home. The new user interface is highly intuitive and provides the most important details for you to monitor your power use and safety. Delta's system includes 4 regular USB ports, 2 60-watt USB-C ports, plus 4 wall outlets on the International Edition and 6 wall outlets on the American Edition. You'll have every option you'll ever need, all on one portable generator. Delta isn't just powerful, it's as rugged as any tool in the shed. The unit is reinforced with an aluminum chassis that protects the battery pack inside. And with strong rubber padding built into the outer shell, you never have to be concerned when the going gets rough. Eliminate your carbon footprint completely with EcoFlow solar panels. You can chain your panels together, bringing Delta back to full charge in just 4 hours of perfect sunlight. From home energy storage to electric vehicles to mobile power, the whole world is moving to batteries. So ditch the old generator. No gas, no noise, no maintenance. EcoFlow's Delta is the new standard of battery generators. For your family, for your work, for you.
What does it mean to live without limits? Introducing the EcoFlow Delta Pro, the world's first portable home battery with an expandable ecosystem designed to store energy so you can use it at any time. The Delta Pro ecosystem connects directly to your home with the new EcoFlow Smart Home Panel, which immediately reroutes to Delta Pro to provide uninterrupted power during emergencies. Power outages are no longer a problem, as Delta Pro keeps your entire home fully powered, even high wattage appliances. And in daily use, the ecosystem reduces your reliance on the grid, saving money on your energy bills. The EcoFlow app gives you full control over your home circuits and lets you manage your power consumption. If you need another way to power high voltage devices, connect two Delta Pro units together. During emergencies, the new EcoFlow Smart Generator provides cost-effective and efficient power compared to using a traditional gas generator alone. Delta Pro takes innovation even further. Introducing FlowCharge, the world's first charging technology that lets you charge anywhere at any time. The new EcoFlow Solar Tracker automatically follows the position of the sun to improve power generation. At home, plug Delta Pro into any wall outlet to fully charge in 2.5 hours, thanks to Xstream, the world's fastest portable power station charging technology. For the first time ever, you can charge Delta Pro at any leading level 2 EV charging station. All this and more make Delta Pro the most powerful portable power solution, because Delta Pro isn't just a portable home battery, it's a way to power a new world.
Ayan. And so EcoFlow, EcoFlow is a portable power station. So para siyang generator na ginagamit natin na yung mga usual na gumagamit ng gas, diesel, ganon. Pero ito, stored energy na siya. So 3 ways of charging it. Pwede direct sa wall outlet natin, which is the fastest one in the market. Fully charged siya or 0 to 80% in 30 minutes. And then yung 20% na wala, is a slow charge na niya to protect the battery. So meron tayong picture din, sir, na ano, para makita natin yung mga devices. So yung pinakita natin video, 2 models pa lang yon. We also have smaller versions. So para lang siyang malaking power bank na nagpapagana sa mga appliances na rin natin. So ito yung isang version natin, which is the 720 watts. So sa baba nito, makikita po natin yung kung ilang beses pag galing full charge, pag home backup unit siya, pag may ilaw tayo or sa refrigerator, ito yung smaller model pa lang po natin. So kaya niyang patagalin yung ref natin ng 4.5 hours. And then TV, 5 hours. Yung small version pa lang po natin, yan 700 watts. And we have the bigger one, which is the 3,600 watts. So mas malaki po, mas matagal. Almost 24 hours na po for the ref. And then expandable siya. Isi-series lang po natin siya para mas malaki po yung battery natin for backup talaga. And for outdoors din po. Actually, ang nag-develop po talaga ng EcoFlow is US and Chinese engineers who are part of the drone, mga engineers po ng drone. So parang na-realize nila na kailangan nila to for our outdoor din. Kasi alam naman po natin, ang drones, kailangan din ng battery yan. Pag nasa field ka, wala naman po tayong pagsasaksakan yan. So, kailangan natin ng backup power, pang charge din ng extra batteries para on the go pa rin tayo, hindi natin kailangan bumalik kung saan man tayo kasi nasa field nga. So, and then backup power din nila pag gabi, they have to charge their cell phones, radios. So, kailangan din po natin yan. And then pang-ilaw din po natin sa camping natin, when you go outdoors. Basta anything that needs electricity po, eto na po mag-power doon sa mga gamit natin. Ang maganda nito, pwede siya indoor kasi wala siyang emissions, hindi maingay. Kunyari, we're gonna go camping with our kids din. So, syempre, alam naman natin, mga bata, pawisin, ganyan. Pwede natin itong dalhin. Kasi halos lahat, almost 90-95% of household appliances, kaya na po niyang pagganahin. And most common pong tinatanong sa akin dito is yung aircon, kung kayang pagganahin. Ang aircon po, pwede niyang pagganahin. The bigger units, pwede po niya pagganahin yun. And sa EcoFlow po, siya rin po yung fastest to charge in the market. Yun nga po yung sinabi ko kanina, 0 to 80% in 30 minutes. So kunyari nasa parang emergency situation tayo, kailangan natin ng backup power. Pag na-drain na po yan, in 30 minutes kaya natin 80% ulit i-charge. At pwede siyang kasing i-charge using solar panels. Pag may existing solar panels din tayo, compatible din po siya doon. And then sa car din po, yung sa cigarette lighter natin, pwede rin po siyang i-charge doon. Kasama na rin po yung cables doon sa units natin. So far yun naman po, madali lang po siyang i-explain naman talaga kasi para siyang power bank natin for cellphones. But pwede rin po siya for our appliances. So ang pinagkaibahan lang po sa mga units natin is the capacity. The smaller the device, hanggang mas malaki rin po yung capacity niya. So if there are questions po, dito naman po kami until later. So meron po din mag-discuss for now yung sa drones naman po. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Carlo? Baka meron na pong question. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning sa lahat. Sino dito yung taga-IMG? IMG, yung mga taga-field groups, nandito ba? Lelang, taga-field group ka, di ba? Parang ayaw mo na yata bumalik, ha? Okay, ganito. Maganda kasi yung product nila, sir. So, last September, di ba, pumunta dito si TDCS. Tapos pinakita ko sa kanya. Ngayon, ang ano niya sa akin is tanungin yung IMG sa field groups, yung mga radyo ba na, yung mga handheld na Harris. Kasi wala tayo nun dito sa atin di ba? Pero yung mga galing Army, ASR, yung mga nagradyo man sa ASR, meron ba dito? Wala? Hindi. Sige, iano lang, may booth sila Citrix sa labas. Paki-check nga kung kaya natin, kung pwede natin gamitin to charge yung mga batteries ng Harris. So I think pwede. I think pwede kasi typical 220 lang naman din yun Tama ba? Hindi kasi, pasensya na kayo, barko kasi ako Sa barko kasi may generator kami kaya hindi namin masyado kailangan yung battery. Pero yung mga foot soldiers natin, yung mga naglalakad sa bundok, kailangan nila yung mga bagay na ganito. So, ang usapan namin is maybe yung flexible. Nakakita na ba kayo ng flexible na solar panel? Yung natutupi-tupi. Flexible solar panel, i-charge kapag kapag umaga, pag nalobat yung Harris radio natin, paggabi, at least may pang-charge na tayo kahit na walang source of power or off-grid ka nga. Okay, so yun yung yun yung compliance natin kay TDCS. So sana mabisita nyo yung nila, yung drone nila. Na-impress din ako kahapon kasi nababasa pati yung plate number. So okay talaga siya. Tapos yung isang proponent natin from RevLB kahapon, meron silang facial recognition software. So pag nilink mo yung camera ng drone to the facial recognition software at may hit ka sa PNP, NBI, o sa ibang intelligence agency na terorista ka pala, at least malalaman natin dito sa loob ng kampo natin kung napasok na tayo. So yun yung mga application ng technology to our current challenges. So yun yung natin. So please take time, tignan nyo kung ano, but I'm pretty sure it's compatible, pero I just like to make sure dun sa mga ano talaga natin, radio operators. So yun lang. Maraming salamat, Sir Marco. And any other questions from the group? Hindi nyo ba tatanungin kung magkano? Sir, baka pwede mong ano, kasi kung mahilig kayo mag-camping, something like that, or yung probinsya, katulad sa amin, yung probinsya, yung kung saan kasi ako lumaki, 2 years ago lang nagka-kuryente. So, alam niyo yung battery ng sasakyan na may clamp para lang mapaano yung fluorescent. So, ganun pa kami nung araw. But with this technology, very convenient na. 'Di ba? Very convenient na. So,
Actually, sir, ano po,
sir,
yung sa price naman po natin, nagre-range po siya. Yung pinakamaliit natin is nasa 20, yung pinakamaliit. Pero ito po, maganda po dito since may partnership kami with AFP, we're giving away 15% discount po. 15 po. 15 lang po kasi pag 50 po, mawawalan na po ako ng trabaho. So pag ano naman po, if may questions naman po after this discussion, may booth kami doon para makita nyo po yung mga unit. Meron po tayo dong working unit para makita nyo po yung visual talaga, yung hands-on, ma-try nyo po doon. Andun lang naman po kami paglabas mismo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Carlo, and for Miss Ana. Ayan, actually, may tanong kami kay Miss Ana. If pasok pa sa warranty, of course, yung service po ba free of charge? Ayan. Yung sa Citrix. Anyway, pwede pong mag-visit sa website po, no, ng Citrix about dun sa diniscuss po ni Miss Ana. Yes, sir. And actually, perfect yung combination ng EcoFlow at yung mga Citrix na mga offer na products, no? Like yung mga nag-work or working from home like virtual assistant. Ayan. So kung kailangan nyo ng gadget or ng laptop or ng desktop, pwede po yung mga ino-offer ng Citrix kasi as virtual assistant, kung meron dyan nanonood, gustong mag-apply, ayan po, may required po sila na specs like Core i3 yata pataas. Ayan, and syempre, chine-check din doon yung kung nagkaroon ng power outage, ano yung backup mo. So, doon napapasok yung EcoFlow natin na power station. Ayan. And to continue, let me introduce our next resource speakers. Ayan. So, one of our resource speakers has been involved in RC aircraft for over 8 years. He not only flies them, but also repairs and modifies them as well. When the company he worked for acquired DJI leadership in 2017, he actively engaged in the setup, training, and repair and UAS implementation of its drone products, ranging from consumer to enterprise category. And in addition, he has participated in trainings and seminars conducted by DJI, which was held in mainland China. And these exposures gave him a rich knowledge in drone technology and a deep understanding of flight dynamics, both in theory and practice. This in turn will be passed on to students who will be more than happy to share his experience. With a solid knowledge as a foundation, the benefit would be a shortened learning curve by eliminating the many trials and errors associated with drone piloting. Currently, he is an instructor of DJI Academy Manila or UTC and a holder of RPAS certificate issued by the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines or CAAP. To present about DJI drones, please welcome Mr. Winston Sia, Account Executive of DJI Products, and Mr. Raymond Tan, Technical Engineer and DJI Certified Pilot.
Thank you. Good morning and thank you for this opportunity. Uh, ano, ang Citrix, I'm a partner with DJI. So yung ano namin, yung support namin, pareho din sa policy ng Citrix. Katulad ng yan, yung training, certification, and maintenance. Kung bumili kayo ng DJI drone sa amin, sigurado alagaan namin kayo. Yung after sales service. Hanggang sa training, hanggang sa makakuha kayo ng CAAP certificate. Kasi syempre hindi naman pwedeng walang personal appearance. When it comes to written exams and practical exam, kailangan pumunta kayo sa CAAP mismo at kami tutulungan namin kayo regarding this matter. Kung gusto niyo avail yung services na yun. So, ang pag-usapan lang natin dito, just to give you an idea of some of the applications that you can do with drone. Actually, hindi ito limited to these examples. Well, kung paandarin lang natin yung ating mga creative minds, ano pa, marami pang hinaharap or yung future ng drone is here to stay. So ito yung mga ilang industries na kasalukuyan na nagde-deploy na ng drone. These are all commercial applications. Wala dito yung military, wala dito yung hobbies or amateur division. So ang pinakamalaki, well, wala dyan sa legend, no? Yung 35%, that still covers the professional photographers and videographers. So dito, makikita nyo yung mga growth ng iba-ibang industry since nag-deploy sila ng drones. So ang isa sa mga unang industry na nag-deploy ng drone is yung real estate business. Halimbawa, meron sila isang tract of land, gusto nilang bilhin, mas mabilis kung drone ang gamit nila pang ocular. Kaysa dati naglalakad sila o siguro meron silang sasakyan to do the ocular inspection. Whereas now, with drone, meron ng bird's eye view. Madali nilang makita kung yan ba'y madamo, mabundok o kaya swampy. So, isa sa mga unang discover niyan is yung real estate. Kaya hindi na masyado nag-grow yung kumbaga basta medyo nagplateau na yung growth nila. Whereas ang very active ngayon using drone is yung construction industry. So ibig sabihin, from time to time may nadidiscover sila o pwede pala may potential pala tong drone. Actually yan lang ang gusto natin sabihin dito, no, na the future of drone is still very bright. Kaya I'm sure kung bigyan natin ng time, makakaisip tayo ng new ways and new application kung paano natin gamitin ang drone, lalo na yung mga activities natin sa field. Sa indoor, well, syempre hindi masyadong applicable yung drone deployment. But for field work, I'm sure makaka-discover tayo ng new ways. Well, hindi naman siguro lihim sa lahat yung ginagawa na Ukraine ngayon. Gumagamit sila ng, actually it's a DJI drone also to yan na siguro yung bagong kamikaze attack tactics nila using drone. Yung mga medyo mura, yung mga consumer drone, pwedeng kargahan ng explosive. So with that, doon nag-flourish ang DJI, isa sa mga unang commercial drone manufacturer which is based in China. So ito yung brief history nila, complete na ang kanilang line of product. So ito yung tinatawag natin na parang end-to-end product line. So ito mas malinaw to. Meron tayong drone products, meron tayong payload at meron din tayong processing software, yung tinatawag natin DJI Terra. And it also includes yung mga support system katulad ng yung sa baba, the RTK2 station to even lower the deviation, yung positioning deviation to a centimeter level. Normally, pag GPS, meron tayong plus minus 5 meters positioning accuracy. Normal yan, standard GPS specs yan. Pero with the RTK or other kind of dual GPS system, mapapaliit natin yan to centimeter level. Yung mga mapping and surveying application, usually gusto nilang ganun kaliit ang positioning error. So ito yung mga industry kung saan nagfo-focus ang DJI. With that, mapapalawak pa nila yung ibang application. Pero dito sila nagfo-focus sa public safety, AEC, which means architectural, engineering, and construction industry, and then electricity inspection, oil and gas, and agriculture. So dito nagpo-focus ang DJI, but the application sa iba pang industry will be covered. So tingnan lang natin, no, ito pa-sample lang kung paano ina-apply ang DJI drone sa ilan sa mga industry. So usually ang tinatanong, halimbawa meron kayong gustong i-strategize na plan or meron kayong gustong puntahan. Usually nagre-rely lang tayo sa Google Map. At minsan meron tayong mga question, pwede naman sa Google Map hanapin yan. Bakit kailangan pa ng drone para gumawa ng isang mapping scene, ganon. So dito makikita nyo kagad ang difference. With the help of drone and the software, makikita nyo mas malinaw yung map na ginawa out of drone kaysa magre-rely lang kayo sa Google Map. And also, ang Google Map hindi updated. Ibig sabihin, let's say, may nakita kayong building, baka sa Google Map nakikita nyo, baka ngayon wala na yung building na yon or vice versa. Kaya kailangan natin ng drone para meron tayong updated map and also mas malinaw yung result pag gumamit tayo ng drone mapping. Kasi ang ano lang naman to logical. Kasi yung Google Map nagre-rely yan sa mga satellites which is ilang kilometer above our Earth surface. Whereas drone, ang pinag-usapan lang natin dito siguro 100 meters lang siya lumilipad at kumukuha ng picture. Siyempre, di hamak, mas malinaw, mas ang mga picture na nakukuha niya. So, isa rin ng usual na question, bakit kailangan pa ako bumili ng mamahaling drone o yung tinatawag na enterprise category. Pwede naman ako gumamit ng mga mumurahing drone lang, yung mga binebenta lang sa mga photo supply. Well, again, the main problem is yung positioning accuracy, which at best makukuha lang natin plus minus 5 meters. Imagine nyo, gumamit kayo ng mga ordinary drone, gumawa kayo ng map, may nakita kayong puno o poste, yung pala in actual, 5 meters away. So hindi yan pwede sa mga construction site o yung mga contractor kung ganun kalayo yung error na makukuha nyo with ordinary drones. So ito, bigyan ko lang kayo isang example of how you can deploy drone to get an accurate mapping. So meron tayong drone lineup, pwede yung naka-display sa booth namin, yung Matrice 300, and then kargahan natin isa sa mga camera dyan, yung P1 or L1. P1 is for optical or yung high resolution picture. L1, yan yung LiDAR. Ang advantage ng LiDAR is laser based siya. So yung may minsan mga dahon, mga puno, kaya pa niya i-penetrate kung kailangan natin yung tinatawag na topography o yung ground terrain. makukuha yan with the LiDAR. And then siyempre kasama na rin sa ano natin, yung drone kit natin ay yung ating smart controller. Ang kagandahan sa mga bagong drone ngayon, hindi na nyo kailangan gumamit ng cellphone or any mobile device to monitor the camera view. Kasi all-in-one na. Yung ating remote control, meron na rin display dyan, saka yung mga app na kailangan naka-pre-installed na rin. And then of course, after yung tinatawag na mission flight, pagkatapos na kumuha ng picture, kailangan natin i-process yan using the meron kaming DJI Terra software. Kaya eto, we have a complete solution here from DJI. So, isang specific example, yung forestry. Isa sa mga unang customer namin is DENR. Ginagamit nila to monitor yung ano natin, forest. So, syempre, tinitingnan kung ganong kalala na yung mga illegal logging, ganyan. And yan, ito makikita natin yung environment. So isa sa mga feature using drones is the ability to classify yung mga halaman. Halimbawa, sa isang forest, siyempre iba-iba puno dyan. May nara, may acacia, may kamagong. Pwede i-detect ng with the drone technology. Pwede nyo i-detect yung iba-ibang vegetation or mga trees, and then pwede nyong bilangin. Well, siyempre, we don't expect a 100% accuracy, pero more or less, malalaman nyo sa isang area, ilan ba yung ganitong puno or other vegetation for that matter. So with this, ito actual footage to. With this, ang ginamit dito is yung DJI L1 LiDAR, and then yung Terra software, and then yung Matrice 300, yung naka-display dun sa booth namin. So another application sa DENR, yung halimbawa may mining activities dun sa area, makikita nila gano'ng kalalim ba hinukay. So with that, pwede sila gumawa ng volume calculation. Diba, sa mga querying, ganon na ba kalaki yung nakain nila sa bundok. So with the drone, madaling gawin yan. And then another advantage of using drones, makikita nyo dun sa left side, yan yung typical na kailangan kung gagamit sila ng patrol car para ma-monitor yung mga forest natin. Whereas with drone, kahit na yung kalye o kahit na bato-bato, kailangan lang ng isang maliit na flat surface, makakapag-launch na, makakapag-take off na yung drone natin. So ito yung ilan sa mga activities with the forest monitoring. Yan, makikita nyo dito sa left side kung merong agriculture activities, madaling i-monitor using drones. And then yung wildlife protection, syempre dapat protektahin natin yung sanctuary nila. Again, with the drone, mas madali siyang makita at ma-evaluate. And then, yun, yung mga illegal structure. Actually, I think a few years ago, merong issue sa Boracay. Marami raw nagsisipot na mga hotel, which is illegal, walang permit, ganyan. With the drone, madali sila i-document, madali sila hulihin, in other words. And then, with the spatial sensor, mamomonitor din natin yung yung health ng mga plants, kasi with our naked eye nakikita lang natin puro berde yung mga halaman, yung pala deep inside kinakain na pala sila ng peste o kaya nanunuyo na pala sila. So pa lang, first sign pa lang ng pest infestation with the spatial camera which is attached to the drone, makikita na natin na kailangan na pala ng attention etong area na to. So, syempre, sa forest, hindi mawawala yung merong mga tawag nun, mga nagka-camping, pwedeng maligaw, pwedeng nawawala, ganyan, or pwedeng na-aksidente, nabalian ng buto. So kailangan ng rescue with drone, mas madali silang mahanap. Yung bird's eye view, may advantage talaga. So ito, may ilang comparison lang, the traditional way of doing it and with the drone deployment. So yung traditional, ayan, ganyan, talagang kailangan mo ng human presence. Naglalakad ka, ganyan, tapos may dala kang siguro logger to monitor ilan bang puno to ang natitira dito, ilan na yung nakahoy. On the other hand, with drone, dito pa lang sa taas, which is siguro 80 to 100 meters, kita mo na kagad mas malawak na area, mas maiksi yung given time. And with the proper software, magagawa niyo yung analytical report. Halimbawa, itong square area, ganyan, ilan puno na lang natira, yan, etc. So ito yung process, no? Una, papalipad niyo yung drone. So ang tawag natin diyan mission flight or mission planning. And then wala namang gagawin na kundi kumuha ng pictures at a predetermined flight path. And then after that, dadalhin niyo sa computer niyo. Kami sa Citrix meron kaming specs para dito para hindi mahirapan yung software natin kasi ano to graphic intensive to, kaya yun, kailangan natin ng matinding hardware. So meron na kaming specs for this. So ganyan din, makikita nyo kung search and rescue, meron tayong drones specifically for that. Meron tayong drone na may kasamang spotlight para kahit sa gabi pwede i-deploy kung naghahanap tayo ng tao. Makikita nyo sa left side, using traditional way, yun, mas mahirap. And then, of course, for inspection, particularly sa electricity, mas madali mag-inspect with drones kung sa taas. So ito yung mga ilan points na in-inspect ng NGCP, which is one of our clients also. And then makikita nyo yung advantage with drones. Yan, kita nyo kung nasusunog yung puno dyan sa baba, mas delikado kung tao mismo aakyat para patayin yung sunog. Whereas may mga special drone, so pwede i-extinguish yan with drones. And then ganun din sa monitoring, kung lahat sa baba nyo gagawin at ground level, limited yung yung view. Whereas drone, pwedeng sa taas manggagaling yung inyong image, mas maganda. Katulad niyan, ito sa left side mahirap mo i-inspect yung mga components kung kailangan nyo tingnan galing sa taas. Usually yung mga nag-i-inspect sa mga ganyan, sa baba lang. Meron silang mahabang hagdan, pero halos hindi nila ma-inspect. Paano kung kailangan nyo i-inspect yung component na manggagaling sa taas? So with drone, mas madali natin gawin yan. Okay, and another important sensor na recently developed ay yung thermal imaging. So sa electricity, makikita niyo yung mga overheating component kasi bawat kulay niyan may corresponding temperature equivalent. So pwede rin yan sa mga solar panel inspection, yung mga solar panel na pasira na, mas mainit na. Imbis na electricity, mas mainit na siya. Kaya makikita nyo with the thermal camera. So sa emergency response, halimbawa bumbero, pwede rin natin i-deploy ang drone. So ito yung normal, puro usok lang. Whereas with drone, makikita natin yung thermal signature. So yung par chip, pwedeng pwede niya ma-strategize na maayos kung saan niya palulusubin yung mga kanyang mga bumbero. Okay, so with modern yung bagong model namin, pwedeng side by side, both thermal and RGB or visible image, pwede niyang makita side by side, kaya mas may added advantage. So hindi ko na ito na siguro yung last slide natin. Ito yung actual scene kung paano dineploy yung drone in such a scenario, firefighting scenario. So, I think yan lang yung presentation ko. Kung kailangan nyo, may mga tanong kayo, mga specs, mga iba pang line-up, meron naman kaming booth dyan. Pwede nyo kaming dalawin na lang. Yan. So, ang gusto ko lang sabihin, with your own creative yung ano nyo, planning, I'm sure makakahanap kayo ng new ways of how to deploy drone in your field mission. Ayan, thank you.
Thank you, Sir Winston, ang ating certified pilot. Ayan.
Before we move forward with our next speaker, allow us to actually to give back gratitude to our speakers. May we request Senior Master Sergeant Javier to hand over this plaque of appreciation to our speakers. So allow me to read the citation on the plaque of appreciation. Headquarters, Communication, Electronics, and Information System Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines, General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. Plaque of appreciation is hereby given to CITICS as will be received by those speakers that we just have, in recognition of their valuable participation during the CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines Technology Update Forum 2022. Signed, Marcus Y. Imperio, Captain, Philippine Navy General Staff Corps, Commander, CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines. Once again, thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. And moving forward to give more information about this technological update, allow me to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is one of the highly respected and highly regarded professionals in the IT industry today in the Philippines. His wide experience in research and development and in wireless communication equipment gave him the accolade to have been acknowledged as prominent specialist in the field of information and communication technology. He earned his degree in Bachelor of Science in Electronics and Communication Engineering at the Adamson University. He also earned his Cisco Certified Network Associate certification at Mapua Institute of Technology. To include his trainings in Hytera DMR technology in Shenzhen, China, Six Sigma Green Belt course, work area improvement course, both sponsored by Samsung Electronics Philippines, and technical service training sponsored by Columbia Technologies Incorporated. Our speaker today is presently employed at the Hytera Communication Limited, that is principally engaged in the research and development, manufacture and distribution of professional wireless communication equipment as well as the provision of integrated solutions. Since 2015, our speaker was involved in Hytera's professional wireless communication equipment that are mainly applied in emergency communication, command dispatching, and daily work communication of government public security departments, public utilities, as well as industrial and commercial enterprises. As a senior engineer, our speaker performed his task to provide technical support to Philippine clients, do customized designs for wireless communication solutions based on the requirements of clients, conduct pre-sales activities such as product presentations and live product demonstrations, test new products and explore the functions and features, and lead the technical team in providing technical support services. From 2009 up to 2014, our speaker served as Senior Engineer and Project Manager at One Commerce International, which is one of the leading system integrators in the Philippines that provides a wide range of cost-effective solutions with high level of technical support and innovative products. As a senior engineer, our speaker provides overall design and solution in response to clients' requirements. He collaborates to multiple products vendors in coming up with efficient solutions. He provides complete bill of materials to sales and commercial group and conducts product presentations and pre-sales activities. Our speaker also conducts technical training to project management engineers and verifies products capabilities through systematic testing. He formulates test plans for product demos based on the requirements of the customers and explores new technologies to sustain growth to efficiently respond to the requirements of the customer.
Our resource speaker, as a product manager, also performs on-site or remote troubleshooting hardware and software installation, configuration backups, and firmware upgrades. He also conducts site survey and generates technical site survey reports to his clients. As an established IT personality, our speaker, as of this date, has completed various projects, namely SM Malls, WLAN system, Globe Ayala Mall WLAN system, Radisson Blue Hotel WLAN systems, Terminal 1 to 4 WLAN system, Digital Wireless Direct List Line, Y-Tribe Direct List Lines using wireless solutions including NMS, the MMDA CCTV camera wireless links, and various government agency wireless links. Our speaker today also worked as process innovation engineer at Samsung Electronics Philippines, where he performed several sensitive duties and responsibilities. A man who is always enthusiastic about innovations and system development, let me present to you and welcome our next speaker. Let us give a warm round of applause to Engineer Roderick M. Caliba.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. Thank you, po, for giving us this opportunity to introduce some update from our products and solutions. So, together with me is our partner, Contact Point, and together we will discuss this morning solutions about the narrowband, body-worn cameras, and yung satellite communication. So there are three topics that I will discuss this morning, and it will take around 30 to 40 minutes. So I know medyo malapit na yung lunch, so I hope you still have the energy to pakinggan or digest yung mga information that I'll be discussing. Okay, so briefly I will introduce our company. Okay, so our company is Hytera, and we are one of the leading provider for a communication system. Ang headquarter po ng Hytera is in Shenzhen, China, And we have also a subsidiary in Canada, which we have the Norsat Communication na nagmamanufacture ng satellite communication. And also yung ating Sinclair, which one of the leading antenna in the world. And also we have the Teltronic in Spain, also a subsidiary ng Hytera that's manufacturing systems naman, communication system. And also in Germany, which also one of our subsidiary there. Okay? And ito po yung overview ng manufacturing facility sa Shenzhen, though we have another manufacturing facility in Zaragoza, Spain. And another is our product portfolio. We provide a complete solution from the terminals going to the system, to the platform and application. So for the terminals, we have the narrowband or yung ating analog or the digital two-way radio. Okay, so we have the DMR standard, we have the Tetra standard, we have the commercial radios. So it depends po kung ano po yung requirement ng ating clients. We cater for the different kind of industries. And recently, I think 3 years ago, we also launched our multi-mode radio. So ito yung type of radio that can act as a radio and cellular in one device. So it's a very efficient terminal because kung walang yung signal ng radio, can still use the SIM card to communicate or yung functionality ng cellular phone. And also another device that we have is the PTT over cellular, the BWC, and some edge computing boxes. And the systems are like the Tetra, to provide yung coverage po naman. And also platforms to integrate the different communication system and applications such as yung dispatch system, yung video streaming, the applications for the terminals. Ayun po. So this is the overview of our product. And in providing services po naman, we have been present in different countries. And dito po sa Pilipinas, we have our office in BGC. So we have also the pre-sales, after-sales, and the sales personnel there in the BGC. We have also our showroom that we can see the different communication solution there. Okay, so just introduction of our company. And ito po yung update of our products. So maybe before you have heard our radio communication solution, but recently this year we have launched our 8 series na mga radios. So we have the HP7, HP6 series na mga radio. So ano ba yung mga naging improvement kumpara ng mga dati naming devices? First is yung louder and clearer audio, which now meron na siyang embedded na AI-based noise cancellation to cater for yung iba-ibang noises like kung noise sa construction or yung weather, mga ganon, yung iba-ibang noises. The radio has the capability to eliminate those kind of noises. Ayan. And also yung sensitivity. So ang key kasi sa communication para lumayo yung communication between the radios is kung gaano ka-sensitive yung ating radio. So this unit was improved. Around 2 dB yung naging improvement. And mas lumaki yung coverage ng ating radio. Ayan. And another improvement is yung kanyang weight. Ito po yung makita nyo yung percent kung reduce ng kanilang weight with respect to the different models. Ayan. And also naging slimmer siya. So mas handy or yung kung hinahawakan natin yung unit, mas madali, mas relax yung paghawak natin. Ayan. Yung ergonomic niya mas maganda. And also it's still IP68, same as the previous models that we have, and military standard G. And another na naidagdag is yung anti-magnetic speaker. Okay? So yan po. And another improvement is yung battery. So usually we use the lithium battery, but now we have launched the lithium polymer battery, which ang naging improvement naman nito is yung battery life. So yung isang charge nung radio can last up to 24 hours operating at a high power. na radio. Ayan. So yun yung isang improvement. And aside doon sa storage capability ng battery, mas naging lighter pa siya. Ayan, yun yung naging advantage nung lithium polymer. And of course, yung kanyang display. Mas malaki na yung display. So it's a grid type na yung mga menu. And also pag nagbasa tayo ng mga text messages, it's a dialogue type katulad ng mga cellphone din natin. So hindi yung paisa-isang message lang yung binabasa natin. So it's a dialogue type na na display. And meron siyang profiles na like outdoor na pwedeng naka-preset na yon yung yung iba-ibang profiles. Okay? And meron siyang built-in Bluetooth. Ayan. Yun, pwede nating i-match sa mga commercial grade na mga Bluetooth para kahit hindi natin hawak yung radio, we can still monitor yung mga usapan. But we have also another yung mga accessory nito na pati yung PTT nung radio is built-in na rin dun sa Bluetooth. Ayan. Saka kahit hindi na natin, kahit nasa bulsa lang yung radio, hindi na natin kailangang pindutin. Ayan. Okay? So that's the improvement sa mga terminal sa handheld. But we have also launched yung mobile or yung base radio na so usually ini-install sa mga sasakyan or sa mga camps natin. Ayan. Ang naging improvement naman nito is una yung pagkakaroon niya ng slot for SD card. Ang purpose ng pagkaglalagay ng SD card is to record or to store yung mga conversations. Ayan. So kung may gusto kayong balikan or gusto niyo i-review, ayun, doon sa terminal mismo mare-review natin yung mga conversation. And also lumaki yung screen niya, 2.4 inches. So same, mas madaling mabasa or kung may gusto na tayo yung with the use of yung may keypad na remote speaker microphone, pwede rin tayong mag-compose ng text messages. And gumanda yung appearance, yung piano style na mga buttons. Ayan. And another is may built-in Bluetooth din siya. So for kung naka-install yan sa sasakyan, so yan, may with the use of the earset, Bluetooth earset, pwede rin na ganon yung hands-free. Okay? And also, another is yung meron siyang LAN port. So para saan naman yung LAN port? So usually kasi ang nine-network lang before para dumami yung coverage is yung repeater. But this time, without the repeater, kahit nag-operate lang kayo ng simplex, pero magkakalayo yung mga location na hindi kaya via RF, pwede nating padaanin sa sa internet or if you have your private network, ayan, pwede natin silang i-network. So kahit isa lang yung frequency nyo na iba-ibang lugar, magkakarinigan kayo. So yun yung purpose ng pagkakaroon niya ng LAN connectivity. Okay? So ayan po yung so ito po yung LAN port. Ayan. So to make the coverage more flexible at bigger. Ayan. So ayan po yung update some of our terminals, and the second one that I would like to discuss is yung ad hoc mesh repeater. So ito po yung product na ad hoc mesh repeater. Usually ang function naman nito is for areas na let's say may training or we have may assistance tayong ipoprovide and we need a bigger coverage. Kung wala tayong naka-in place na fixed repeater sa area, we can use this repeater, ilagay lang natin or sa sasakyan, and it can provide the needed immediate coverage sa area. So ang niya po, meron siya yung removable na battery, lithium-ion battery, and yung remote speaker mic and the main unit with the antenna. IP67 din siya, so pwedeng design siya for rugged environment, maulanan, or even mahulog sa tubig. Ayan, it can work on those kind of environment. And the battery can work up to 10 hours. Ayan. And ganito yung application scenario. For example, nagbuhay tayo ng isang unit and ang coverage lang, since hindi maganda yung mababa lang yung location, ang coverage lang is 5 kilometers. And we want to cover a bigger area, so we can use another device para i-power up naman after 5 kilometers. And via RF, nagli-link na sila. And the radio connected to the second device can communicate it dito sa radio na to na connected doon sa first device. So yun po yung yung functionality niya. Hanggang 31 na hops yung pwede nating gawin dito. So if we need like an immediate coverage, like yung humanitarian assistance tayo, or any event na kailangan natin na medyo malaking coverage, pero sa lang naman, temporary lang naman, we can use this kind of solution or device. Ayan. So yung device na to can act as a repeater and as a radio. So since meron siyang remote speaker microphone, yung may dala nito pwedeng makipag-communicate sa mga radio or sa mga tao na may dala din nung EPAC or yung ating ad hoc repeater. And also it can provide the link. So from one repeater to another repeater. Ayan, so yun po yung functionality niya. Ayan. So ito naman yung different accessories. So may accessory siya na backpack to carry, and yung battery if we need another extra battery kung operation na medyo matagal, ayan, kailangan natin ng extended power, handle strap, the palm microphone, the charger, and the data cable. Ayan po. And a sample communication scenario, ayan, kung magkakalapit lang, ayan, pwedeng let's say around 10 kilometers away or 5 kilometers away, ayan, pwedeng magamit yung mesh capability niya. And also during rescue, which AFP has been providing this assistance kapag may mga rescue operation, ayan, we can use this device para mag-communicate in responding sa mga incident na ganun. And also, mapapansin nyo, maybe kanina po na-mention yung drone. It can be also, para mas malaki yung coverage niya, our device can be put into a drone na ilagay po sa taas para mas malaki yung kahit isa lang siguro na unit can cover a large area. Okay? So, ayun po yung ad hoc mesh repeater. And next is the body-worn camera solution naman. So usually, ang function naman ng body-worn camera is, of course, during may mga conflict, ayan, it will provide deterrence dun sa kapag may mga events or mga rally, ayan, kapag alam nila na may nakasuot yung ating kasama ng body-worn camera, so nagiging yon na hindi sila gumawa ng any untoward action. And sa mga law enforcer naman, it will enforce yung transparency, and also if we are going to monitor talaga yung if they're doing the duty, ito po yung isa din na pwedeng solution yung body-worn camera. And also, since recorded yung incidents, it will be good evidence kung ano talaga yung nangyari sa field. Ayan. Ito po yung solution namin for the body-worn camera. So hindi lang po yung device or yung camera yung yung pino-provide namin. We also provide yung gathering of videos. So for example, na-record na yung mga videos. Paano naman natin sila i-gather para may archive natin lahat ng mga videos coming from different users. So we have the docking station as well. So once na dinak natin yung body-worn camera, automatically na-download yung mga videos na recorded for the day, or kung gaano man katagal yon, na lahat yon ay bagong recording. For example, 1 week na nasa field, then pagbalik sa office, once na dinak yon, automatically lahat ng mga laman ng body-worn is na itatransfer sa ating docking stations. And another component ng ating solution, if we need, for example, multiple branches po yung ating paglalagyan ng docking station, and we want to collect yung mga laman ng mga docking station sa lahat ng areas, we have this DEM naman to collect all those videos. So either via internet or through your private network dadaan, ayan, yun po yung gathering naman niya ng videos. And another component po yung if we want to live stream, kung gusto nating tignan yung actual scenario na nangyayari, so we have a system also to live stream yung mga body-worn cameras natin. Yan. So yan po yung mga component ng BWC. And talking about the terminals, we have the entry level, which is ito po no, yung simple lang, and yung another is the high end with the micro gimbal version and yung VM750D. So lahat po ito, it can be live streamed, meaning pwede natin silang i-live stream doon sa ating operation center. Ayan. But we have also another terminal that can work as standalone. Kung hindi natin kailangan ng live stream, and ito lang yung requirement natin, we have another units as well. And some features of our body-worn camera is yung rotatable yung screen. Pagka, syempre kung gusto natin na sa taas or sa baba yung makunan ng video, so na ano siya, na gagalaw natin yung lens para meron siyang flexibility. Ayan, so para makuha natin yung best angle na gusto nating mai-record. Ayan. Another is kung gusto natin na nakaharap yung yung mismong video para mapansin nung kausap na recorded ka. So pwede siyang nakaharap na nakikita, or kung gusto na natin i-hide, so baliktarin lang natin yung lens, and ayan, yung likod wala silang nakikita na display. Okay? And also to make the recording, kung even in action or tumatakbo or gumagalaw tayo, at syempre kapag magulo yung video, hindi masyadong informative. So we have this technology to make the video more stabilized at hindi siya masyadong magalaw. Ayan. Okay, so ito naman is pagka kulang yung lightings. So ito yung comparison, no, kapag yung may starlight night vision. So with the starlight night vision, still yung mga details like the plate numbers are being seen clearly doon sa recording, while as yung wala is talagang white na siya. So hindi na ganun kaganda. Yan. Okay? So meron din siyang pre-recording at post-recording. Ang silbi naman ng feature na to is, for example, may hindi pa naka-on yung recording at may nangyari na dapat naka-record yung nangyari na yon. Once na inon natin yung recording at that time na nangyari yon, yung 30 seconds na hindi natin na-record still nandun sa recording niya. So yun yung 30 seconds na pre-recording. Ganon din sa post-recording. I-turn off natin yung recording, suddenly may nangyari. So mayroon din siyang 30 seconds na post-recording. Ayan. So yun yung another feature. And some specs of our entry level is the built-in GPS. So kung meron tayo nung tag nito yung dispatch kanina, yung video streaming. So aside sa pag live stream natin ng video ng body-worn camera, pwede rin natin makita sa map mismo kung saan yung location niya. And then advanced encryption, yung video and audio can be encrypted also. Night vision, the one I showed earlier, and internal backup battery. Ang silbi ng internal backup battery is kapag lobat na yung pinaka main battery at papalitan natin siya, pagka tinanggal natin yung battery, usually ma-interrupt yung recording. So if we want na hindi ma-interrupt yung recording, this internal battery will be the one to temporarily continue yung power up the BWC habang hindi pa nailalagay yung main battery. So yun po yung silbi ng internal backup battery. So it can last up to 5 minutes na recording. Ayan. Okay, and some accessories, of course the standard are the batteries, USB cable, and yung belt clip. And some optional accessories naman is yung mga earpiece, ayan, and adapter, and the multi-unit charger. And another body-worn camera is yung may rotatable screen. We call it the VM780, and meron siyang 2.8 na touchscreen. Dalawa yung speaker niya for a louder voice, and yung battery niya is 3,500 milliampere hours, which could last up to 9 hours na 720p yung recording niya. at 30 frames per second. Yan. So parehas sila na mayroong SIM card na pwedeng magamit sa live streaming. Okay. And ito po yung accessory ng VM780. Same, the battery, the charger, and the belt clip. And some optional are the earpiece and yung multi-unit charger. Okay. And pagdating naman po sa collecting of videos, yung na-mention ko kanina na component, we have different types of docking stations. So we have the PC type, kung may computer kayo or you want the yung computer type. So with the multi-unit charger and the computer, and also yung install natin na software, ayan, may docking station tayo. But if we want yung medyo portable, we have the 8 slots naman na portable docking station. Ayan, hanggang 8 simultaneously body-worn cameras na nagda-download. 8 terabyte yung kanyang storage. Ayan. And we have the cabinet type and the wall-mounted type na mga docking station. So depende po kung ano yung mas nababagay sa requirement po ninyo. Ayan. And next is yung the DEM, yung functionality ng command and dispatch. So mention kanina na we can live stream. And also we can see the location of the BWC doon sa field. So ito po yung example. And meron din siyang dedicated emergency button na once na pre-nest nung may dala nito is re-reflect doon sa dispatch system yung location and kung sino yung may emergency. Ayan. And aside from those functionality, our body-worn can also be as yung PTT over cellular. So meron siya nung built-in PTT sa side that kung gusto natin kausapin yung may dala ng body-worn camera, possible yun na makausap natin siya. So once na-receive niya yung conversation, pwede rin siya mag-reply. So ayan, so either group call or private calling, ayan, yun yung isang maganda rin na feature ng ating body-worn camera. Ayan. So we don't need a radio to communicate or tawagan yung cellphone niya. With the same device, yung BWC na suot-suot niya, we can communicate sa kanya doon sa same device na yon. Ayan. Okay? So ayun po yung body-worn camera. And the last product na that I'll be discussing is yung satellite communication. So our subsidiary in Canada, yung Norsat Communication, are the ones providing tong product na to. So usually, our product is portable satellite terminal that can be deployed anywhere to provide yung IP connectivity. Kung kailangan nating magkaroon ng contact papunta sa Manila and we are in a remote area, kailangan natin na medyo malaki na bandwidth, this solution is very much useful. Ayan. So ito po, the satellite communication can provide a backup para sa ating kahit sa mga radio natin, we can network yung mga radio, di ba? Yung like I mentioned a while ago, yung base radio or yung repeater natin, pwede rin nating padaanin dito sa mga satellite yung link. So instead of using the internet, we can use the satellite link going to headquarters para magkaroon ng link between the two areas. Also, like yung mga video, like for example, yung BWC natin, kung gusto nating i-live stream at walang signal doon sa area, we can use yung satellite terminal together with yung Wi-Fi connectivity, ayan, to provide a link papunta naman doon sa operation center. And other solutions such as yung mga emergency communication system na kailangan ng link, ng IP link, ayan. Pwede rin pong gamitin itong satellite communication. So ang one of our product that usually ginagamit is yung portable satellite. So this one can be dala-dala natin siya, dalawang box lang, yung pinaka-base niya at saka yung pinaka-panel, but the panel can be collapsed. Ina-assemble lang yung panel niya. Ayan. So it is a military standard 810G, yung mga built-in components, ayan. and available in different bands like C, X, Q, and KA band. And another terminal is for maritime sa mga vessel. Ayan po. Ito yung itsura niya. Ayan. And ito po yung pinaka-overall portfolio ng satellite terminal. So we have the one for vehicle or maritime. Another one is the COTP, vehicle mounted. Ayan. And also we have the COTM, yung isa. So kahit gumagalaw yung sasakyan, it's still connected. And the portable terminal. So ito po yung sineset up. So in 10 to 15 minutes, ayan, pwedeng ma-set up yung satellite, and then once na na-commission naman siya, it's already auto-pointing na siya. Ayan. And we have the fixed satellite also, and for the vessel. And ito pagka in-install sa sasakyan, so different types. So we have yung may radome, may cover, and also we have this type, and the COTP, so different types of satellite terminals. And aside from the satellite terminals, we have this BUC and LNB component na which is very these are the main component dun sa ating satellite terminal. So same with the different satellite bands, it can work sa ating devices na ito. Okay? So lastly, some of our cases, ano po yung mga na gumagamit na ng products natin dito sa Pilipinas. Of course, the Philippine National Police, which we have deployed 40,000 radios already, and several base stations in the different parts of the country. And the different public safety agencies such as CEISSAFP, the Bureau of Customs, yung enforcement security service nila, they're using our body-worn camera, the NDRRMC, Pag-asa, PIDEA, and BFP, BJMP, MMDA, and also the Philippine Ports Authority. So, ayun po. Maraming salamat for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Kaliba.
Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful talk. Is there any question or queries about the product that actually Engineer Kaliba was able to present to us? Do you have any questions so far? Maybe for those groups who could have interest in procuring their product. By the way, sir, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if I was not able just to hear how long could those cameras could stay for an operation.
Hello,
Diba
sir?
kasi diba yung camera niya po maaari kasi na
Yes, sir.
the longevity of the battery ng ginagamit nun. How long?
Yeah. Up
The
to
maximum.
9 hours, sir. 9 hours. With a resolution of 720p at 30 frames per second yung setting ng ating body-worn camera, it can last up to 9 hours na continuous recording.
And with the previous one, ho, diba, there's actually a man-pack radios, right?
Yes, sir.
How long yung, diba, kasi kung man-pack yun, there's a reserve battery as well.
Yes, yes.
So, yun naman pong man-pack natin, how long are the batteries din naman ng mga yun?
That is around 10 hours. 10 hours. Apo,
The reserve one,
yes.
10 hours din
10
as well.
hours.
Okay. So, ibig sabihin kung nasa battlefield po kayo for 24 hours, wala na po kayong communication. Just kidding around. So,
Yeah.
yun
That's why
lamang po.
meron siyang option, that's the repeater, removable yung battery. So if we have another extra battery, and we can
Kumambi agad si sir. At least. So any other queries maybe from the Coast Guard? Do you have any query about that kind of ano? Kasi
Yes, sir.
that could actually, especially the worn cameras, since are now being deployed along EDSA and maybe are also being deployed in other areas. Yes, go ahead, sir. Let me go ahead with you.
Sir, question lang sir about dun sa radios natin, sir.
Yes, sir.
Kasi halimbawa ginamit ng tropa, sir. Are they, sir, mayroon bang feature na, yung encryption key niya?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yung encryption feature niya, sir, is we have the basic one, which is around 64 bits na kayo po
64
yung
bits.
gagawa. But if you want to have more secured, meron tayong 256 bits po na encryption.
Okay, sir.
Ayan,
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Other questions?
Any more questions or queries from the group? Wala na po. So with that, thank you very much, sir, for
Thank you.
sharing your time
Thank you.
and presenting your product. By the way, please stay on the stage as we are going to give you the plaque association. So may we request Master Sergeant Asang to hand over the plaque of appreciation to our guest speaker as well as with his colleague from Contact Point, and allow us to read the citation for the plaque of appreciation. Partner, please do the honor.
Okay. Headquarters Communications, Electronics and Information Systems Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Camp General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. This plaque of appreciation is hereby given to Contact Point Incorporated in recognition of their valuable participation during the CEIS Service AFP Technology Update Forum 2022 from 15th, 16th, and 21st day of November 2022 at Headquarters Communications, Electronics and Information Systems Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Camp General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. Signed, Marcos Y. Imperio, Captain, Philippine Navy General Staff Corps Commander, CIS Service AFP.
Okay, the plaque will be received by Engineer Kaliba together with Sir Will De Luna from Contact Point. A big round of applause for them, please. Thank you very much, sirs. Medyo yata inaantok na yung ating mga partners dito,
Mga
partner.
participants natin dito.
Sir, gising na gising pa po ba ang mga taga Coast Guard?
Yes, sir.
Okay, mabuti naman po. How about from the Ombudsman? Kahit nag-iisa na nanatiling naririto, sir, gising na gising pa po ba?
Yes po.
And of course, from the National Coast Watch Secretariat, gising na gising pa po ba sina ma'am? How about from the NICA? Sir, gising na gising pa.
Yes.
Syempre, how about the CIS Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines family? Okay. So
Ayun,
dahil gising na
diba?
gising pa po kayong lahat, as well as those our proponents who are around, gising pa rin naman yung ating mga proponents, we're going to give a raffle. And let's do again a raffle.
Partner, napaka-generous mo naman. 5 na kaya yung iparaffle.
Ay, syempre, ganun tayo kabait. Mamimigay tayo ng 5 raffle for this morning. Kaya po, sana manatili kayo hanggang hapon kasi if you could actually see here at our back, we do have our 55 inches Citrix ISDB Digital TV. So, isa po sa inyo magiging mapalad na mananalo mamaya niyan.
Yes, last time partner 43 inches. Ngayon 55 na.
Okay.
Palaki ng palaki.
Palaki
diba?
ba ng palaki? And don't ever show it yet. Para let's give a thrill for the winner.
Ano ba to partner on-site?
So, our winner for na rinaffle natin would be for the on-site. Magalak at magdiwang ang nasa serbisyo ng militar.
Okay.
So, mga magagandang pangangitinan ng ating mga Air Force, Navy, and Army. Ngunit, magalak at magdiwang ang nasa branch of service na may 3 letra.
So lumilipad yan,
Oo.
partner.
Pero sana hindi lumilipad pag inibig ka nila, no? At ang atin pong nanalo ay meron siyempre doon sa ranggo niya, 3. Kasi di ba, lahat naman 3, no? Pag airman, 2 letters. Pag airman, CA2C, 3 letters together with a number. So, magalak at wow, excited yung mga Air Force. O sabi nila,
Iba yung
ako
ngiti.
niyata.
Iba yung ngiti.
Magalak at magdiwa ang mga junior EP ng Air Force dahil ang nanalo ay walang iba. Paki-reveal na. Is other than A1C Dan Lester P. Sumawang, Philippine Air Force.
Sumawang, congratulations.
If you sat around, any okay, any representative na lang po. Sir Divino, kindly accept that the classmate na lang.
Sige. Kodaker.
Okay, let's... Oo. Pero
Sir Jen, may
mo.
picture pa ito?
Oo, kahit ikaw na. Masyado na ako exposed sa hapon
selfie
pa.
na lang kami. Picture pa daw.
Ayan na, may picture naman.
Ito na. Ayan. Pakita
By the way
natin,
po, wag po kayo na lang aalis sa food will be served on your table because we will be doing working break po tayo as what we have done yesterday.
Yes. Isang raffle pa ulit tayo.
Okay. So do you have already another one? We have chosen another one for the on-site uli. Kung kanina po, magalak at magdiwang ang mga nasa serbisyo. Magalak at magdiwang pa rin lahat uli ang nasa serbisyo kasi lahat tayo nasa serbisyo. Ngunit magalak at magdiwang ang may 2 letra sa branch of service. So paumanhin po sa Philippine Coast Guard kasi wala na naman kayo. Magalak at magdiwang ang
Lumalangoy ba yan, partner, o ano?
ang mga Philippine Navy. Dahil ang nanalo ay walang iba, kindly reveal the winner, please. Kindly reveal the winner. No other than P.O. Purs Rogelio Roma Roberto 793063 Philippine Navy.
Yun, congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
Okay. Dahil napagbigyan naman natin, 3 yung nanalo sa atin through on-site, di ba? Pagbigyan naman natin yung nating mga kasamahan na online. Kasi partner, we are actually being viewed through YouTube as well as Facebook Live and together as well with the Zoom link that we have sent. So our first winner from the online participants our winner for the online one is no other than Corporal Casiano C. Seringa, 902397 Philippine Army. So, congratulations po doon sa So, mamaya na lang partner yung ating isang winner pa ulit, ha? So, as you actually will enjoy your lunch, we'll move forward with our discussion and with the forum. And allow me to introduce our speaker for this next one. And may we request everyone to kindly settle down as we will move forward again as we will continue with our discussion and with the presentation of our speakers. Sirs, ma'am, mga sirs at saka po mga ma'am, mamaya po ulit tayo. Amin pong kayong pinakikiusapan na to settle down po muna. Mga sirs at mga ma'am, let's settle down as we will continue with the presentation of our speakers for this forum. And now, allow me to introduce
Okay, sa ating mga participants, dahil meron na tayong next resource speaker, mangyari lamang pong makibalik lang po tayo sa ating mga upuan. Ayan.
Ang hindi po umupo, tatanggalin sa listahan para sa mananalo mamaya ng tumataginting na 55 inches Citrix ISDB Digital TV.
Ayan.
Yan. Kasi nandyan lamang po yung ating mga mata from the CSG. Mamaya wala na kayo dun sa ating paraffol.
Yes.
Okay, as moving forward, our next speaker is currently the head of system engineering of ASEAN operations at Trellix from the previously announced FireEye and McAfee enterprise merger. He is responsible for the overseeing the company's system and consulting engineering team and also the product pre-sales team in Southeast Asia. He also helps clients address the ever-evolving cyber threats by building architectural frameworks and cybersecurity solutions that will provide better visibility and protection across the entire attack lifecycle to further detect and deter such incidents. He joined FireEye in 2014 and has worked in the ICT industry since 1993. I was just only younger that time. Prior to his current role, he was the senior territory manager and solutions consultant for the federal government and service providers at FireEye before the merger. Before FireEye, he held different roles in Cisco Systems Incorporated, from its Philippines operation as its senior system engineer up to its Asia Pacific, Japan, and Greater China technical operations for its pre-sales and technical operations management. Prior to it, he was the Buy and Tell, which is actually a local exchange carrier in the Philippines, as head of its data solutions group, and with IBM Philippines for its USAID-N RECA nationwide project as his very first job as IT specialist and network system engineer. Friends, join me in welcoming our speaker for this morning is no other than Lieutenant Colonel Roland Javines Ong, Philippine Army retired. A big round of applause for him.
Good morning, everyone. I know while I'm talking, you're having your good lunch, no? So just bear with me for the next hour. I will walk you through on this topic. So just a correction. I'm not retired. I'm with the reserve. Okay? So what I'm going to walk you through now is about addressing cyber readiness with this popular buzzword called XDR, right? Or Extended Detection and Response for adaptive defense, because we're all are facing this ever-evolving threat landscape, so the need for us to really consider looking at that. So for our talking points, we will be looking into this specific talking points moving forward. So please bear with me. But before I dive into these 5 items, let me first quickly walk you through on who Trellix is. Of course, you know for a fact that we are now called this company. Medyo may konting delay, no? Kasi I logged in via Zoom. So, the company is called Trellix, which came from the merger of the world's known threat, intel, and incident response company, FireEye, and also McAfee Enterprise. So you will see that even though Trellix was just born last January 19 of 2022, what comes in it is more than 55 years of combined heritage of the expertise as far as advanced threat protection of FireEye, and of course, the pioneer in cybersecurity, wherein back then it was all in the antivirus, di ba? This is who we are now. And as part of this heritage, we are actually a part of, Madam, natatak. Sorry, natakpan yung yung aking Bluetooth path. Yan. We are part of the Symphony Technology Group portfolio, wherein cybersecurity is one of the focus. So you will probably see some of the sister companies that is also a major player in cybersecurity. Now, let's go to the actual topic that we need to discuss, the current state of cyber. First, we want to let you know that today's reality will always be basing on complexity. And why did we say that? One of the biggest issues that we are facing here now is that when we talk about the state of industry or the different sector we're facing, we see that nation state attack private companies. But as I say that, you being in the defense establishment is not exempted. You are the favorite target of every threat actors. And the second one, expanding the attack surface, began when pandemic forced us to live a digital way of life. That's why the attack surface had expanded. You can now work at home using your device, and at the end of the day, your device ends up as a possible springboard. Targeted threats take over. In the defense establishment, you are a regular target, but this time, they're heavily delving on the different sectors as well, other than defense. Banking, for one, tech companies, among others. And you see a lot of these issues coming out. And one of the biggest problems that we're facing, overwhelmed security teams, right? Budgets were cut, resources cannot be expanded, and the big issue that we're having now is the scale of attack is really very, very big. So at the end of the day, the world has changed, but your problems persist. Probably why? So I can see a lot of our friends here from the Philippine Navy, from the Philippine Marine Corps. And if you were to look at it, as we map the why and the who, as far as the different factors of attacks is concerned, you will see that it was used to be described this way. When we talk about political, economic, or military advantage, you will all know that it's a nation-state-sponsored actor. When we talk about financially motivated, just like what Bangladesh Central Bank had, just like what United Coconut Planters Bank had, and all the rest, you talk about organized criminal groups, according to them. And when you talk about ideologic type of attacks out of these so-called hacktivist groups or individuals. But the problem that we're facing this time is it's no longer the case. What happens now is it crisscrosses. As a result, seeing Bangladesh Central Bank attack, it was actually perpetrated by a nation-state-sponsored actor, which is identified with North Korea. So you will see it already branches out. And that is the imminent threat that we're actually facing this time. And the other thing here is, you being in the defense establishment, why do you think you should care? The issue you're facing here is the rising unpredictable attackers plus declining security operations profile. What do you think is the issue we're facing here? Attacks are becoming more and more sophisticated, and yet organizations tend to have challenges ramping up their capabilities. And the third one is, it immediately translates to what? Ineffective cybersecurity. At the end of the day, that is a common issue that every organization faces. Imagine, cybercrime cost grows 15% each year, according to the study being done by Cyber Ventures. Now, looking at that, how do you see this very popular buzzword, which is coined as XDR, or which is called Extended Detection and Response, can actually look into. You would see that every cybersecurity vendors will talk about XDR. Now, we will try to dissect and see whether what is XDR and how it should be understood. Now, looking at XDR, it's actually coming from extended for X, meaning that goes across the different vectors that you need to have visibility. Your network, your endpoint, your data, your cloud, your email, and other third-party application that you need visibility. The next one is D for detection, which comes from the ability to detect, take note, detect, correlate, and prioritize threats across those different vectors mentioned. And the R, which stands for response. Because if you have the visibility, you have the ability to detect, right? And you should be able to also respond. No? The response part. Be able to respond when the attack happens effectively in real time. Now, the next thing that you need to understand, with XDR, what happens then here is the convergence started to be realized the moment this was published by Gartner in third quarter of 2021 last year. Those who are coming from the security, information, and event management eventually are moving into an analytics type of capability that brings it into an XDR construct. And coming from those different vectors, you would see that the common one is from the endpoint protection that most vendors provide. They move into endpoint detection and response, and eventually network detection and response as another vector, data detection and response for data loss prevention, of course, cloud detection and response for the cloud aspects, and of course, the incident response capability. Now, what happens then here is that is the fuse. But how do I translate that as far as my infrastructure is concerned? If I look at it, after Gartner came out with that, the next thing that the rest of the analysts came through is come up with the same interpretation of what is XDR all about. Gartner highlighted the reduction of product sprawl, alert fatigue, integration challenges, and operational expenses. Forrester provides security teams with flexibility, scalability, and opportunities for automation. IDC helps reduce false positives, focus on alert that matters, and then truncates the time to find the single version of truth. Why do you think it was said single version of truth? Kasi di ba, ang dami mong vectors, may kanya-kanyang truth yun eh. So you need to correlate to ensure how this single version of truth comes out. At the end of the day, it only translates into running an efficient SOC or security operations center, empowerment, and simplification. So now, how do you move into that? If you look at the architecture per the guideline stated by Gartner, you just simply have the back-end part, the front end, and the third party and data lake associated into it. That's the de facto standard. You have the back end to where the security operations platform is. You may have some of the elements in the front end already. May not necessarily be everything, right? But the idea here is for you to move into this architectural framework, this must be satisfied. Take note, this doesn't come from us. This is actually what is being published by Gartner. Now, if I were to map how this XDR looks like in a different presentation, bottom line is extended detection and response merges controls, the control management, and SecOps capability. You just simply have to look into what do I have in here, in the back end, what do I have in the front end, and at the end of the day, all the rest I can just bring in to come up with a common solution. Now, looking at it on a Trellix perspective, this is what we can readily provide you. Those highlighted in red. And those with broken, line, that is covered by our cloud SSE, or the Security Services Edge of Sky High Security. It's not a Trellix product. But that can be third party as well. And the one in blue are the ones that are open. Identity access management, your classic firewall, right? Your classic IPS, right? And then eventually put up all the rest to complete the picture. Now, what does that translate? If you have that capability, then you can now readily provide this different integration matrix that you don't need to throw out. So the idea here is your XDR direction should allow you to integrate third party and not to replace it. Now, looking at it in that construct, our platform covers everything. Now, the question there is, if you were to take the journey on extended detection and response, will you need to get this all from us? Especially if you already have some. Common, you may have your endpoint security. You may be using an existing endpoint protection or endpoint detection and response. Then you don't need to get it from us. All the rest that are not there, I can just simply integrate it with my SecOps platform, and I should be able to have a common visibility across. And how does it translate? It simply looks like this. This may or may not be coming from us. Because what we can do is we can stitch this all together into this integrated security platform, plus provide the different capabilities as far as the data lake and the different threat labs capability that we built in as part of capabilities. So take note, I'm not talking of products here. We're talking about an architectural framework. Because I'll tell you the messaging later on why. Now, the other thing is, the target here is, in our approach, it should be a living, learning XDR ecosystem as the buzzword. Ecosystem meaning the ability for other solutions to be integrated. No forklift replacement. Meaning, I should be able to have the ability to detect attacks or advanced attacks in that case, which is we're known for, across all vectors. Now, if you're using someone else's endpoint, for example, I ingest that, then I can now make it better. Move from attack detection to threat prevention and ability to embed next generation security in your operations. So now, that is what an XDR architectural construct should be. And if you were to compare the different deployment types, then the way for you to go is having this ability. Rather than coming in from the so-called native XDR, nor an open XDR. Meaning, it depends on the vendor. No solution at all if we're coming from the open side of things. But when you do the hybrid and flexible, meaning the SecOps platform would be able to stitch all these vectors together, whether it comes from a vendor that carries the SecOps platform or not. So referencing on us, you don't need to throw any of your existing investment. Now, the reason why I walk you through in that is I want to let you know that XDR is not, it is not a SIM or another EDR or endpoint detection and response plus or network detection and response. It's not even an AI or LL or even a product. XDR is an architectural framework. Kaya if someone approaches you and they say, I have an XDR product, you have to ask them, what telemetry or vector that you can actually provide for visibility. Because remember, you have how many vectors? Network, endpoint, email, cloud, data for data loss prevention, and third-party application. You're talking of 6. If they're only covering EDR, then that's only endpoint detection and response. That's not, it's just one component. The idea here is you get out of it what you put into it. And what we are trying to push here is use what you have, regardless of whether it comes from us or not, and you source what you don't. Because now, the idea here is simplification. The idea here is unification. The aim is simplification of these 5 important elements as far as security operations is concerned. Data collection, intelligence matching, triage process through automation, because you need to come up with a single version of truth. And at the same time, visualization for faster decisions. Because when you get breached, you don't need to wait months before you can even mitigate it. When it gets detected, it gets blocked, you should be able to investigate and mitigate it as well. Now, as a result, I will be briefly walking you through on the different portfolio that may or may not be present in your organization. In the case of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, I'll just simply say you have this already or you don't have it yet. Now, let's walk you through first on the ecosystem. Remember that this is the ecosystem, right? The SecOps platform and the different telemetry or vectors. In an XDR construct, these different vectors or telemetry, you should have visibility. Right? Now, if I were to map our solution into it, this is how it looks like. I got it all covered. However, do you need to be 100% on Trellix to do XDR if you already have an endpoint solution? If you already have an email solution? No. You use your existing vector protection and we will integrate it. And plus third party. Okay? Now, looking at the network side as the first one, before I move into it, this is the key takeaway that you always need to bear in mind. Complete visibility. That's why I was telling you that you must have visibility and control on each of the vectors for this, what do we call, complete cyber attack life cycle. Because if you just miss one of it, pwedeng doon nangyayari yung breach, wala kayong idea. And of course, reduction of business impact because you have the ability to detect, to deter, and to mitigate. And of course, threat intelligence providing the capability for that. Now, let's quickly walk you through on the networks or endpoint side. Now, you may have endpoint from any other vendors, right? Assuming you don't have it, or assuming you're looking into a capability wherein it combines both the EPP, or endpoint protection, and endpoint detection and EDR, plus forensic capability, which we are known for, this is how we were going to do our endpoint solution. The strategy here is, remember, there's FireEye and there's McAfee, right? The heritage capability of the X-agent that FireEye is known for forensic EDR or endpoint detection and response, plus McAfee's ENS for EPP and EDR will be combined and it will be a single unified endpoint that can now do all these capabilities. Go figure if there's any other solution that can match this. This is out by Q1 of 2023. Now, at the moment, those who are existing endpoint of FireEye and existing McAfee can still go on as it is. At the end of the day, this is part of the merger. And it will be managed by our endpoint unification capability through one console, or we call it X console. Wherein, in your case, all you have to do is, if you don't have the SecOps platform yet, this comes in it, wherein you can readily drill down and have this guided investigation and mitigation capability out of that existing endpoint that you will be deploying. So that's for the endpoint. Now, the question, if you are using an antivirus, EPP, or EDR from another vendor, we can still integrate it, but it will be on the SecOps level, because I will need to ingest whatever traffic, but take note, I will just only be dependent on what traffic your existing endpoint protection will pass on to me as data source. So may not be the capabilities I've shown you earlier, by the way. Now, in the email security, I mean, we take pride in this capability because we are still number one as far as protection for the mostly or the highly attacked vector, which is email. The good part here is our capability has been the legacy of our email solution. And it provides you the ability to do it on-prem, hybrid, or even in the cloud. And in this approach, we have these capabilities that is integrated in our email platform. Our flagship multi-vector virtual execution engine, the capability for anti-spam, antivirus, the riskware, and the Yara signature, which is unique to us, the impersonation detection that gives us the, a level up capability, and also, because it came from FireEye, it's still called FireEye Advanced Unified Detection Engine for URL defense. So that when you receive an email that has a hyperlink into it, we will still be able to process it. And malware guard and fish vision. It comes in two flavors, the server or the cloud. And the good part with the cloud is it can also be a security email gateway at the same time. Right? You may notice that the anti-spam, antivirus, RBLs, and unwanted bulk email detection can either be using your existing system from your existing EPP or EDR for that matter. That's why it's not present here. So that's for email. Now, the flagship solution that made FireEye known worldwide as far as the number one as far as advanced threat detection, network. So in network security, this is what we can actually provide. Number one, no contest on this. We still detect the most number of unknowns. Have you heard of the supply chain attack? Wherein 22,000 were compromised that were only discovered when we discovered it. Right? Multiple machine learning and correlation with full packet capture capabilities. We support whatever OS it is, and you have the option to be putting it on-prem, virtualized, or cloud. Now, what does it do? Same dogma as the email and the endpoint, detects the undetectable, the ability for you to have high fidelity alerts, meaning if I ingest the traffic, if I get 100 alerts, not all of those alerts are high fidelity, by the way. And besides, the mere fact na nakita ko yon, na-block ko. But you will be focusing more on the high fidelity alerts. Kaya merong correlation between non-signature and signature-based. And then, of course, the ability for you to have this capability, which is not just the north-south traffic, but the east and west traffic. That's why in every organization, especially those who are using old operating systems na hindi na ninyo malagyan ng antivirus, Basta nakalagay siya sa network, na covered nito, mahagip natin kung breach siya. And more often than not, those with old operating systems na servers, yun ang palagi nabi-breach. Kasi wala nang way to be protected via a host or endpoint protection. So at the end of the day, it leverages on the same dynamic threat intel that our endpoint, that our email, that our network actually takes a dip into. And breach expertise, I mean, I think there's no question about it because we detect advanced threats that no one detects until naibigay na namin yung signature, of course, and attacker insight. Now, if I look into this, what should I look as far as the difference? Because remember, in the vector, di ba, natingnan na natin yung endpoint. Ngayon, itong email as the second vector. Network is the third. There are security vendors that claims that I have an XDR solution. But if you look at the vector coverage they have, they only either cover endpoint detection or network detection. Kaya nga, our difference as far as network detection and response, one of the vector is concerned, are highlighted here. And it takes the heritage of the very first, I would say, user of the multi-vector virtual execution engine that FireEye has more than 200 patents. That's what makes FireEye what it is. And these are the capability. Now, the next one as well is, when you look at detection and protection, how does Trellix Network Security does it better? This has been long our capabilities since 2004. When FireEye was founded with network security as its first product line that was declassified. See the capability. Static and dynamic analysis. File. But take note, in file, you're mainly looking at it on signature base, but in our case, we do multi-vector virtual execution. We do multi-flow process. That's why you will be wondering, especially those from CEISSAFP, that whenever an NX is there, you will be surprised. Bakit nakaka-detect pa sa inyo ng ghost rat? 2013 pa yun ah. Diba? Ba't nakaka-detect pa sa inyo ng Mirage? Because your existing security elements may have the signature for the 2013 discovered malware, pero ako yung coder ng ghost rat, for example. And I visited Virus Total. I saw my EMD5 there. Ibig sabihin, nadidetect na ako. Anong ginawa ko? I opened that same code, the source code of ghost rat, add one line into it, recompile, and it's already a new signature. Ngayon, bakit hindi nadidetect ng existing? Until somebody discovers that bago na pala. Kasi may additional line na bagong compilation date which is totally different from the signature. And why do we detect it even at this point sa network? In endpoint lalo na. Kasi nga, we do multi-flow process. If it has to be a unique and targeted malware, then we detonate it on-prem in the same device. That's what makes us unique. And we don't use commercially available virtualization. This is more than 200 patents, the MVX. Diyan nanggaling ang sandboxing. Kailan ba nausong sandboxing? Q4 of 2014. Kailan nagawa ang MVX and patented for more than 200 patents? 2004. So nakita niyo yung diferensya, di ba? So at the end of the day, with this capability, it's just more of a sandbox. Can those solutions in network do this? This is native in that device. And para doon sa mga nai-involve sa VAPT ng US Indo-PACOM doon, this is what they're using, NX. Pa-plug dito sa atin in a inline monitoring mode, and then we see all the breaches na hindi nakikita ng existing security defenses natin sa ating infrastructure. So at the end of the day, ang isa pang magandang capability is, of course, malware analysis. We're known for that, right? Especially on advanced threats. These are the capability because we add multiple of heuristics, deep code, and content analysis, which includes this. By the way, we'll provide you a copy of this. So our organizer will pass on to all the attendees. The other one also is, of course, the ability to have this, what do we call lateral threat detection. Karamihan kasi ng network detection and response are more on the north-south traffic only, going out. Ang problema mo, paano yung lateral? The way the others does their lateral is anomaly detection lang. When I talk about anomaly detection, ano yon? Bakit ngayon yung traffic ganito yung utilization? Eh normally naman ganito lang. There must be something wrong, right? Because the traffic is abnormal. But the question there is, do you know what's wrong? This is how you will be able to decipher it. And this is native in the device at zero cost. You just have to activate it. And plus the fact, by the way, that this same device has intrusion protection system capability. But it is not designed para maging full-blown IPS, but rather to do correlation between signature and non-signature. So at the end of the day, what makes us very, I would say, efficient as far as detection and deterrence is concerned is the MITRE attack mapping. And if you look at it, the MITRE mapping to alerts with details are actually in that link. We are one of the major contributors in MITRE. MITRE is an independent body that conducts this series of tests, wherein the likes of Gartner, Forrester, and the rest are getting figures. But these are all based on real-world scenario and not in a lab environment just like what Gartner does, just like not what Forrester does. This is more, I would say, accurate because this is born out of an actual production environment. So you can just simply Google MITRE and you will see their framework in it. So what does it do? In network alone, I gain full visibility and detection on the entire attack life cycle. Take note, this is the network. But you have now visibility in email if you have that. You have visibility in endpoint as well if you have that. Kompletos regados na. Diba? Now, at the end of the day, this is the required capabilities that you may achieve or you will achieve. Kasi at the end of the day naman, di ba, you will have to see ano ba yung aking magiging investment sa solusyon. Di ba, ang uso sa atin, mura. Eh kung mura nga, nagmumura ka naman afterwards. Di ba? Not the right way of economizing things, right? So you have the ability, you should be able to look into a solution that provides unparalleled threat detection and protection against this myriad of threats, including advanced and targeted attacks. To which, in Trellix, that's the FireEye side of the fence. Because that's the core competency of FireEye's heritage, which is in Trellix now. So, na-achieve na natin siya. Meron din tayong forensics. Now, in the case of the armed forces, you may not need this at this time. You have a network security, but it's in a very small form factor that is utilized for internet-facing services only. Eh, paano yung mga devices ninyo na nagla-lateral spread na? Walang visibility doon yung existing ninyong network security because it's the smallest form factor. Now, ano naman yung forensics? The network forensics actually provides the ability to determine the extent of the breach. This works hand in hand, by the way, by NX or the network security. And it provides intelligence and pulls the data from disparate legacy tools. So, in a nutshell, pag tinawag natin na forensics, ano bang ginagawa niyan? It constitutes two. Packet capture and investigation. Ano yung packet capture? You may correlate that into a security camera that records and replays network traffic and flows. Usually, kung meron ka ng network security, yung NX, nakakorelate yan doon. Ano naman ang ginagawa ni IA? It manages multiple quote and unquote security cameras. Because you're talking of deep level packet inspection. So may correlation siya ngayon. Question, would you need this at this time? Maybe yes, maybe no. Right? But we heavily see this mainly in service provider customers that we have, in financial institution, because when a fraud occurs, their next step would be check each and every vectors plus this. Because this now provides you the entire, ika nga natin, pagbabalik tanaw. Right? Because this provides these capabilities. Now, at the end of the day, this is the network forensics at a glance. Lossless packet capture. Codified intelligence. Integrated intelligence because it dips directly into the dynamic threat intelligence of Trellix. Still the world's largest repository of threat intelligence knowledge because we discover a lot that that others cannot. And ultra-fast search, easy drill down, and of course, flexible deployment model. So that's part of the network, and this becomes the benefits, which complements with your NX or your network security. It's just a question on whether do you need this type of capability at this time. I think, in my personal view, what we need first is visibility across different vectors, regardless of whether you're here in the GHQ or each and every branch of service. Now, also, with that, coupled it with the other vector, you now have this solution that provides fast, lossless data collection. No? Mabilis. So, because in a breach, every second counts. Dito sa atin, mabilis kasi you're now being given a high-performance packet capture. Nice to have. Diba? Especially if you are in a fully mature security operations. But as a starting point, you may not need this on day one. Now, next one. Ito na yung heart and soul. This is where, regardless of what you use, I can ingest it. This is what we call the Integrated Security Operations Platform, which is called Helix. O, unahan ko na kayo. Si Armed Forces of the Philippines has that instance already. It just needs to be renewed. Kasi 3 years old na. Now, what does this do? Ito yung mga outcomes that can be addressed. Acceleration of response and minimizing the impact of incidents. Also, holistic visibility. Di ba mahilig tayo sa mga mapa-mapa? Di ba? Take note ha. Yung mga nakikita ninyong may kung anong koloreteng may network map is a network operation center. This one may not necessarily need that because what you're doing is a security operations wherein it drills down on the source and what are the attributes associated into it. Right? Centralized security management and monitoring. Gusto natin yun, lalo na sa operations aspect ng CEISSAFP. Now, I'll skip this kasi alam naman natin na minimize impact ng security incident kasi ma-attribute, ma-detect mo, ma-deter mo, ma-attribute mo, ma-mitigate mo. No? Let's skip on this. But, and also this kasi take note ha, if you're using third-party security element, I can consolidate it and have a single pane of glass. Ano bang itsura niyan? When we talk about measurement of success in this, ano bang gusto niyo? Having the different tools or you may have different tools but can be integrated into a single unified platform. so that it will shorten your mean time to respond and the time spent on remediation and related activities. So ano ba ginagawa nito? This is the SecOps platform. It comprises of the technology, processes, and expertise. Under the technology, this is one of the greatest heritage of Helix. Flexible integration. What do I mean? If you're using an antivirus from someone, if you're using an email security from another, when I say someone or another, not Relics, I can simply ingest it as a data source. It also comes with the next generation security information and event management. Okay, requirement yan sa bawat SOC, di ba? But take note, in a SOC environment, traditionally, you need the platform, you need to buy a SIM. And then, you need to buy security, orchestration, automation, and response, or SOAR. Diba? Ito yon, orchestration and automation. Which is separate. At ididikta pa sa'yo ng SIM vendor mo. Pag sinabi ni Splunk ang gamit mo, gamitin mo Phantom. Because I work well with that. Eh, paano kung mahal? Diba? In this case, I have the SIM, I have the SOAR, native into it. The other thing is, do they have behavior analytics? Because most of the SIM just mainly collects, di ba? Paano nyo curate? Saan nyo i-ingest? Di ba? And of course, visibility. And this is one thing that's unique also here, guided investigation. You don't need to be an expert analyst to run a SOC. Kasi nga meron na. And of course, the compliance as far as reports. And one thing that is very important is you need subscription to threat intelligence. But in this case, threat intel is native. So you have the ability now to do risk prioritization, technology, process, and expertise. That's what makes it unique among other SecOps. Now, if I were to look at that, how does it look like as far as the actual process is concerned? Tingnan nyo na lang yung diferensya, ha? First, it collects. I treat my firewall, my IPS, my endpoint, my email as a data source. I collect it, right? Once I collect it, what do? I will need to curate it. Pag sinabing curate, hindi ko lang kukunin lahat as data source. I will have to categorize and match which one is evil, which one is noise. Kaya meron kang matching. Ngayon, yung SOAR capability. Ito na yung automation. Yung repetitive tasks, lalo na yung mga alerts na palagi mo nakikita, you can automate that. And this is where it comes through. Process of elimination. So that you can prioritize alerts that matter. And since you have threat intel capability, you have guided investigation capability, you can add this. And since it's a guided investigation mitigation, you can remediate it. Kaya ba ng SIM ninyo? Go and find a SIM solution. Take note, pag sinabi kong SIM, bibili ka pa ng hiwalay na SOAR, bibili ka pa ng hiwalay na case management, magsusubscribe ka pa ng hiwalay na threat intel. These are all native at zero cost to you. Now, what do we achieve if we talk about this process? You simply achieve the same achievement you have if you're looking at it on each vector. Bakit? Nako-correlate yan eh. Lahat aakyat dito eh. I-curate ko yan. So imbis na 10,000 alerts, I can only provide you actionable threat intel because probably 70% of it are commodities. 70% of it, or probably another percentage of it will be noise or false positives. So hindi mo overwhelm yung analyst natin. Diba? So at the end of the day, how does it look like? You need the ability now to detect advanced threats, which is the heritage that comes from the FireEye side of the fence. Anyway, it's Trellix now, right? Minimize the impact of an incident because you have the ability to accelerate the response. May guided investigation eh. Di ba? And may mitigation process. And you have gained visibility and control. Now, ano bang magiging ano niyan? Forma. Pag sinabi mong SIM, native dun sa SecOps, sa Helix, ito yung capability. Right? Intelligence, rules, analytics, and event index. The good part with this is, since this is a SaaS platform, I will just simply hook anything that I need to become a data source. Magbabayad ba tayo ron? Well, in the SIM environment, you will compute EPS or events per seconds. Wala rin pinag-iba rito. Kaya lang maganda rito, wala kang problema because we can simply integrate it as a third-party data source. Kasi hindi siya Trellix eh. May antivirus ako. I take it as third-party. Now, the other thing is SOAR. Native din po sa ating Helix. What that it do is you have all this capability that you can do an analyst decision point and goes into the specific process associated into it. Do you need to buy a third-party SOAR? No need. It's there. And you've got more than 150, well, actually it's about 175 already, predefined integration plugins. Basta wag lang Chinese brand, we can integrate. Because you don't have any development in any Chinese brand. Right? And there are more than 600 supported device actions and playbooks. So as long as you use an industry standard security element, I can ingest and I can provide orchestration and automation on that. Right? And the entity-based correlation. How does this look like? This capability presents an easier way to triage your SOC activity. Pwede kasing yung alert na yan nakita sa isang sa network path and then na-associate dito sa device ng isa nating user. So you're talking of endpoint and network vector correlation. Diba? And it is based on which users and hosts that have the most alert activity. Take note, ito yung sa network side, di ba? Kung may anomaly. Ang kaibahan ko lang dito, I can drill down. And as I click, I can see the use, I can see the attribution, I can see the mitigation recommendation. Idiot, at tawag namin dito, idiot proof. No? Next thing, cloud security. In your case, you don't do cloud anyway, right? But most of the banks who has this actually leverage this capability as well. And also the other one is, when you talk about these different security solutions, regardless of whether you're using Azure from Microsoft, Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud, or who else? Yun lang naman yung tatlong known, di ba? Unfortunately, we don't support Ali Cloud kasi Chinese. No? So we don't do that. The next thing is self-service portal. Whatever you use, as long as it's in there, you can just simply click and associate to your Helix instance. Now, expertise on demand is what do we call detection or expertise on demand is an on-demand capability wherein you can submit. Ginagawa to ng mga bangko rito sa atin. Lalo na yung mga maliliit na bangko na part naman ng Information Security Officers Group wherein what they do is they submit the artifact, for example, to BPI or to Land Bank or to RCBC, the big ones, who are currently our customers para magkaroon sila ngayon ng parang tinatawag natin, wala silang way to ingest. Walang curation. Pero sila, dahil may sistema, they can curate, then they can provide now the information associated to that instance. So at the end of the day, it adds value to any solution. Why did I say that? Kasi I can integrate nga your third-party solution. So anyway, these are the things that are actually being looked into when you talk about third-party integration. Kaya ba? Kaya ba? So anyway, it's here. I'll just pass it on to you. And then at the end of the day, These are some of the proof points. More than 650 product integrations. 20 times the response time acceleration in manual task. 5 to 7 standalone product capabilities combined in one platform. Di ba nga, isang helix lang nandun na lahat? SecOps, SIM, SOAR, case management, di ka nabibili ng mga remedy, ng mga ano, di ba? Threat intel, guided investigation. Right? Now, kung titingnan natin, I'm sure any of your cybersecurity solution, the logo is here. Unless, because there are 600 plus. Hindi naman tumabot ng 600 eh. Hindi na kasya. But anyway, as long as it's a standard-based vendor solution, no issue. So now, how does it look like? If we were to integrate our own network, email, and endpoint that I showed you earlier, unang-una, native na. Mabilis. But if you use a third-party endpoint from McAfee, McAfee hindi na pala third-party kasi na-merge na sa amin, it will just be treated as a data source. So, at the end of the day, ano ba yung mangyayari? Looking at it in the armed forces, 4 more slides, don't worry. Ano ba magiging itsura? Because if you look at the objectives on the headquarters level, what if I want to see and have a visibility to the Army, Air Force, and Navy? Ano ba mangyayari? I should be able to have all these 3 objectives. Ano magiging itsura niya? Ganito lang po siya. Your existing Helix instance that is already here, which is being managed by the AFP Cyber Group, although under the entitlement of CEISSAFP, right, will become the parent organization. And each of the branch of service, Army, Air Force, and Navy, oops, sorry, PAP, it should be PAN. Kasama po Navy dyan, ha? So, what happens there is, this is a federated environment. Centralized ba yan? Partly centralized in the sense that these are my data source. Maputol man ito, buhay. Maputol to, buhay. Maputol to, buhay. Ito, buhay. Pag-restore ng connection, it will just update the data. So hindi natin ginagawa yung tinatawag nating hosted partition sa central. Kasi pag naputol, nga yung nasa baba. Di ba? That's why this is now the major choice of every MSSP providers worldwide. Ngayon, anong magiging itsura? Oh, I have to take out the name, but taking it on the Armed Forces of the Philippines level, if I drop this down, I have Army, Air Force, and Navy. So pwedeng tingnan ni AFP as a whole kung ano yung defense sector aspect kasi AFP is the operating arm of the Department of National Defense. The same way we do the Department of Finance with the insurance cluster as the different child. Ngayon, pag drop down ko yan, I will have the ability to drill down either as a whole or each organization. Siguro the next question you would ask is, I am from the Army. What will happen to me? You have the same access. Pero hindi mo kita yung Air Force tsaka Navy. In the same token that the Navy and the Air Force as well. Si AFP lang. No? And the good part here is, you have the ability to ingest third-party logs. Yan yung, this is actually live. Right? O makikita mo, may Cisco, may Blue Coat, may Checkpoint, may, ano pa ba nandito? Microsoft DNS, Apache HTTP server, CloudTrail. I-integrate lang siya sa data source. So at the end of the day, what happens now is, the good part here is, kung kailangan mo mag-integrate ng third party, meron na tayong existing capability by just clicking it. And of course, what is being achieved here at the end of the day is the best threat intel. Kasi hindi lang basta nag-create, nag-collect ng logs, hindi lang basta nag-curate, hindi lang basta naglabas ng actionable intel, but you can literally drill down. And as you click on events, paano siya nangyari? Pwede kang bumalik. At anong dinidip niya ngayon? Yung mga existing vector that I mentioned to you earlier. So everything in your fingertips. And you know, those who deployed this even manages their SOC on his or her own iPad only. Kasi meron ng application that runs into it. Right? Oh, ito yung capability. These are what is native and part of the Helix SecOps platform. Good part is the Armed Forces has this. And we integrated Sophos into it. Sophos is third party, right? We just computed the required EPS and that's it. And now the good part there is whatever Sophos miss, as long as they give the entire data source to us, we can now detect. So ganun yung nangyayari ngayon dito sa atin. Imagine, SOAR playbooks is built-in, SIM is built-in. Kung titingnan mo, we have this industry awards as well. But at the end of the day, awards is just an accolade. Ang key dyan is kung anong use case and how you will address it. So at the end of the day, anong nagagawa natin ngayon? Mapapasok na natin yung tinatawag nating adaptive defense model. I discussed this in my session last September, wherein it's an evolution of defensive frameworks out of XDR. And ang magagawa natin with that is the ability for you to come up with the model that addresses the when, why, what, and your metrics. Right? Before, during, and after. Bakit kaya may during? I'll explain it to you later. But if you look at that, kung ganyan ang kalalabasan ng ating model, you will now have the ability to address preparedness, mitigation of an impact in the event that the breaches occur, and the lessons learned. Kasi para ma-improve ninyo yung security posture ninyo, hindi lang kayo basta magre-rely sa technology alone. Remember, it will always be in three pillars. Technology, process, and what's the third one? Libreng lunch. And jacket. People. Di ba? People, process, technology. So at the end of the day, before, you can actually create situation. Kaya nga meron tayong mga di ba? Meron tayong mga exercises. And reduction of exposure and improved security. Ayun, lumampas na ako. Teka, kailangan natin magano. That's 2 slides. Ito na yung successful prevention natin. Assess, configure, validate, and monitor. Because you have that full visibility, ready ka na to do it. And at the end of the day, ito na siya. Bagal lang. Efficacy, visibility, and sharing. Because that is now required as far as whole of nation approach is concerned. Kaya, to conclude, we all know that these are the key takeaways, right? I've been harping that in the earlier stages of my presentation. But as a result, if I have that, you are now, hindi mo na kailangan dumaan dito. You're eventually, if you're existing, you have an existing one, we can move it into here. But in your case, you can literally jump directly into this, right? Wherein you have the ability now to be not just proactive, but predictive. I've shown this last September, but just to remind, especially those who haven't attended that session of CEISSAFP last September, we are moving you away from traditional into this, what do we call, traditional perimeter has been dissolved, and then you require now a unified and integrated security approach. Whether you use this from us or from someone else, but you are into the common XDR construct. So, as a result, why do you think XDR of Trellix is the answer. Naglabas si Gartner ng lahat ng parameters na yun, ang dami. Take note that this is from Gartner, ha? And we just simply map what we can do. If you were to ask the way we do it, we cover everything. And in the event that you may be using someone else's vector protection, I can integrate. So this is in compliance with the full construct of what is an extended detection and response is all about from Gartner. So ano bang kailangan natin gawin? We have to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Why? We are in the age of transformation. We need to adapt into it. And at the end of the day, anong gagawin natin? We need to take a look at our cybersecurity maturity curve. Nasaan ba ang organization natin as far as this maturity index is concerned? And with its corresponding capability journey along the way. Where are we? Are we still in this approach? Or ano bang objective natin? Resilient enterprise. Why do you think it is? Because in cybersecurity, we need to be proactive. We need to think outside the box. Bakit kamo? Kasi nga, breaches are inevitable. So, there's no 100% protection against breaches, but you can make it tough for the threat actor to do these things. And with that, I think this is my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel Ong, Philippine Army Reserve. Okay, I was able to be corrected a while ago. So thank you very much, sir. So I think there could be some other questions. And accordingly from the Trellix, if someone would raise their questions, you would actually receive a t-shirt from Trellix. And I do have another. And let me be the first one to ask a raised question. So laging ganun eh. So sir, as you were saying a while ago with all your statements, it's tantamount that you were saying that even though we already have all existing products or kind of platforms we're using, is it tantamount that you are saying that Trellix could really be workable, the workability of Trellix in compatibility capability is 100% sure?
Yes, the short answer on that is yes, because the more than 600 logos represented, although hindi umabot ng 600, di ba? All of it has an existing case in production. Remember, even before XDR was announced last year, when it was announced sometime, I think, early fourth quarter or late third quarter, all our existing customers were saying, we've been doing that for the past 3 years. We've been doing that for the past 5 years. Because each of the elements are already in place. Pinangalanan lang nila ng extended detection and response. Because when we did the solutions architecture of various customers, hindi naman natin pinatatapon na meron siyang existing EPP. Di ba? Although some customers may have an existing EPP or EDR, but they still opt to get our own EPP EDR as a check and balance. Para eventually, hindi na nila nire-renew yung dati. Because they want to baseline the detection, efficacy, and efficiency. Kaya integration-wise, sabi ko nga, wag lang galing sa kapilyido ko because we don't do any integration with Chinese technologies, unfortunately. Although I am 50% Chinese, 100% Filipino, walang integration sa Chinese.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. In connection with that, later ho kasi baka may pangalawa. In connection with that, syempre po, as we experience pandemic and other tragedies and other calamities we have, one more thing that actually people would always mind is the cost efficiency ng produkto nyo. So how could actually paano nyo ma-entice talaga na talaga bang yung product nyo could really be cost efficient para po sa ating mga consumer.
Okay. The definition of cost efficient is subject to different interpretation, di ba? Ito lang naman ang sasabihin ko dyan. Well, the impression given to us is that we're very expensive daw. Ang sabi ko naman dyan is, price is usually relative. At the end of the day nga, ang biro ko nga dyan, nakamura ka nga, mura ka naman ng mura afterwards. The key here is, number one, what is your use case? Number two, the solution that will you choose, will it address fully or at least almost entirely your use case? And number three, that's where you come in with the cost. Kasi yung iba kasi 'di ba ang ginagawa, kaya nga 'di ba may technical evaluation at saka commercial evaluation. Pero syempre, sino bang sumasakit ang ulo kapag nasunod yung commercial evaluation? 'Di ba yung technical team? Because they have already ika nga natin they already baseline and they already have dissected on what is required and what can be provided. And alam naman natin, 'di ba? Walang katotohanan yung sinabing nakuha mo lahat ganito kamura. 'Di ba? There's no free lunch. Well, except dito, no? May free lunch. But the point there is price is always relative. So ang key doon is understanding what your use case is and how the solution will address it. Otherwise, kung commodity yan, walang issue. Kasi kung simpleng antivirus, fine. We don't even go into that. Because we're not doing it to begin with. But you cannot compare our endpoint solution with a regular antivirus. Kasi hindi siya, may mismatch. May mismatch yan.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions from the group or maybe from my partner? Do you have any question, my dear partner? Wala naman. So I think we already have a limited time, as much as we wanted to entertain the other queries or questions of the participants. Maybe napaka-generous ng Trellix. So maybe those other jackets as well as a t-shirt will just be used for the raffle, right, sir? Thank you very much. That would be for the raffle. Then I'll just gonna claim my own prize a while ago. Thank you very much for this. And let me claim all of this for the raffle po, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, moving forward, may we call on stage Senior Master Sergeant Sosa to hand over the plaque of appreciation to Trellix, as it will be received by Lieutenant Colonel Ong, Philippine Army Reserve. And partner, please do the honor to read the citation and the plaque of appreciation.
Okay, Headquarters Communications, Electronics and Information System Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Camp General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. This plaque of appreciation is hereby given to Trellix in recognition of their valuable participation during the CIS Service AFP Technology Update Forum 2022 from 15, 16, and 21st day of November 2022 at Headquarters Communications, Electronics, and Information System Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Camp General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. Signed, Marcos Y. Imperio, Captain, Philippine Navy, General Staff Corps Commander, CIS Service, AFP.
So it actually be with Sir Ong together with his colleagues. Maybe our facilitator will be the one to. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. All right, partner, let's move on to our next topic.
Okay, let's move on with our next topic, and it will be discussed by a very, very important individual. And please do the honor to read the introduction for our next speaker.
Okay, for our next resource speaker, he received his Bachelor of Science in Computer Engineering degree from the AMA Computer College, East Rizal Antipolo in 2006, and the Master of Science in Computer Science degree from AMA University, Quezon City, Philippines in 2008. He obtained his Doctor of Engineering major in Computer Engineering degree with the Technological Institute of the Philippines, Quezon City campus in 2021. His career in the academy started in 2006 after graduating from college. And after 2 years of joining the AMA education system, he worked for 6 years as an information technology instructor for General Secondary Vocational Education Certificate or GSVEC in the Ministry of Education, Kingdom of Bahrain. He worked as an IT lecturer for a year in TQ College of Excellence, Pearson Company in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And since 2015, he has been an assistant professor with the Computer Engineering Department, TIP Quezon City Campus. He handles computer programming, software design, database management systems, Cisco networking systems, systems administration, and data science courses in the undergraduate, and is also a part-time instructor in the TIP graduate studies programs for both Quezon City and Manila campuses. He conducted his technical research with the Department of Electrical Engineering, Chung Huan Christian University, CYCU, Taoyuan, Taiwan from September 2018 to February 2019. His research interests include machine learning, artificial intelligence, and deep learning. To discuss about machine learning from Technological Institute of the Philippines, let us welcome Dr. Jonathan V. Tylar.
A big round of applause for him, please. Dr. Jonathan Tyler, the floor is yours.
Hello? Am I audible po? Can you hear me na po?
Your line is actually breaking up.
My line is breaking up. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Can you just give me a second? I'll just
Okay, that's
restart
fine.
my system.
Okay, not a problem. Okay, while we're waiting for Dr. Tyler, let's just do a wrap up for the meantime where we are waiting for him to fix up this technical. Yeah. And with that, let's have this raffle for the jacket. Please do the honor to pick up and show our winner on site. Sir? Our winner on site is no other than Piotr Wilson M. Bautista, Philippine Navy. Ay, kasi busy sila. Ayan na pala. Kala ko nasa office pa ng C3. Congratulations, sir. Sir Jonathan, is your line already okay? Congratulations, sir. And another one is from ISG, if I'm not mistaken, Apprentice Seaman GN Owner Tatas, Philippine Navy. Maybe one from the ISG as a representative, if he's not around. Or a batchmate of Apprentice Seaman. Congratulations. So let's go back with rather Dr. Jonathan Tyler. Sir? So a big round of applause for those winners, please. Dr. Jonathan. Doc Jonathan, we're able to see your presentation. Maybe we could also hear your voice so that we could check your audio.
Hi, everyone. Am I audible na po?
Paulit nga po, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Oh, that's better compare rather than the while ago. Good afternoon,
Okay.
sir.
Hi, I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. So shall I start now? I'm sorry I cannot, I'm having some internet issues, so maybe it's better if I don't turn on my camera. Is it okay?
Yes, sir, that's okay.
Yeah, okay. So I'll just start my slideshow now. Can you see my presentation right now?
Yes, sir.
All right. So good afternoon to the people and the family of CEIS AFP, and we are pleasured as an educator coming from Technological Institute of the Philippines, Quezon City. We are very honored and thankful for this opportunity to give you some information about the current trends and technology update that you are celebrating right now. All right, so to begin with, the following are the outline of my talk. Now, I'm going to give you a brief introduction to machine learning, and then we'll be talking about machine learning applications in military, and then we'll talk about some challenges and suggestions. All right, so to begin with, let's start with some brief key information about machine learning. So the world is filled with a lot of data. Pictures, music, text, videos, and a lot more. And it doesn't look like it's going to slow down anytime soon. While people are being born, their parents are keep on posting their pictures, videos, and a lot. And machine learning brings the promise of deriving meaning from all that data. As you can see from the definition of machine learning, it's a subfield of artificial intelligence. Now, this was discussed a while ago by my co-faculty here. It's the capability of a machine to imitate intelligent human behavior. But how does the machine do it? How does machine learning allows the automation of many tasks by taking advantage of a large amount of information available from different sources, including big data applications. So these definitions of machine learning are all textbooks, but machine learning can be defined as tools and technology that basically we can sum it up in just 5 words. Data that can answer questions, or questions that are answerable by data. How is machine learning being used today? The value of machine learning is just beginning to show itself. There's a lot of data in the world today generated not only by people, but also by computers, phones, and other devices. And this will only continue to grow in the years to come. Traditionally, humans have analyzed data and analyzed adapted systems to the changes in the data patterns. However, as we all know, as the volume data surpasses the ability of people to make sense of it and manually write those rules. Now we are turning increasingly to automated systems. And those automated systems can learn from data and importantly, the changes in the data to adapt in a shifting landscape. Now we can see machine learning all around us in the products we use today. However, it isn't always apparent that machine learning is behind it all. Now, while things are looking at where, for example, we're looking at images and we can see the work of machine learning in tagging objects and people inside photos, there are clearly a machine learning at play there. But it may not be immediately apparent that recommending a next video to watch, for example, in Netflix, is also powered by machine learning. And of course, the biggest example of all is Google search. Every time you use Google search, you're using a system that has many machine learning systems at the core of it. From understanding the text of your query, to adjusting the results based on your personal interests, such as knowing which results to show. For example, you are searching for Java in this image. No? For example, you're looking on Java Word, depending whether you're a coffee expert or a developer or a programmer, or perhaps you are both, now you will have plenty of results from your research. So today, machine learning applications are quite wide-ranging, including image recognition, fraud detection, and recommendation systems, as well as text and speech systems too. And these powerful capabilities can be applied to a wide range of fields from, for example, here I put an image of diabetic retinopathy, skin cancer detection, to retail, and of course, we can see now in the mode of transportation in some forms of self-driving and self-parking vehicles. So it wasn't long ago that when a company or a product had machine learning in its offering, it was considered novel. Now, every company is pivoting to use machine learning in their products in some way. A while ago, I was listening in the cybersecurity talk. The cybersecurity feature of their product has a machine learning at its core. Now, every company is trying to include machine learning in their products in some way. So it's rapidly becoming, an expected feature. And the day will soon come when it will be expected that our technology will be personalized, insightful, and self-correcting. And as we use machine learning to make human tasks better, faster, and easier than before, we can look into the future when machine learning can help us do tasks that we could never imagine we could have achieved on our own. And thankfully, it's not hard to take advantage of machine learning today. Why? The reason is that the tools now are already available and the tooling has gone quite well. What do we need? All we need is the data. Second, developers, and the willingness to take the plunge. Now, machine learning can be redefined, as I mentioned a while ago, using 5 words. Using data to answer questions. And this can be grouped into 2 parts, using data, and the other one is answer questions. But how do data or how do machine learning answer questions? How do data answer questions? In machine learning, data undergoes training. And after repetitive training, we can create a mathematical model that allows us to provide answers to questions, or we call them inferences. And this model over here can be optimized, or we can tweak it to produce the desired output and get hidden insights from the data. Now, in the military, the use of intelligent applications has already accelerated. In many parts of the world, national defenses has increased its automation significantly. And with fewer and fewer intelligence analysts, no, I'm talking about people who analyze data, they need additional complement. No? The answer to the question that can AI and machine learning overtake humans, it will not happen, as I believe, because we can see that machine learning and AI are complementing what people can do. So basically, as fewer intelligence analysts are becoming what we can see today, they need to apply machine learning and AI so that they can process all the information in an accurate and timely manner. Now, another example to note is the dependence on oil by military equipment and machinery. And this is also where machine learning comes in. As military logistics must be intelligently based on informed deductions, we can see how machine learning can be integrated into the military world. Now, I've researched some important researches from the uh, from the from the different research papers that I have seen about military applications of machine learning. And I have seen that there are plenty of applications that are now being integrated into the military world. The first one that you can see here is the warfare platforms. So the one of the objectives of my presentation is to present these ideas because these are all presented by educators, academicians, and researchers. And later we'll look at some of their suggestions in their related studies and researches in this emerging topic that we have. Now, machine learning and artificial intelligence are being embedded into weapons and other military systems. Different countries across the globe use of land, naval, airborne, and space platforms. And the application of AI-enabled system on these platforms helps develop efficient warfare systems. And they require less human intervention. It also helps increase synergy and enhances the performance of warfare systems, no? Requiring less maintenance. And AI and ML are expected to empower autonomous and high-speed weapons to perform collaborative attacks. Another application of machine learning, like what discussed by the previous speaker, is the defense cybersecurity. The military system of any country is one of the most important parts to maintain the security of the whole nation. Hence, military or defense systems are the most sensitive to cyber attacks, as it can lead to a loss of crucial information of military and can also damage the whole system. However, artificial intelligence and machine learning embedded systems can automatically protect networks, computer programs, and data from any kind of unauthorized access. And further, machine learning enabled web security systems can record the pattern of cyber attacks and develop counterattacks tools to tackle them. This was presented a while ago by the last speaker. Now, in terms of logistics and transportation, machine learning plays a crucial role. For each successful military operation, for example, it is required to effective transportation of essential components of a military, such as goods, weapons, ammunitions, and etc. So if you want to embed AI or ML with a military transportation system, this can reduce transportation costs and as well as human operational efforts. And recently, the United States Army collaborated with IBM to use its Watson artificial intelligence platform to help pre-identify maintenance problems in Stryker combat vehicles. Another application in the military is in terms of target recognition and tracking. Machine learning and artificial intelligence are also involved in enhancing the accuracy of target recognition in complex combat environments. And these techniques allow defense forces to gain an in-depth understanding of potential operation areas by analyzing reports, documents, news feeds, and other forms of unstructured information. Another one is in the field of healthcare. Machine learning and AI help in battlefield healthcare, such as evacuation activities, remote surgical systems, and etc. In war zones, various robotic surgical systems and robotics ground platforms are equipped with machine learning and AI technologies, and it can help, especially in difficult medical diagnosis and handling injuries in combat situations. Now, another one is in terms of combat training and threat monitoring. This was also discussed a while ago by my co-faculty. No? And in terms of training and threat monitoring, machine learning enables computers or machines to train the troopers or other military of personnel, no, with various combat systems which are deployed in various military operations in war zones. It provides simulations, trainings with various software engineering skills that help during a difficult situation. The United States, now, as mentioned a while ago, they are investing so much money in simulation and training applications. And various countries use this machine learning equipped combat training system to train their soldiers instead of the classical approach that requires more money and time as well. And these modern approaches are more efficient and also adaptive. Reinforcement learning helps in building a combat training system where they learn by reward and punishment as feedback. And this approach becomes more significant in maintaining an enhanced training system for their individuals. As discussed a while ago, anomaly detection is defined as an outliers process. No? It is used to identify, for example, suspicious events or items and observations that deviate from a dataset's normal behavior. So anomaly detection is also significant to identify the pattern of abnormality in data. And later, it discriminates these patterns which differ it from the normal state. We call them outliers. Machine learning and AI can help anomaly detection to find the outliers data in a series of data. Usually, supervised machine learning plays an important role in pattern recognition in anomaly detection. In surveillance applications, reconnaissance and surveillance system has become a crucial part of any country. And they collect and manage huge amount of defense data. As I've mentioned, machine learning is at its best, no, when they have data. And these applications, in surveillance application, they use various sensors, and they are now equipped in modern drones. No, they use various sensors and continuously transmit a stream of information through data networks, no, going to the data centers. And the data scientists, they analyze that data and extract useful information from it. And in this entire procedure, machine learning helps data analysts to detect, to analyze, to organize and manage data automatically. Another one is in terms of decision support system. What is a decision support system? A decision support system is a system that is very helpful for many industries. No? For example, in in developing different applications. For example, medical treatment, manufacturing, marketing, self-driven equipment like drones or cars, or etc. Similarly, machine learning can help us to build enhanced decision support system, no? Especially for the defense sector. For example, intelligent drones, automatic cruise missiles, automatic weapons that could probably take decisions in accordance with suspicious objects. And machine learning helps machines to make a decision by analyzing data and proposing the best course of action for them. In other countries, border protection is the main goal of the defense sector, and that is to protect their country from border attacks. And that is why it is very important for them to patrol their region's borders. Now, although soldiers are always positioned to look out the borders, but nowadays, different sensors, or we call them smart sensors, and intelligent machines such as drones are playing a crucial role in the border security system. And these drones are equipped with various machine learning algorithms and software that can detect, that can analyze, and can inform against any suspicious activity by sending information to data centers. Therefore, it is more useful in dangerous situations where human intervention is not significant. So there's a lot of related reviews in the areas of machine learning's application in military. And the following are the areas of concern in what we found in the bibliometric studies of AI and ML and its related areas. And this is in the field of the applications of military. For example, in terms of robotics and smart devices with military applications, generic machine learning and optimization techniques with military applications, as well as machine learning and optimization techniques, which is focused on military applications. And in the next 15 years, the field of AI will focus on the development of human consciousness systems, including core technologies of computer vision. Computer vision is all about getting images and extracting information from it, and as well as machine learning. And we do know about text language processing, more about text. How do we analyze sentiments and text from different sources of data? And then natural language processing. And then, of course, robotics. And last, in the field of biometric identification and technology. So overall, if you try to analyze the machine learning evolution in the past, especially in the field of in the academics and in the education sector, being we are always seeing a lot of researches and read most all of it. So the exponential evolution of the number of publications, they slowed down from 2020. It's because of the COVID-19. But the most interesting analysis corresponds to the period since 2016. And from there is a predominance of journal on engineering, electricals, electronics, and computing science. Countries like USA, China, UK, and South Korea, they lead in the publications and citations. But there is a predominance of US universities and the United States Army in publications and citations. So imagine even the United States Army are publishing researches about military applications of AI and machine learning. But the main thematic categories now we can find from those studies and researches have been identified, and their importance and perspective have been characterized as the following. So they are more focused on the psychological and behavioral disorders of the military personnel. And they are also focused on soldier analytics, machine learning and optimization techniques, AI or artificial intelligence in terms of robotics and smart devices. And lastly, they are focused on the military medical studies. Now let's talk about major challenges. So at this point, let's discuss major challenges of machine learning and AI applications in the field of military application. One of the major challenges is that, especially in the Philippines, we are having a hard time implementing AI and machine learning. It's because one of the major challenges, even in different countries, machine learning and AI cannot meet the application scenarios of low power consumption. The foundation of AI for our information and machine learning, it lies on strong computing power. And if you're talking about strong computing power, that doesn't mean you have a strong laptop or desktop computer system, but your machine or device should have plenty of graphical processing unit, or we call them GPU. So this GPU, they provides the basic structure of multi-core parallel computing. So they have multi-cores, and they can support parallel computing of large amount of data. And at the same time, GPU has a higher memory access speed and higher floating point arithmetic capabilities, so that the ability to process learning or intelligence can be greatly enhanced. However, the use of GPU also means that the computing device must have a larger volume and higher power consumption, which makes AI and ML technology can only be used on some relatively large equipment and devices, and it cannot be applied to some low power occasions, and which greatly limits the application scenarios of AI and ML technology. The second challenge is that the technology has security and protection loopholes. According to researchers, it is mainly manifested in the following aspects. The first one is that the possibility of incurring hacker attacks, the possibility that the system being attacked by hackers and the program being modified can cause, for example, an AI weapon to take wrong actions. No, it cannot be ruled out. And then, of course, the algorithms and software that mainly drive AI and machine learning are written by humans. So human defects and technical loopholes are inevitable. So there are many other challenges, but I only put these two, which are the major loopholes or the challenges that that has been the hindrances of many countries, no, in the world today in terms of challenges in implementing the AI and ML in their operations. Now, according to some researchers, they have gathered these suggestions, no, when it comes to accelerating the intelligent construction of military automation. And although the research and development of the global military autonomous system is increasing, however, we can see that the process is gradual. I salute the armed forces of the Philippines, no, for having these technology updates, no, because you are progressing. But according to researchers, we are increasing but progressing gradually. Okay, and different organizations, they still are having a hard time. No? They work hard to achieve progress from the development side to the application side. And the emergence of the artificial intelligence era will reshape the future of the global military to some extent. And to seize the opportunities for the construction and development of AI in the military field, it must arrange in advance, plan ahead, and do a good job in the following aspects. Now, for example, here, I put here that the first thing that we need to do, no? For example, if we want to follow, these are only suggestions, no? It's up to us if we want to follow this. Number one is to strengthen the strategic leadership and strive for technological leadership. So the first is to improve the development strategy of artificial intelligence and choose which areas are suitable for its application scenarios to focus on development according to the characteristics of the technology. And at the same time, handle the relationship between technological development and security protection. So the second one is we have to build a key laboratory of military artificial intelligence. So we have to build up a computing platform, because we need some tools and devices. And we need to put up a data center for technological development, especially that will speed up data construction and set up a variety of big data platforms for confidential military data management and sharing to prepare data for various applications. The third is to actively research and develop the key technologies of artificial intelligence. For example, focusing on the research and development of active defenses to improve core competitiveness. So gone are the days that we are settling to just what we have. So we need to innovate. We need to move forward according to the research experts. The fourth one is to benchmark AI technology. Now, we need to establish standardized test methods and indicators for the testing of artificial intelligence and establish an artificial intelligence test platform to build a safe and accurate test platform environment for a large number of mission-sensitive data in the military field. The next one is to strengthen military-civilian integration. This is where you, as the military officials or people, will have a relationship with the non-military part of our society. For example, you can work hand in hand with the industry. You can work hand in hand with educators like us. No? Just like we are doing right now, we have been in constant collaboration with the people in the industry. So now, as we create our curriculum in our for our students, we are engaged with industry people because the industry is where our students will go after they graduated. So it's the same with the military. If you want to innovate and advance, you need to have a third party that will somehow help you to innovate and advance in terms of machine learning and artificial intelligence. So you need to actively boost the commercial application of AI. You need to also encourage the application of scientific research results, promote the transformation of technological innovation and achievement, and you have to form a good industrial ecology for the development of artificial intelligence. The next thing is you need to support cross-departmental and cross-border data sharing and business cooperation. Promote mechanism, innovation, and effectively transform the big data dividend into a direct driving force for the development and application of artificial intelligence. And the third one is to explore military transformation of suitable and mature commercial application projects. No, I've seen a lot of commercial applications a while ago. No, I've been online since, and I've watched a lot of commercial applications that you can apply, in your military operations. Now, the last is to strengthen the security governance and improve prevention capabilities. And that is to clarify the responsible department of the security governance of artificial intelligence. You have to continue to increase investment to focus on building technical standards, governance systems, and governance capabilities for failure prevention, interference prevention, destruction prevention, and control prevention. And then, of course, we need to strengthen the research on major international common issues, for example, robot alienation, safety risk management and control, support international cooperation, and actively participate in the formulation of standards, especially international standards and rules. Now, as we use machine learning and AI to make human tasks better, faster, and easier than before, I mentioned this a while ago, that we are looking into the future where AI and machine learning can help us do tasks that are applied in our military organizations. And with this, we need to take advantage of the collaborations, that we can have. You, at the forefront of the military, and we, for example, as industry or as educators, we can come hand in hand in making this endeavor possible. The tools are already available, they are already there, and they are getting quite good. All we need is the data, all we need are the developers, the programmers, and the people who are willing to take the plunge. So this is the question, are you willing to take the plunge? And in behalf of Technological Institute of the Philippines, which is, if you can check out in your edurank.com, by the way, TIP is number 6 in terms of artificial intelligence ranked in the Philippines. We are behind, of course, the De La Salle is number 1, UP is number 2, number 3 is Mapua, number 4 is the University of Asia and the Pacific, and then we have number 5, Ateneo de Manila, and in number 6 is the Technological Institute of the Philippines. Now, we take pride of teaching our undergrad students, especially in our department. Now, we take pride on bringing them what is necessary and what they will have when they work in the industry. And also, we are, if in case that you would like to continue your education, we have this graduate programs. Now, I believe that some of you are already enrolled in our programs. In our master's degree, we have this Masters of Engineering in computer engineering. We also have data sciences courses. And then, of course, they are all gearing towards AI and machine learning. So we thank you for this opportunity given to us, and mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tyler, for giving us your precious time and sharing us your knowledge. Okay, let's ask our participants here sa social hall kung meron po silang mga questions. Ayan, nakikita ko sa kanilang mga mukha parang meron silang tanong pero hindi nila masabi. Hindi nila alam kung paano nila itatanong. But then, Dr. Tyler, pwede ko po bang itanong itong nasa isip ko pong question?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Pwede niyo pong sagutin or pwede rin naman pong mag-pass. Ayan. Since you mentioned earlier po the advantages and challenges of ML and AI, is there a disadvantage na sobrang scary po to the point na even kayo po hesitant na i-develop pa po yung AI?
Developing AI is, as we mentioned, is a matter of perspective. And we believe that in the education sector, we always believe in what we call professional ethics. We teach our students on the ethical laws, not only the laws of nature, laws of people, and also the laws of God. And we believe that having that kind of mindset, and teaching them to students, so the people who have been taught with those sets of ethics, we believe that no one will be evil enough to make this capability that they have to be engaged in such wickedness.
Thank you, sir. Na medyo naisip ko lang kasi since merong mga tao kasi na kung ano-ano yung mga naiisip. But then our first resource speaker mentioned also na merong mga agreement when it comes to developing po yung AI.
Yes, of course, there are. Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
so much. And meron pa po bang mga tanong mula dito sa ating social hall participants? Ayan. I guess wala na po, sir. Again, thank you so much for your time po.
Thank you very much po. Mabuhay po kayo.
Salamat po, sir. And your plaque of appreciation will be sent to your office po.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Stay safe. And let's move on to our next topic. Ayan. For our next resource speaker, he is the former acting commander of AFP Cyber Group. His field of specialization focus on surface warfare, and he is also a former chairperson, thus a team lead and part of the technical working group of AFP Cyber Operations System and under the Department of National Defense. He was also a member of Joint Communications, Electronics Information Systems Board under General Headquarters. From Beyond Data Incorporated to discuss about connectivity, let us all welcome Commander Ray Lopez.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be back. I didn't expect I'll be introduced as the former commander of the Armed Forces Cyber Group. I am now with Beyond Data, and I actually will not be talking much about connectivity, but rather on what Beyond Data can offer, and part of which is connectivity. Merrick. Do I have the control? Okay, I would like to start. I lost it. Okay. Good afternoon. I would like to start with a verse in the Bible by which I think would describe best what Beyond Data is. And it says in Philippians 4:8 from the New King James Version that finally, brethren, and I would mean including the ladies, whatever things are true, whatever things are noble, whatever things are just, whatever things are pure, whatever things are lovely, whatever things are of good report, if there is any virtue and if there is anything praiseworthy, think about these things. This is what we at Beyond Data is thinking about. We just think about all those good things. And in fact, the reason why we call ourselves Beyond Data, because we think beyond just data. When we process data, it becomes information, may it be statistics, syntax, semantics, pragmatic or apologetics. And if you process, again, information, it becomes knowledge. And I'm very glad to hear the previous speaker from the academe, because that is very important for our foundation. And in fact, at the Armed Forces Cyber Group, one of the things that we really emphasized is to educate, to train our people. And when we process all the more the knowledge, it will lead us to beyond. We create possibilities beyond boundaries. So this afternoon, I would like to limit my discussion to the following. And as an introduction, this is what Beyond Data is. It is more of an integration company, and we offer unified communication for that can link both current and legacy technologies, and I will explain this later. We provide nationwide broadband connectivity and develops programs for political campaigns, disaster risk reduction management, intelligence, command, and control. Our president and CEO is Robert Del Fiero, and our COO is Mr. Adrian Romero. I'm the head of plans and research. And with me here is Lane C. And I don't know if Joey Pexon is at the hall, in the hall. Joey is at the back. Later on, after my presentation, you can ask both Lane and Joey for the harder questions. These are, as of now, our partners. So we are into communications, connectivity, banking, remittance. DIF Sigma is our partner for disaster risk management. And we also are into, I think you're familiar with Autocar, Tata, and LIG of Korea is supposed to be there, as well as Hanwha, NextLogic, and Alphatech. We are located at the 8th floor of AAP Tower in Aurora Boulevard, and that is our email address. Okay, I would like to start with the mandate of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, which says in Article 2, Section 3 of the Philippine Constitution, that the Armed Forces of the Philippines is the protector of the people and the state. And I think you are very familiar with this one. Its goal is to secure the sovereignty of the state and the integrity of the national territory. Before, we are familiar with land, and that's why we have the Army. We have familiar with the air because we have the Air Force, and the sea, which the Navy operates. However, the armed forces didn't declare the space as the fourth domain. What instead the armed forces declared is that the cyberspace is the fourth domain. It's supposed to be the fifth domain. And this domain is not very familiar to us yet. And that is why we tried to research and found out that the cyber domain exists when our computers are connected to a telephone system. And because it is already connected to a telephone system by whatever means you want to connect it, you are now also connected to another computer. And that will bring us to a situation where there might be people who would like or will be interested in the data in our computer or vice versa. And that's why there is a need for us now to secure our computers that are connected to the telecom system. And however you do that, that is one of the things we do here at CEISSAFP, or our Network Operation Center. But the larger picture is all of us are connected to the telcos, whether it be this telco or that telco. And this telco will have their own cybersecurity capability. However, it is limited to what they have in their premises. They will not secure the systems of their clients. And in fact, there was also a report that the national grid can become another telco because they also have their dark fiber. And from this telco, it becomes the picture has become even bigger because from these telcos, we are actually connected all over the world through submarine cables. So people thought that signals go to the cloud, go up high, probably they were thinking of satellite communications, but satellite can only account to 4 to 6% of our communications. And besides the fact that satellite communication is really very expensive. So this is how we are connected worldwide. This is how we are connected in the Pacific area. And this is how we are connected in the Philippines. And if you notice, there is a prevalent of submarine cables north and west of the Philippines. And that is probably why that area is very interesting, not only to the Philippine military, particularly the Navy, but other militaries of other countries as well. And as of now, we have these cable landing stations all throughout the Philippines. And from these international cable landing stations, they are distributed through a domestic fiber optic network of both Globe and Smart, because these are the prevalent companies. However, there's also, as I have mentioned a while ago, that the fiber optic cable of the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines is even bigger compared to that of both Globe and Smart. And this is the picture many years ago. Now, DITO was supposed to connect to this so that they could expand much faster. But however, I think they went another way. But the total of this all is that whether you are a military, an individual, a business like us, we are all connected to the same system, the same telco. And these telcos are connected to a foreign telco system or foreign governments through a submarine cable. So the question there is, how sure are we that even in the domestic front, we are already secure, or we can secure ourselves? And that's why in that report, it was said that our telcos, our electricity, or power and water distribution systems are already compromised because these are being controlled by systems that are not, that the armed forces of the Philippines is not even a party to. Okay? And just imagine if these systems are knocked out during an attack, what would the armed forces do in order to defend not only itself, but more importantly, the people and the country? So Beyond Data has a solution to propose to the armed forces. And this is by providing the armed forces a connectivity that is different from that of what is existing. We have a submarine cable now being laid, and it will be completed by December of this year, connecting Luzon all the way through Mindanao. And this is the longest submarine cable, and it will ensure universal access, and it is neither red nor blue or white. It is neutral. And it is neutral particularly if the armed forces or the Defense Department would avail of the services, because you will be in total control of that highway. So it is like this. We can give you a 2 terabytes. I think that's more than enough of what you can manage. And we can have a long period of contract for you to use that highway. It is in your own prerogative to put as many secured connections covering all offices, detachments, camps, or whatever you have in the armed forces. You can share, we can share to you gathered information, because that is not you are not the only people we are talking to. You will have your own lane in the highway. We're accepting also commercials, and we can share information. If there are people from intelligence here, you probably know what I mean with this one. We can help locate and track down persons of interest in communities up to 50 meters accuracy, and can be a channel for all your CMO or for civilian CSR activities in areas of interest and locations. Because as we speak now, there are already communities where we talk to local government officials for them to pay the internet of some of their constituents. We're giving it at 15,000 pesos for 3 years. I think the cheapest that we have in the market is something like 1,500, 1,600 per month. This one is 15,000 for 3 years. And with that, you can, it comes with a box wherein it can be used for distance learning, for watching television, or using it as an internet. We also have disaster management and emergency communications. I didn't have a picture of it yet, but if there is a surviving fiber optic cable, we can connect to that, and it can be the resource for internet. And you can use your cell phones even if it doesn't have a SIM card. We will not be needing SIM cards anymore with this system. We have telecommunication solutions as well. This is a private automatic exchange that can handle huge companies, and I know that CEISSAFP has been in the business of providing telecommunications ever since when it was still even called COMEL many years ago. You are experts in telecommunications. This telecommunication facility is secure such that one, it has its own firewall, and it can, since it's IP based, you can do your teleconferencing within the system. You don't have to go out. You don't have to pay, buy licenses for Zoom or WebEx or Teams. It is already inherent. It's already part of the system. And since it is a built-in within the system, you don't have to go out to the telco to be able to talk to each other. So it is free within your own network. And it can be cloud-based if you intend to use someone else's cloud or our cloud, or you make your own cloud, that's possible. Or we can, the system within camps or offices can also be connected to each other. So basically, it can be used for automatic call distribution, advanced interactive voice response. It can handle inbound and outbound operations, campaigns, and all the rest of these features. So you can have your own call center. These are the features of our video conferencing platform. The phone that is located in your table can also be connected to your mobile phone. So when you are out of your office and someone calls your office, then your personal phone will automatically receive the call. Aside from that commercial or solutions that can be used within offices and camps, we have also solutions for tactical, meaning you can bring this to the field. So these are military switching capabilities We can connect vehicles to vehicles, airbase to aircraft, airbase to airbase. We have also naval communications, internal to the ships and external communication. And we can also custom design solution, whatever your needs in the armed forces are. So this is an example of a military switching design. So your phones can be connected to your radios, and it doesn't matter if your radio is analog or digital. It doesn't matter if the encryption of your radio is different to the encryption of that of another battalion or another unit. For example, one of the challenges I know with the armed forces is how to make Harris talk to another radio. So using the switching device, we can already do that. And it is still secure. We have a standard encryption AES 256 that runs in the system. This is another configuration wherein we will be using all, it is a combination of field switches and switches that are fixed in offices. So we can bring, if there is a failure of communication in certain area, for example, if the towers are down due to whatever disaster, we can bring in this system and be able to connect all the phones within 40 kilometers, giving them a 5G connection. So we can connect to headquarters from where you are operating. And when the connectivity is already fully implemented, then even in the fields where the Army or whatever units you are operating in that area will now be able to use those connectivity platforms. So as far as product is concerned, these are used by autocar in tanks and other armored vehicles. Within the tank, you can talk to each other as well as you can communicate outside. This is what I was telling you about tower to tower or tower to air communication. And in the Navy, this is probably the difference between an infantryman and a sailor, is because at the end of the day, you have a bunk to lie down. And in that bunk, we can put your own entertainment system. This is not existent in our Navy, but if you wish to bring the morale of the sailors to that level, then we can have this one. So this is an example wherein we can connect all the ships within internal to the ship and even to headquarters. And these are some of the vessels we have already these systems working. So for example, this frigate has that system, this OPB, and this small boats. So I would like to close my talk with this verse again. This is familiar to some people, and this was quoted from the book written by the wisest man that ever lived. His name is Solomon. He said that whatever your hand finds to do it with your might. And this is what we are trying. This is why we are trying our best at Beyond Data to integrate systems that are good, are lovely, are noble, and for there is no work, nor device, nor knowledge, nor wisdom in the grave where you are going. We know that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, nor bread to the wise, nor riches to men of understanding, nor favor to men of skill, but time and chance happen to us all. It doesn't mean that we are a small country, we're a small armed forces, that we can no longer compete. Somebody controls time and chance. It's a higher being, a higher power beyond us. We have the skill, we have the talents. All that we need to do is do our best. So thank you very much, and I'm ready to accept questions.
Thank you so much, Commander Lopez. Please stay, sir. Let us wait for our participants if they do have questions. Anyone po from the group? Wala yata silang tanong. Since wala po tayong tanong for Commander Lopez, may I request Lieutenant Commander Sirunay, Philippine Navy, to hand over our plaque of appreciation. Let me just read the citation. Headquarters, Communications, Electronics, and Information System Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Camp General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. This plaque of appreciation is hereby given to Beyond Data Incorporated in recognition of their valuable participation during the CEIS Service AFP Technology Update Forum 2022 from 15, 16, and 21st day of November 2022 at Headquarters, Communications, Electronics, and Information System Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Camp General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. Signed, Marcos Y. Imperio, Captain, Philippine Navy General Staff Corps, Commander, CIS Service AFP. Thank you again, sir. Okay, so before we move to our last resource speaker for this afternoon, magpa-raffle muna kaya tayo, sir? Ayan, biglang lumakas yung kanilang energy, tumaas. Ayan, sir, ready na po ba to spin? Okay, wait lang daw. Ayan, while waiting po, ayan, let us thank our proponents. Napaka-generous. Number 1 is Ardent Networks Incorporated, Cisco Systems Philippines, Beyond Data Incorporated, Connects Philippines Incorporated, Fiber Home Philippines Incorporated, One Commerce International Corporation, Revolve Solutions Incorporated, Data OEM Solutions Integra Systems, Secure Age Technology Private Limited, SecRite, Quick Heal Technology Limited, Trellix, Triton Communications Corporation, NetPlay Incorporation, 88 Electronics, Contact Point Incorporation, Delta, Globe Telecom, Handlink Incorporated, Redenta, NetPlay Incorporated, Globaltronics, Citrix, Financial Institutions, and Arms Corps. Ayan. So are we ready na po? Ayan. Let's draw our first winner for this afternoon na ulit. On-site winner po ito. Ayan. Gusto ko may surprise pa si sir. Sige, lalapit na nga ako. Ay! Bakit pa ako lumapit? Diba? Ako rin naman pala yung makakakuha. Pwede ipa wave na lang po. Ayan. Siyempre, generous tayo. Congratulations, Staff Sergeant Edwin F. Norzales, Philippine Army. Wala. Duty. So, sino po yung pwedeng tumanggap? Ayan, si Sir na lang po. Si Sir Apon. Si Tito. Ayan. Si Tito po ay tito ng aking ex. Kodaker. Wala po tayong Kodaker. Ayan. Thank you, sir. Ayan. Thank you, Tito. Ayan. Next naman po. Ayan, magpamigay pa tayo na magpamigay. On-site pa rin to, sir. Ayan. From Philippine Air Force, congratulations sa iyo, Staff Sergeant Danilo C. Espiritu. Online daw to, sir. Okay lang, sige, bigay na natin. Sige, on-site ulit ba yan, sir? Okay. Okay, from Coast Guard. Tama po. Ito, SN1 Romel A. Fabros. Congratulations. Ayan, nabuhay ulit ang ating mga Coast Guard. Pasensya na, sir. Ito lang po mabibigay ko kasi taken na po ako. Kodaker. Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Ayan. From online naman tayo, sir. Baka sabihin ng ating online participant, favoritism tayo dito. Congratulations sa iyo, online participant, S2DK, Renan Matthew J. Calbigting, Philippine Navy. Okay, mag-onsite daw po ulit tayo, sir. Napaka-generous natin ngayong hapon na ito. Yan, gisingin natin lahat ng mga on-site participants. Congratulations sa iyo, SN1 Carl Harrison Cuborega, Philippine Navy. Nagta-traffic. So, okay lang po ibigay natin to, ma'am, kay Sir Borega. Or sino po pwedeng mag-receive? Wala. Okay, on-site pa rin daw po. And before that, we would like to acknowledge the presence po of our MSUB member, Mr. Merrick Mara. Thank you, sir, for coming po. Ayan, next naman. No winner natin. Coast Guard po ba ito? Coast Guard, ano yan? N-O? Jessic V. Abiena. Si ma'am. Ayan. Congratulations po. Kodaker, where are you? Ayan na, ma'am. Pa-picture tayo. Thank you so much po and congratulations. Online naman po tayo, sir. Corporal Arsenio O. Ogdar, Philippine Army, congratulations sa'yo. Online participant natin, congratulations. On-site naman po ulit. Ayan. Maraming salamat po ulit for joining the CEIS Service AFP Technology Update Forum 2022. Congratulations sa iyo, Corporal Jesus L. Cambal, Jr., Philippine Army. Cambal? Okay, wave daw. I-wave daw po natin yan, sir. Wave din daw yan. Wave. Okay, so wave daw pagka-opisina ni ma'am. Si sir. Congratulations, Captain Tadasi J. Fujisawa, Philippine Army ng ISG. Okay, etong next na prize natin, sir, ay bigyan natin ng element of surprise kasi yan, so this is from Globe. At home prepaid Wi-Fi. 2 times faster, stronger, and wider signal. Ayan, versus pocket Wi-Fi. May free na po itong 50 gig. Yan. Ayan, paikutin nyo na po pero surprise lang. On-site po ito mananalo. Sa Globe, abot mo ang mundo. Ayan. Pag nakuha mo to, nanalo ka, abot mo na ang mundo. Ay nako! Galing po ito sa 3 letrang branch of service. So, alin lang ba yung branch of service na may 3? Huwag mo po ako tingnan, baka ikaw na nga. Ito naman po ay may 6 na serial number. So, 6 po talaga. Ang first na serial number niya, first digit ay 9. Sana nga nandito ka. Lalo na kung ang last digit ng iyong serial number ay 2. Congratulations sa'yo, A2C! A2C! Jeffrey Bernarden! Nanalo na ba to? Hindi pa yata. Nanalo ba to? Ganito na rin na panalunan niya. Parang gusto niya talagang maabot yung mundo. Bakit di na lang ako gawin mong mundo? Kainis ka. Mag-draw na tama ba? Mag-draw tayo ulit. Wave? Okay, wave daw. Pasensya na dahil baka ibang mundo na yung maabot mo, Sir Bernard. Ay, nako! Mula na kaya sa Philippine Navy ang mananalo? Bestie, hindi mo na pupulsuhan. Mula kaya sa iba nating mga kasamahan nating government agencies? Baka naman mula sa Philippine Army, sir.
Ay, sana nga. Para, meron ding army manalo.
Sana nga daw, Philippine Army naman. Baka naman nabunot ulit ang Philippine Air Force.
Sana nga.
Sana nga daw, ayan. Sino pa ba? Ayan. Hindi natin nababanggit yung civilian human resource. Meron pa ba akong kasamang civilian human resource dito? Iniwan nyo na akong lahat. Ako na lang ang naiwan. Wala na nga yata. Ako na nga yata ang naiwan dito. So, asan na ba si ma'am? Kailangan ba nandito ulit ito? Okay. So, kailangan daw present yung winner natin ng prepaid Wi-Fi. So, pag hindi, magdodrop ulit tayo. Pero congratulations sa iyo, Civilian Human Resource, Miss Jessa Marie S. Madronio. O, diba, sabi ko sa inyo, ako na lang nanditong Civilian Human Resource. Ano? Ano? Sigaw ng bayan? Rape daw talaga. Grabe kayo. Ang hard nyo. More chances of winning. Palakasan muna ng sigaw. Ayan. Yung may pinakamalakas na sigaw, malamang siya yung mananalo. From Coast Guard po. Ang lakas nga, grabe. From other government agencies. Yay! Ayan, mahihain, mainhin. From Philippine Army. Ganun pala yung sigaw ng mga army na. From Philippine Navy. Huya! Ayan. From Philippine Air Force. Ganun pala pag Air Force. Woo! From Civilian Human Resource. Yeah, ako yun eh. Ako lang mag-isa eh. Ayan. So, nandito kaya ito? On-site? Dapat present po nandito. Technical Sergeant Michael C. Cabañez, Philippine Air Force. Congratulations sa'yo. Nandito ka ba? 10, 8, 7, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Anong sigaw? Enk. Parang meron yatang malakas manalangin dyan na sana wala. Ayan. Alam ko, nandito to. Tapos yung itsura niya ngayon, nakikita ko mukhang ang taas ng energy. Mukhang hindi siya nabobore. Mula po kaya ito dito sa table na ito? Yan, matatamis ang kanilang mga ngiti. Mula kaya sa Coast Guard? Parang feeling ko after neto, magpapatangay na lang ako sa Coast Guard. Mula po kaya ito sa Philippine Army? Yes daw. Mula kaya sa Philippine Air Force? Baka naman sa Philippine Navy? Ayan, tumataas na yung kamay niya. Ayan, yung ating winner po ay mula sa branch of service. Mula sa branch of service na Philippine Navy. Meron po siyang serial number na nagsisimula sa 8. Nagtatapos sa 4. Sino ka ba? Merong serial number na 825374. Kung alam mo ang serial number mo, congratulations sa'yo. Bilangan natin siya. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Congratulations sa'yo, Sir Pudax. Reveal po yung pangalan, sir. Baka sabihin, inektas lang. Kodaker. Ayan. So, minsan lang tayo mabunot sa raffle, kaya dapat ano po masasabi nila, sir?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you daw. At dahil daw sa kanyang wifi, abot na daw niya ang mundo. Ayan. Gusto niyo pa ba ng raffle? Or gusto niyo na ulit makinig sa ating resource speaker? Ayan, congratulations to our winners. Ayan, so let's move na po doon sa ating last resource speaker. Ayan. Para yung mga natitira naman natin ditong mga prizes ay tuloy-tuloy nating ipamigay after ng ating last topic for this afternoon. Okay, so let us settle down na po. Yan, everyone. Ayan. Ayan, magsiupo na po tayong lahat. Ayan, magkakaroon po ulit tayo ng chance na i-visit yung mga booth. Okay, so our resource speaker has 15 years of comprehensive experience in cybersecurity domain. and perform technical discussions, demos, POCs for security solutions. He also provide pre-sales and post-sales support of cybersecurity products. He also do planning, design, support, and implementation of security solutions. He also manage team capabilities and support and pre-sales team, and has an experience in managing and delivering projects and conducts business analysis to determine requirements and planning for product implementation at enterprise level. So to discuss about mobile device management and endpoint security system from SecRite, let us welcome Mr. Navanith Nedar.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me turn on my video also. So I hope you are able to see my screen. Yeah, I'm audible, right?
You may now have the floor, Mr. Navanith Nadar.
Yeah, okay. I somehow got mute. Okay, so let me share my screen. So first of all, thank you team for providing Quickheal the opportunity to showcase a brief presentation of our company. And I hope you all had a great couple of days session and you really enjoyed like what all products the participants as well as the presenter have presented. And I would like to take maybe 45 minutes of yours today, not much of your time, and just discuss about the endpoint security and the mobile device solution that we will be offering, okay? And what all controls we can apply on the endpoints as well as on the mobile devices. We will discuss about that, okay? So thank you. I'll just share my screen and let me know once you are visible, okay? So I hope you are able to see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So as you can see, SecRite is the enterprise arm of Quickheal. Okay, so Quickheal Technologies is a company which started off in the year 1995, and we are almost 27, 28-year-old organization. It's an Indian company. We have a very strong presence in India, wherein across in multiple cities, we have our own offices, and we are the only company which is a listed company in India with respect to the cyber security, with the endpoint security, with the MDM solution that we are offering, right? So we are like say almost 27-year-old company, and our data center, everything is in India, wherein our R&D team and as well as our support team and the pre-sales, all the team sits in India, and we have even our local sales representative in Philippines to say help the customers locally. And with respect to the technology that the products that we are offering is basically with respect to the cybersecurity solutions. Okay, so it could be your endpoint security, UTM, MDM. So these are some of the solutions that we are offering. Okay, and if you see, our mission is to not just provide security to the Indian market, we also would like to secure the complete world, wherein we want to enter each and every country, wherein we want to provide help them with our products and what all features we are offering, secure their digital network, secure their company, and also the endpoints, your mobiles, everything we would like to secure. So our technology is very strong. We started off with the standalone antiviruses, and from there we have evolved into endpoint security, then the MDM, UTM, XDR, and all the new technologies that we have added. And we would like to accomplish ourselves as a global leader in the cybersecurity solution. And with this, we are offering multiple solutions, not just with respect to the endpoints and the mobiles. We are also into the API security. We are into the cloud security. We also offer the services part wherein we do the BAPT and the SOC and all those services. Okay. And our presence is very strong in the government as well as the enterprise customers. We have many customers even from the retail front. Okay. So first we will be discussing about the endpoint security. So as the name suggests, endpoint security is basically for protecting your endpoints. Okay, so your endpoints could be your desktops, laptops, servers, as well as the mobile devices, and to protect from any sort of malicious or malware activity. So your systems would is very simple, like your system, like your desktop or a laptop which you are using is very easy for any hacker or attacker to target your systems to enter into your network. When your system is compromised, it's like your complete network is compromised. So each and every endpoint is very vital. You need to protect all your endpoints in your network. Okay. As per Gartner, an endpoint protection is basically a solution which will protect you from any malware attack. It will detect any malicious activity also, and it will help us in investigating and remediating the alerts that are generated. It will take an auto action, and it will protect your network from any sort of malware attacks. Okay. So what are all the endpoints? So endpoints are basically your desktops, your laptops, your mobile devices. So these are considered to be a endpoint because it is there at the end user level wherein the users are using these devices. And this is accessible to your inside network as well as your outside network also. So we need to protect because these systems, like say your laptop, you can connect it at your home or maybe into your office, right? And this system is very important. You might have company's data, you might have all the confidential information, or even if you don't have any information, it is a tool wherein you connect and you can access the cloud sources or maybe your internal network, and from there you are working. So it becomes important that you need to protect. Let's say if your laptop is not working due to some malware or some malicious activity, you will not be able to do many of the things. And nowadays, mobiles are also equally important. Most of the people have the emails configured, the Teams configured, and they work on their day-to-day life on their desktops and laptops. So it becomes very important to protect your endpoints. Okay. Now, if you have seen, people, they might visit certain websites or they might go to certain install some application because they want to do some activity or they want to play some games or something like that, or they want to see some movie. So they do go to certain websites and download some content which could be a malicious or maybe a malware that can attach to that particular file. Okay. So there are multiple entry source, not just your websites. It could be your even from your USB drives. Maybe I have some data or maybe I have some content which I want to see in my official laptop or something. I might bring in from my home and connect into my laptop. And this can cause malware to enter into your system, right? So if one system is compromised and since your system is connected to the corporate network or the official network, from one system, it can easily enter into the other systems. Okay. Now, how we can protect it, right? Because your desktops are there on which you are accessing the websites, your official local network, you are accessing some USB drives, as well as maybe you have access to mobile devices on which you are having the complete official data, as well as maybe the complete what do you say, the personal information also on your mobile devices. So if there is any malware issue, there is a chance that you might lose out all your data, right? So it's very important, be it your desktop, laptops, or your mobile devices, you need to protect them. So endpoint security is very important because it is a security solution which is installed on your desktops, laptops, okay, as well as on the mobile devices, and it will protect your system from any malware activity. Okay, so the common source from where a malware can come in, you have to protect it because it is the most easiest way for any hacker or an attacker to enter your desktops or mobiles and steal some confidential information, or it will manipulate you to so that you give some sensitive information of some organization or even your personal information. Okay, so every organization's of this is that we need to safeguard your corporate network. Sorry for that. So how does endpoint security work? Okay, so it's a endpoint security solution which can centrally manage your endpoints. Okay, and it can protect you from monitoring the suspicious files, the process, as well as any malicious activity that can enter your system. Organizations normally install the endpoint security on all the systems, and that prevents malicious actors from using any malware or any tool to enter your system. Okay, and this is basically a detection as well as the monitoring tool, so that you can look from the console itself, from a centralized console, and you can check for all the breaches as well as the suspicious activity from a single console. So endpoint security is basically a centralized management console through which you can manage all your endpoints from a single console. You can apply the policies from the console. You can schedule a full scan on all the endpoints. And this can be either on-prem or it can be a cloud. So on-prem is basically wherein we will install the console on one of your system, and from there you will be managing the local endpoints. And cloud would be that this is a cloud that from our cloud we can manage all your endpoints. Okay, so these are multiple ways through which we can manage all your endpoints from a single console. You will be able to manage them. You will be able to investigate it. You will be able to get the reports. You will be able to get the alerts if there is any malicious activity. And if there is some attack or something happens, your endpoint security will prevent it, and it will also alert the admin. Okay. I'll go to the next screen. Yeah. So some of the frequent business challenges that any organization, be it government or the enterprise, might face, that it would be specific to some malware issues or maybe some ransomware attack issues, or you want to manage the complete IT asset inventory of all the endpoints, or you want to control the website that the users are using, or maybe you want to control the applications that are installed on the endpoints. At the same time, you might also want to control certain users who are working from home, or maybe they are traveling. You want to control those devices, or the desktops or the laptops, or maybe it could be your mobile devices that you want to control. And you want to apply the policy. You want to see what website the user is trying to access, or maybe if they are trying to connect some USB devices. So we need to manage this, because every company or organization would definitely ask you for that they are facing a challenge with respect to these specific things. Also, there are certain internal threats also, wherein some employee or somebody can leak some confidential data or some office files, like say Excel file or PDF file, through the USB devices or over the internet. At the same time, we want to track which files are getting copied into the network, which files are getting uploaded, or maybe which are getting deleted. You want to track the file or the data movement in your network. So this becomes very important for an organization to have an endpoint security solution. It can also help us with patch management as well as a vulnerability assessment. And with a single solution, you'll be able to achieve all these things. Okay. Now, traditionally, malwares are how you detect it. Basically, you will find that your system is infected once the system becomes very slow, or maybe there are frequent pop-ups, or if there are some crashes on your system, you get some error message, frequently error code something. You click on it, your system is booting, restarting, or you are opening up automatically some command prompts on your system, or your system usage is very high, wherein your system performance is degrading. At the same time, there are a lot of disk automatically is getting very high, wherein the disk, you suppose you have a disk space of, let's say, 5 TB, and you found out that your disk space is completely being eaten up, but even though you have not installed or have any data, but then your disk is getting very highly utilized and you are not able to work on it, or you might get some pop-ups, or your security solution as well as your Windows updates seems disabled, you are getting some warning messages. So these are some of the common malware symptoms that your system could be infected. So these are different types of malwares. So it could be a virus, worm, Trojan, rogueware, rootkit, keylogger, botnet. So these are some of the different types of malwares also. Now, there are phishing attacks also. For example, if there are a user might receive some email and he might receive some phishing email, and user might click on that information or click on that link, and he might provide some sensitive information such as password or maybe some confidential credit card details, or maybe something to some untrustworthy person, which he would have received an email, and that email is being sent back to that specific hacker or attacker who's trying to steal that information from you. Okay, so phishing is a major scam which mostly every person would receive on their email or maybe on their mobile phones, wherein they would be receiving some message that you have to click on this link and you have to enter some information, which normally a user might tend to do if he is not aware that it could be some software which is trying to gather the information and it will pass on to some attacker or hacker. So phishing attacks are very common, which you need to protect. Okay. Then there are spam mails also. Some people are getting a lot of spam mails. So we can check for these spam mails also at the same time. Okay. Then in addition to that, there are a lot of port scan attack and DDoS attack that can happen. Somebody is trying to attack your endpoints continuously, sending some packets over the internet or from the network. And this can hamper your network activity. There is a lot of network traffic in your organization suddenly, wherein you are getting a lot of alerts and lot of packets being sent in your endpoints, right? So port scan attack is basically, it will check for what all ports are open on your endpoints, some software or something which is a hacker will use, and there is a possibility that he may find out that there are certain ports which are open. Okay. So I'd like to stop here. Maybe Grace had asked me to stop for a few seconds. I guess there is some important activity. So should I continue or wait for a few minutes?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go on.
And then there are DOS as well as DDoS attacks, wherein somebody can get a DOS attack, or maybe a service which you are using. There has been a hacker or attacker who is trying to continuously send some unknown request to that particular service, and you, as being a genuine user, you are not able to access that service. So DOS attacks are common, which can be protected by our endpoints as well as the network security solutions. And there are also a distributed denial of service, wherein a particular denial of service attack can happen from multiple locations also. And this will help, this will cause traffic, a huge amount of traffic on your endpoints as well as on your network. And a genuine user will not be able to access a specific service also. Now, endpoint security, basically it will include these features wherein it will detect all the malwares which are there in these signatures. Along with that, it also has a machine learning technology which will look for the suspicious files in your system, a new file which has entered into your system, and it will analyze that particular file and it will detect from any further activity. So if when a system endpoint security finds out that there is some malicious activity or maybe some new threat or some suspicious file has entered your system, it will protect it. It will also has an integrated IDS IPS feature that will protect your system from any DDoS or port scan sort of attacks which can happen at your endpoint level. It will also have an integrated firewall feature, and you can enable that. It will disable your Windows firewall, and it will allow, you can allow a block a specific network traffic or a specific TCP port or a UDP port at the endpoint level. And it also has an email antivirus solution which will protect your
All right, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Nadar. Wala. Yes, we would like to acknowledge the presence of Undersecretary Edmond S. Tayao, Executive Director of National Coast Watch Council Secretariat.
A big round of applause for him again. And may we ask a simple words from Undersecretary Tayo for the participants of this event.
Sige po, let's all sit down. Una, salamat sa pag-imbita. It was quite a surprise, no, that I got a call and asked to say a few words. You know, I thought of telling you a story. Sino ba dito yung mahilig sa history? Ano ba mahilig sa history dito? Nagbabasa pa ba kayo ng mga tungkol sa kasaysayan, tungkol sa history? Sino ba dito yung nagbabasa pa ng tungkol sa history? Wala na nagtataas ng kamay. Okay? Okay. Would you know what what race we actually belong as Filipinos? Okay? I heard the word Malay. Okay? Sino naniniwala na we're from the Malay race? Raise your hand. Okay. The newest researches on history says we're not from the Malay race. We're Austronesian. Okay? Austronesian because the peopling, no? Or shall we say the people that suddenly came to the Philippine Islands actually started from the south. There was such a thing as a land bridge before. When we say land bridge, it's not that people were actually walking from one continent to another. You know, if you are going to review maritime history, and for sure, of course, that will bring you to as early as the time of the Greeks, okay? As early as the wars between the polities of the Peloponnesus. Siguro nabobor kayo. Bakit ba ito si Yusek kung ano-anong pinagdadadaldal? Dadating po tayo doon. Maikling kwento lang itong ikikwento ko sa inyo. Huwag ko kayong mag-alala. Wala akong binabasa. No? Kasi pag may babasahin ako, baka mabilis lang. Sanay ako nagsasalita ng mga 3 oras. Hindi, joke lang. At tayo nagmamadali, baka tayo ma-traffic. Okay. Why am I telling you about history? You guys are talking about technology update. But technology is not substance. Technology is an instrument. It can be good, but it can also be used, no, to do something that's not so good. Alam niyo, merong gray area doon kasi, no? Meron yung good, meron yung bad, meron yung hindi naman talaga bad at hindi din talaga good. Whatever suits the political player or the political actor, the use of technology, therefore, depends. What I'm telling you can be gleaned from recent political historical events. Have you heard of the Arab Spring? Sino na nakadinig ng Arab Spring dito? Hindi ho yun yung pinanggagalingan ng tubig sa Saudi Arabia. Arab Spring happened when democratization suddenly took place in several areas, no, in the Arab world. And that also led to many Filipinos being invited for democratization. For one, for example, I was invited in the Kingdom of Jordan to explain to them what decentralization is. And it also brought me as far as the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa region in Pakistan. I don't know if you have heard of it, but it is the place where the Taliban came from. No? And to be honest with you, all of these democratizing events happened because of technology, because of social media, because of text messaging. Fast forward. Did you know how a fellow named Trump became president in the United States? Hindi naman tayo mga Amerikano, but why is it that it matters to us? You are aware of what kind of presidents America had before Trump. You know the kind of president the US now in place of Trump. Question, how is it that it happened that a fellow named Trump became president? That might be something of use for you when you review your technology course. Because the truth of the matter is, the election at that time was hijacked. Fast forward. I'm sure, of course, you have heard of Brexit. You have heard of Brexit? When Britain suddenly exited the European Union. From the very start, Britain was, a hesitant member of the European Union. When the European Coal and Steel Community was set up after the Second World War, Britain was hesitant. Obviously, because it's a proud European country. And for a while, they were thinking how much sovereign power will be lost if they will be part of a community like the European Union. At that time, it was not even a European Union. It was a European Economic Community. Even before that, the European Coal and Steel Community. But when suddenly they came to a conclusion that it will be in their best interest to be part of the European Union, they became a member of the European Union. And so you might want to ask yourself, why is it that suddenly Britain decided to separate from the European Union? Would you believe if I tell you that the votes did not actually come from Britain? Certainly not from London. If you can still search, if you know how to actually search the very data that decided the Brexit, the votes from London, the very heart of British government, did not support Brexit. But there were so many keyboard warriors paid for by a country that is now involved in Ukraine that then decided the issue in Britain. Nakita nyo din yung nangyari dito sa Hong Kong recently. For a while, we thought there might be another Tiananmen. But China simply probably is one country that has learned so much from history that it keeps on adapting, not ADOP, but ADAPT, adapting to the completely, continuously changing world. The lesson there, ladies and gentlemen, is if we come to learn only about the instrument, that is technology, but we fail to understand substance, history, for example, or our own identity, okay? You know, I want to emphasize that identity kasi alam nyo, kahit na yung pangalang Tayaw ay Tagalog, hindi po tayo lahat Tagalog. Kaya tuwing merong linggo ng wika, hindi ko maintindihan. Ako po kasi ay profesor, matagal po akong nagtuturo at hanggang ngayon nagtuturo ako. At palaging debate yan sa akademya. Ano ba yung Filipino? Pag inaral po ninyo yung ating kasaysayan, noon pong 1940s, napakalaking debate. Ano ba yung i-adapt nating lingwahe? Tagalog o Bisaya? Meron pang umaapilang pangatlo, Ilocano. Pero hindi lang po tatlo ang lingwahe natin. Actually, pag sinabi mong Bisaya, I'm sure all of you in uniform would know that Bisaya is not only Cebuano. It is not only Ilonggo. There is also Karaya. No? And so many other minor languages, and by all means, try to figure out. I'm using the word language, not dialect. Napatunayan na ito sa mga pag-aaral kasi yung mga ginagamit nating pananalita, ito ay hindi lamang dialect. Ito ay language kasi meron talagang sinusunod na scientific pattern. So you can ask any semiotic expert or any linguist expert, and they will tell you the distinction between what a dialect is from language. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to say, we come from a country that is not only composed of one nation, but composed of so many nations, but united by history. If we are not going to adapt and really make good sense of what's happening around us, make good use of technology, and make sure we have substance to use in the implementation or application of technology, then there is no future to consider. I hope somehow I made a dent in your information. Mukhang napakahaba na ng inyong dinidiscuss. But I just found myself in a job that requires me to understand more, not only about technology, but about substance. I hope that in your own work, you will also do the same. Okay? Let's not stop learning. We should keep on moving. We should keep on reading. We should keep on aiming and keep capacitating ourselves. Magandang hapon po.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary Tayo, for that very wonderful and inspirational message you shared to our participants. Moving forward for this program, for this Technology Update Forum 2022 is the distribution of our plaque of appreciation to our very generous proponents and sponsors for this event. And may we request our very own Commander CEISSAFP, Captain Marcos Y. Imperio Philippine Navy General Staff Corps, as together with once again, we would like to thank you, Undersecretary Tayo, together with your colleagues, for being with us. With that, let's just go back with the raffle for the meantime to make you everyone happy. And we'll just continue with the distribution of this plaque of
Yes.
appreciation. So, habang hinihintay na. So with that, let's go for the raffle. Sana po yung ating mahiwagang tagapagpa-andar ng ating roleta. Siguro marami na rin natuwa at nagalak na Air Force ba? Masayang masaya at marami naman nakakuha ng regalo or premyo kanina. How about the Coast Guard? Inalat pa rin po ba kayo ngayon? Kasi talaga naman nung last time kayo yung sunerte. Malay nyo na naman, baka you might be the winner for this 55 inches television. So do we have already a winner for that? And let's give a little bit thrill to our winner. Our winner is no other than matuwa't magalak ang dalawang letra ang kanilang major service. So matuwa't magalak ang mga Navy at Army. Ngunit datapwat, matutuwa ay ang mga kalalakihan lamang. So sabi ko nga, matuwa't magalak ang mga Philippine Army, ngunit gusto sumama sa akin ng Trelix. Ngunit datapwat, puros kalalakihan lamang at ang nanalo ay Senior EP. So matuwa ng Senior EP dahil ang nanalo ay walang iba si Technical Sergeant Randolph M. Sibayan, Philippine Army. Sabi ko talaga sa iyo, partner, dito, multitask talaga tayo dito. MC ka na, photographer ka pa. So, partner, ikaw naman tumingin ng ating nanalo, another winner.
Okay, so anong papapanalunan nito, partner? Jacket pa rin kasi malapit na magpasko, lalo na yung mga feeling nila malamig yung Pasko nila. Ayan. So ano yung from Philippine Army yung nanalo kanina. Ayan. Ngayon naman ay 3 letra na. Pwede kaya CHR? Pwede rin po PAF? Congratulations kapag ka ang iyong serial number ay nagsisimula sa 9 at nagtatapos sa 1. Kung alam mo ang serial number mo, halika na. Congratulations sa'yo. 939891, Philippine Air Force. Congratulations. Hindi na malalamig ang iyong Pasko. Congratulations, Sir Landicho. Landicho ba? Landico?
Partner, because of a technical issues a while ago, I think our previous speaker is still on the floor, or rather, still connected. We'll just have to continue that one.
Okay.
Sure. I'm audible?
Okay, hi.
Yeah, hi.
Okay, sorry for that inconvenience a while ago. You may go through with and continue with the topic you're talking about a while ago.
Sure. Thank you. Uh, Sorry for the inconvenience. I guess there was some technical glitch at your end. Okay. We were discussing about the endpoint security features that normally any endpoint security feature offers. Okay. Basically, it offers a solution like antivirus along with the machine learning technology as well as the AI technology on which it detects the new and the unknown malwares as well as it will also check for your intrusion attacks, your DDoS attacks, or maybe if there are any traffic which is not allowed as per your rules, those sort of traffics can also be regulated. It can be allowed or blocked. It also has an email antivirus feature which will protect at the endpoint level. It will check for all your incoming mails. If there are any attachments which are malicious or suspicious, it will be blocking those attachments. Along with that, if you receive some phishing mails or something, that also will be blocked. And then it also has a complete asset management feature, which will give you the complete asset inventory of all your endpoints that are connected to a console. And from the console itself, you will be able to see what is the hardware details, the software details, as well as the system details. And most of the endpoint security solution also offers a DLP feature, which will help us in checking the data loss that can happen by the users or maybe through some malwares. If there are some possibilities, we can regulate what file types the users can upload, or maybe if you want to just monitor it, then we can monitor what are the file types that are getting attached or getting copied onto the USB drives as well as the network drives. So these sort of features are available, and all this is available from a centralized platform, and administrators can have a look into it. They can set the policies as per the requirement. They can give you complete user-friendly access to the users so that they can access specific applications, certain websites. The viruses are not entered your systems. You can regulate a full scan, and at the same time, if there are any threats, it will automatically isolate that system from the network. And this will give you a complete visibility to the admin to check which system and who are the users who are trying to breach the security policy, everything from a centralized management platform. In addition to EPS or EPP, we also come across with EDR. So EDR stands for Endpoint Detection and Response. In general, basically an endpoint detection like EPP is considered to be detecting the threats which enter your system, okay, and which looks for the signature base as well as it could be based on certain behavior. But EDR will give you a complete visibility from the console itself, what is happening at the endpoint level, what all processes it is changing, what different types of files it is getting created, or what files are getting deleted. It will give you a complete visibility to the admin. And based on that, the admin can take the action. If you want to delete some process or certain files from the console itself, he'll be able to do that. Then we also have an XDR, which basically stands for Extended Detection and Response. This not just covers your endpoint, it will also have a broader view, which will also cater to your cloud security, your email security, as well as your network security. Now, what Seqrite is offering? Seqrite is offering a comprehensive endpoint security. This is a centralized management console from which you will be able to manage all your desktops, laptop, and server. It allows the admin to remotely push some policies that you want to apply based on specific groups or policies can be assigned. And if you want to deploy some updates that should happen automatically, the patches update that should happen automatically, this all can be configured centrally. So admin just have to see the reports, he want to see the visibility, he can check it, but all other things are scheduled and it will work as per the schedule. And you as an admin can monitor those breaches, what that are happening at the endpoint level. Now we have both. We have the on-premise solution as well as the cloud-based. So on-prem basically is wherein the console will be installed in your network, mostly in the defense as well as the government sectors. People prefer the on-premise console, wherein we install the console in the local premise, and locally we will manage all the endpoints. This on-premise system is not accessible outside the organization, and nowhere it can be compromised because it is sitting in your network. And we are offering features like anti-ransomware, device control, web filtering, all these features from a centralized console. And this admin can set all the rules and policies from his local network. He can assign the policies that you wish to apply on the endpoints. We also offer the cloud-based solution. So certain customers, if they are okay with the cloud, this cloud is like you just need to register. And once you register, you get a cloud console access. And from there, we can deploy the endpoints and all the systems. And from there, you will be able to manage the policies. What are the key features of our EPS? Centralized administration, a single console, a single agent that has to be installed on all the endpoints. And from there, you will be able to manage all your endpoints. So you don't have to go to each and every endpoint to schedule some setting or configure some policies or check the reports. It's all available on the centralized console with giving you a graphical dashboard, a detailed web console, and even it provides you an email and SMS notification, and also you can get a reports daily wise on email also. Okay. Then we also have the roaming platform feature. So roaming platform basically can manage all your roaming clients like your laptops if they are traveling, or maybe if user is working from home. Even those systems can be managed from a centralized console. You can get all the reports from the console itself, even if the user is working from home. And we provide the core protection, which is basically the anti-malware as well as the anti-ransomware feature. And we detect based on the signature base with respect to the behavior-based detection, as well as with the cloud protection, wherein we check with our cloud database for this suspicious activity, and then we will take the automated action. This is powered by AI and ML technology in the backend. And in addition to this, we also take a backup of all your important files, like say your Excel file, PDF file, Word file, and all such important files. We take a periodic backup. And in case of any ransomware attack or anything, what happens is it normally corrupts your files, right? And if it's some new ransomware, there is a possibility that it might corrupt few of your files, right? So such sort of scenario, we will always be able to restore your data from this backup. So this adds as a proactive approach. Where we are taking the backup every 6 hours, and this will help us in restoring the data. So these are the multiple detection mechanism that we use, the DNA scan technology, the patented behavior-based detection, and we also have a cloud-based deep learning module wherein the cloud will automatically analyze and keep a history of all the malware that have existed. We keep it in our cloud database, and our endpoint will check with our cloud if there is a behavior, or maybe if there is a suspicious file which is behaving suspiciously and it is related to some family of a malware also. So that also we can check, and based on that it will detect and it will automatically take the action of either quarantine the file or it will clean that particular file. Then we do have the application control wherein we can restrict the users from accessing certain applications. We also have an asset management feature which will give you a complete visibility of all the hardware, software, and system details, and this will help us in checking which users, what configuration of hardware they are using or what softwares they have installed. This will also monitor if there are any changes in the endpoints with respect to the system or with respect to the hardware. Let's say if a user is installing a new hardware, is changing some RAM. So those sort of notifications are sent to the IT administrator by email. Okay. So this will give you a visibility of what the users are having the softwares installed on their systems. At the same time, we can also restrict them from accessing certain applications that are already installed on the endpoints. We also have vulnerability scan feature as well as patch management feature, which will, like vulnerability scan will check for vulnerabilities in your Microsoft as well as third-party applications. It will give you a report. It will give you the complete CVID and all the details. And administrator can check those details. He can update the patches. With the patch management, we can update the Microsoft patches, wherein it is the WSUS which is configured. And from centralized patch management solution, we'll be able to update the complete Microsoft patches as well. And for some few support few non-Microsoft patches as well. And for other patches, we can either download it locally and we can update those patches, because vulnerabilities has to be fixed, because it is a very common so that there are some vulnerable application through that the malware attack came in, or through that the attack has happened. So we always need to fix the vulnerabilities. be it your Microsoft or your third-party application, you always need to update the patches. Then we do have the web protection feature, which basically blocks your websites if there are infected website, if a user is trying to access, or if a user is trying to go into some phishing website, that also can be blocked. We can also restrict the users from accessing certain categories like job sites, social networking sites, maybe dating sites, which you want to block. And this can be applied at the endpoint level. So the policies are always applied, even though if the user is working from home or maybe even if he is working from office itself. So endpoint are having this web security feature so that user doesn't go to some malicious websites or doesn't download some unwanted softwares. So we can restrict those websites also. Then we do have the network level protection at the endpoint, the IDS IPS as well as the firewall feature. So IDS IPS will block any network attacks or maybe DDoS attack or a port scan attack that can happen at the endpoint level. And firewall will allow you to create some rules inbound or outbound, and based on that rules, if you want to allow a block a particular TCP port or a UDP port, you can block that at the endpoint level. Then we do have the file activity monitor, which basically looks for any activity that a user might do, like copy, rename, or delete. So we can track that. We can get to know from the console which user has copied what data on their endpoint, or maybe they have renamed a certain file, or if they have deleted a particular file. So all these details, we can get it from the console. We can check the user activity, what file they are getting, copying or deleting, or even if they are renaming a particular file. So these sort of activities, we can monitor it from the console itself. And we can also help us in deleting all your temp files, registry files, and it can also do a defragmentation at the next reboot. So this will help us in the system performance. And with the tune-up feature, we are able to protect your, in addition to protect your system, this will also help us in the system performance. And device control will restrict your users from accessing external storage devices like USB drives or mobile drives, or maybe if any USB hard drives. So we can regulate those from accessing on the endpoints or on the desktops and laptops. So user will not be able to connect these devices. You can give access like allow, block, or read only. If you want to give just a read only, that is also possible. Then we do have the DLP feature. So DLP will basically check for any data that are getting uploaded by a user. It could be through email, or it could be through USB, or it could be they are copying something onto the network drive. Or even if a user takes out a printout, we get to know what file is being taken a printout. And this is available in a single console, so we don't need to install any additional agent as such. You can regulate what files a user can upload and what files they will not be able to upload. Or even if you want to keep it in monitor mode, we can keep it in monitor mode and see what users are uploading, what file types they are attaching. All these things we can get to know. Now, the next topic is to protect your mobile security. Now, almost 40% of the enterprise organization, they don't secure their mobile apps. Endpoints, like most of the organization, they do secure. But mobiles, many organizations, they don't protect their mobile devices. But nowadays, if you see, most of the work we do on the mobiles, like even like you are checking some email, or maybe you are having some official data, or even if you are having some personal data, which is very important. Your laptop is having important information. At the same time, even your mobiles are having some key and important data, which is very important for the user, right? And even for the organization also. Like say, if I miss my mobile somewhere, somebody gets access to it. You might get to know my office data or my corporate data, and that can be uploaded to some website or anything, and anybody can get access to all those data. Or you might have some key passwords or personal information or images, something on your mobile devices. So mobile device is very important. You need to secure your mobile devices, because it is very easy that you might misplace your mobile, or you tend to, like say, install some application which can collect your information and send it to some attacker or some hacker who's trying to enter into your mobile device also. Now, why we need a mobility management solution is basically to manage all your mobile devices. You want to manage these devices. You want to regulate what application they can install, what website they can visit. visit. You want to see where the devices are currently present. What is the inventory of my device, all the devices. So all this is the reason why we need an enterprise mobility management solution. And this can give access to the users what they should be accessing, what application they should be accessing, what content they should be accessing on their mobile devices. So these things we can regulate from the console itself, from a policy you can apply, and based on the organization policy, whether they should be using the camera or maybe they should be using Bluetooth or anything that they should be using, you can regulate it from a policy that you can apply. And as per the requirement based, like say if there is a defense sector, so you don't want to allow users to access camera or Bluetooth or anything when they enter the office premise or something, then you can apply the policies of that, so that they will not be able to access those applications or maybe the camera or the device features that mobile device can offer. Okay. And with the more and more use of mobile devices for each and every work nowadays, for calling or for accessing the email or chatting or we're doing some official work or creating some document, the mobile is very important to safeguard it. And you access mobile data, or you could use official Wi-Fi or your personal Wi-Fi, wherever you get some Wi-Fi, you might connect it. And there is always a source of an attacker or maybe a hacker that who will try to enter you into your mobile devices to steal some personal information, or it could be to steal some corporate information also. So you need to protect your mobile devices as well. And that is the most important, that you need to protect, because there could be a personal information or it could be a like a corporate data, which is very important. And these devices can be your personal devices, or it could be provided by the company itself, which you want to control. Okay. And you want to manage those devices, you want to troubleshoot, you want to manage it remotely. So you have to have a flexible connection from a single console to manage those devices, apply the policies, check the reports, check what users are accessing, what data they are accessing. So all these things are required even to have the good productivity. So even if a user is accessing social networking sites during working hours, he is utilizing most of the time in doing personal work, right? So those sort of things we can regulate it from a MDM solution. Okay. So mobile device management is, or we can say as MDM, is a process through which we can like secure your mobile devices by managing it from a single console. It could be a smartphones or your tablets, and from the console itself you can apply the security policies that you wish to apply on the endpoints. You can check for the sensitive information that are there on the mobile devices. You can restrict or maybe wipe the data that should not be there on the mobile devices. With more and more employees nowadays using the mobile devices, we definitely need to protect those devices. It should be managed from a single console, so the users are not able to uninstall the MDM solution, and the control is there on the mobile devices along with the endpoint security solution. And this works as a client and server architecture. From the console, we can manage all your mobile devices. You push the policy, you want to push some apps on the mobile devices, even that is possible. You can manage all your mobile devices, be it your Android or iOS devices, from a single console. You can apply all the policies that you wish to apply on the mobile devices. You can locate the device, where the device is currently. You want to locate it like every 10 minutes or 20 minutes or something, you can start the location tracking also. And if a device is stolen or something, you can remotely wipe the data also. So that is very important. Like if in case you lose your data, at least your data is safeguarded. You can remotely wipe the data completely. So MDM or the EMM, what we call it now, is very important to have in an any organization. Now, Securite offers Securite MSUIT, which allows the enterprises to control the mobile devices. It allows you to control whatever policies that you wish to apply. And here we have multiple features that we can do. So these are the features that we offer in our MSUIT. It can have policies which can restrict the inbuilt features that we are offering, like your camera, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, or cellular data that a user might be using, or he might be calling to some user. right? Or he might connect to some hotspot. So all those controls, if you want to do that, we can do it from the console. In addition to this, it also has a built-in antivirus feature, which will regulate if there are any malwares or anything which will come into your system in the form of applications or maybe some files if a user is downloading. So this will block such malware software at the mobile devices, and this will give you a device infection report also to the admin if there was any infection that was found. And in case of any data being lost, or maybe if somebody changes the SIM card or something, that also will be blocked at the mobile device level. Then we can also control the application that the users are using, be it your any app that user might be installed. You want to block or allow certain applications, that also we can do from the console itself. You can apply the policies. You want to push some apps, that is possible. You want to take a remote screen or remote view of a particular device, that is possible. You want to transfer some file, you want to control something, even that is possible. And if you want to see the data that the users are consuming, on which apps they are consuming, that we'll be able to check it from the console itself. So what application the users are using, along with that, how much amount of data they are consuming for that application, that detail also we can check it from the console. And this MSUIT is available as an on-prem or maybe on the cloud. So we can have it on the premise, or it can be available on the cloud. We can have multiple groups, and based on those groups, we can apply the policies also. And this will also have a fencing feature based on a particular Wi-Fi, or maybe if you want to apply a policy that during this working hours, this policy should be enabled, that also we can do. Or if a user enters a particular geolocation, then you want to apply a particular policy that you enter this government organization, then you want this policy to be applied, that is also possible. So you can have a time-based fencing or geo fencing, or even if a Wi-Fi fencing, so that if a user enters a particular Wi-Fi, then this policy should be applied. We also have a launcher mode, which is actually a kiosk mode, which will allow only certain applications to be allowed. So certain apps only the user will be able to access. Apart from that, the user will not be able to access any other applications. Now, the primary features like device enrollment. You can enroll the devices, you can install it within a few minutes. You can send them the download link. User just need to install that app. You can scan the QR code, and the app will get installed on the devices. Or the user can provide it to the admin. The admin can install it locally and provide the device to you. We can also do a bulk enrollment, wherein through a QR code, group QR code, you just create a group QR code, keep it in your office premise. So user have to download it from a particular link. They download that app and they just scan the QR code. The devices are will get installed. We can create multiple groups, and multiple admins can manage those particular groups, and you can enforce the policies for that specific groups. In addition to this, we can also apply the policies for, like, say, a particular settings which you want to apply on the endpoint, on the mobile devices. You want to configure Wi-Fi on the devices, that is possible. You want to track the location where the device is currently. You want to track location based on the particular 10 minutes or maybe 20 minutes, every 20 minutes, wherever they are moving. Based on that also, we can track the location of the devices. Then we can also do app management, through which we can push some updates, or you can install a new app. You want to blacklist or whitelist a particular app, or maybe a category of apps, that is possible. You want to see the list of applications that are installed along with the version, that is possible. And you want to push some apps to all the devices remotely, even that can be achieved. Then we do have a selective wipe, wherein we can wipe all your images or maybe some office files remotely. Or if you want to do a factory reset of the device in case you lose the device, that is possible. Even if a device is like you forget or misplaced somewhere, and somebody removes the SIM card and throws away the SIM card and puts the SIM card, your device will get blocked. You can remotely locate the device. You can lock and wipe the data. You can apply the web security policy that users will not be able to access certain websites. You can schedule a full scan so that they will your system will be fully scanned. And if there are any viruses which are found, that will be detected and it will be cleared. And this has a built-in antivirus. So antivirus, there is no separate antivirus software which you have to install on the mobile devices. A single agent which you have installed which will protect your system from mobile viruses also. And this will check for based on the signature base as well as with respect to the any suspicious apps also. It will quarantine that particular file. Then it also has a launcher mode as well as a kiosk mode. So basically launcher mode will allow a particular certain set of applications to be accessed by the users. Apart from that, they will not be able to access any other applications. And with the kiosk mode, you can give them a single app which should be installed. Only that app will be allowed. No other app will be accessible. Or if you can give them the launcher mode, wherein you can give multiple apps to be accessed by the user. Apart from that, no other apps the user will be able to install, or even he will not be able to uninstall any existing apps. Then we can also define the virtual fencing, wherein we can define fencing based on Wi-Fi, geo, and time-based, and you can create the policy and apply the restrictions as per your requirement. So you can create a digital boundary, and based on this fencing, and based on that, you can apply the policy that you wish to apply. And we can also monitor the data. So data will look for the call and SMS detail along with whatever data you have downloaded, or maybe if you are browsing something, those data will also be calculated, like which application is consuming how much amount of data. All those things we can check it from the console itself. And we can remotely transfer certain file, or you want to manage the devices, that is also possible. Admin can remotely broadcast some file, you want to send some file, you want to take some screenshot, you want to do some troubleshooting, you can take a remote access of the mobile devices and have the troubleshooting done. And we can also get a comprehensive report of all the policies that you have applied. You can check for malwares, you can check for the location, you can check for the call and SMS, you can check for the device activity. All those things you can get it from the console. You can schedule it automatically to be received on their email also. And we also have the workspace feature. So workspace is basically for the personal mobile devices. So this can be applied on your, can be installed on your personal. And with this, what happens is this will create a separate work profile on your personal mobile phone. So your personal phone will have a separate space on which we will have the official applications. So only official applications will be there in the work profile. User will not be able to install any other application in the work profile. And it's like segregated from your personal phone. There is a separate container. Inside that, we will have the list of applications. And tomorrow, if you want to wipe out the corporate data or the company data, we can remotely wipe out only the workspace data. His personal phone will remain intact. We can have a separate container on which we can apply these policies. So this will help us in safeguarding our corporate data, our official data, which a user or an employee might have on their personal device also. And this is like giving a user access to his work profile. He can have a seamless access of the official data or the application that are allowed to him on his personal work profile. And any data that he downloads or saves it in the device, it will get stored in the work profile only. So user will not be able to save any data into his personal devices or in his personal space. So just to highlight this MSuite and workspace we have already discussed. In addition to this, we are also offering zero trust user access, which is basically a modern day replacement to the VPN, you can say. So any organization, they want to allow a specific applications to be accessed, which are there in their on-prem or maybe on the cloud. They can allow it through our Hawk Protect, and users can just access it through the particular portal, and they will be able to access those applications. So user will not be like whatever application we are using, you can see it from the console itself. And the admin will get a complete visibility of what all application, the internal application the users are accessing. And we can check from which location the users are accessing. And it's completely agentless. User will just need to go to a website, enter his username and password, and he will be able to access the official application. No agent or anything has to be installed on the endpoint. So we will do the integration with your internal applications as well as your cloud-based application. And through Hawk Protect, we will be able to give you a seamless access of all the applications that you want your users to be accessing through this portal. And then we do have the HawkScan, which is actually a data privacy solution, which will look for your sensitive information or your personal information that any organization might have in their databases or maybe in their applications. So this HawkScan will help us in scanning your complete applications as well as your databases. You can define which application, which data source to be scanned, and it will check for the sensitive information like maybe some government number or maybe some credit card number which you want to search out where all it is being stored, or some personal information which a user might have it provided to you and you want to find out where it is present. HawkScan will help us in giving you a complete holistic view of your personal information. So as an organization, if you want to scan and find out where all my data is present, HawkScan will help us. Then we do have the UTM. UTM will have is at the network level, wherein we can have our UTM appliance, which can have firewall feature, IPS feature, email protection, gateway antivirus, VPN, URL filtering, a centralized management solution, and whatever policies that you wish to apply based on the firewall or the IDS IPS, that also we can have it at the gateway level UTM appliance. So this firewall will protect your network from any external attacks. So this will sit at the gateway level. It will allow only specific traffics that are allowed to be, and then it will block all other external connections from out to in, on in to out also. If you want to regulate whatever ports or maybe particular traffic they should be allowed, that we can do at the gateway level firewall. And this we can have in a load balancing mode. So even if your ISP goes down, the other ISP will take it forward. So we do have the UTM solution also. And then we do have the API security. API security is basically to protect your APIs, and this will sit in line and it will check for all the web traffic that are coming in, and this will like block if there are any suspicious attacks or some DDoS attack or some bot attack that is happening at the API level. So API security will restrict your applications like unknown users who are trying to access based on some scripting or using some MITRE framework attack. If they are trying to enter your web application, that also can be regulated. And we are also into the services wherein we provide our SOC as well as VAPT as well as incident response. Our team will provide the complete VAPT being done for your organization. And it will also have an incident response which will look for the incidents. If some incident has happened, they will help us in getting it back, how we can prevent the next time that such sort of incident doesn't happen. So our cyber risk management team will help you out in such an incident. Okay. And then in the last stage, we also have our retail products wherein for the retail users, they can have the antivirus as well as the mobile security solution at the local on their mobile devices as well as on their laptops also. So this is for the retail customers if in case they wish to have the antivirus on their mobile devices also to protect what we have done for the enterprise customer. Even that can be done on the your mobile devices as well as your laptops and Mac devices also. So thank you, team. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Navani, for that wonderful presentation. Is there any questions from the group about the product being presented by the SecPart through Navani Nadar? Is there anyone? You have any queries or clarification? Oh, so I'll just give back the same questions that I have already thrown with those other proponents. Will that kind of platforms or the equipment or whatsoever you have could really be compatible even though with our existing equipments as well?
We are compatible with your existing, it could be your desktop systems, laptops, and all these systems. We support all your Windows, Mac, and Linux system. So we are compatible with all the platforms. Along with that, we are also compatible with your Mac devices as well as your mobile devices like Android as well as iOS devices also. And this you can manage it centrally from a single console. Okay. The only prerequisite would be that you should not be having an existing another EPS solution. So only you need to remove that and we can have our EPS solution. So then it will be compatible.
Thank
and
you
we
very
can
much.
apply all the policies. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you very much. Is there any other questions from the group? From our friendly government agencies? None so far. How about from the other people, other participants at the back? None so far. So with that, thank you very much, Navinit,
Yeah,
for
thank you.
sharing your time and knowledge as well as a well-delivered manner of your product. Thank you very much.
Thank you, team. I hope I was able to explain you. Thank you, and feel free to reach out to our organization for any assistance. We are there for you, and in case of any future requirements or anything, we are always there to serve the Philippines government. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Keep safe. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, let's go back with the raffle draw as we are waiting for our Commander CEISSAFP. So partner?
Yes, partner. Ayan.
So again, let's go back with this simple raffle draw. Sarge, pakipaikot na uli ang ating ruleta.
Bakit ganyan yung mukha mo, partner?
Ako yung tumingin, ako yung na-surprise.
Ikaw yung winner, no? Oo. Ganyan din ako kanina. Tinakpan-takpan pa nila. Ako pala yung winner.
Sabi ko, palalagyan ko pa ng thrill. Ako yung nawala na ng gana. Sabi ko, mawawala ako sa 55 inches. So I'm already waving.
Gusto niyo ba i-wave?
I'm going to wave this one. Pero yung name ko sana wag ma-wave doon sa 55 inches.
Wala na nire-remove
Buti na lang walang taga-kuha ng camera, ano?
Kaya
talaga ng pagkakita ko, ganda pa ng lapit ko dito.
Nakita ko yung reaction mo.
Okay, so let's just do a raffle. At wag mo na ilabas yung pangalan ko dyan. Baka mawala yung pagka-misteryoso nating dalawa. Okay, our very
Nandito yan.
lucky winner for this afternoon.
Sige, kilala mo ba? Gaano mo kakilala yung winner natin ngayon, partner?
Siguro sa tagal na nakasama at tagal ko na rin naman kahit pa paano dito.
So, sino mas matagal sa inyo?
O, syempre siya naman. Walang kakabog sa katagalan. At
Meron kakabog sa katagalan niya.
Oo. So, sa tingin nila, nagkakaroon na sila ng hit. Ang nanalo ay walang iba kundi isang civilian human resource. Kaya matuwa at magalak ang ating mga civilian human resource. Ngunit datapwat, matuwa at magalak ang kababaihang civilian human resource. Sapagkat ang nagwagi ay walang iba kundi si, kindly reveal the winner, Ms. Raquel E. Calvero, civilian human resource.
Nandito po ba? Nakita ko siya sa likod.
Nako, magbibilang pa kami.
Magbibilang pa po ba?
Ayun na, nag-wave na pala siya. Anong wave po yan? Wave na to? O waving lang to us? Okay.
Yeah, parang tuwang-tuwa talaga si ma'am.
Oo. Sabi nga natin,
Hindi naman siya magdidress ng pang
Oo.
zebra kung hindi siya mananalo, di ba? Sige po, sa gitna po
alam mo
tayo,
kasi
ma'am.
partner, hindi naman lagi nakukuha. Halimbawa kung sino makakuha ng malaki at maliit, it's the thought that counts, di ba? Sabi nga lagi. Thank you very much po.
Congratulations po. Gusto niyo po bang kunan ng message si ma'am?
Hindi, sige lang.
Congratulations po.
Kala ko hindi ako.
Oo nga ho. Talaga magka-birth man tayo, tita. Kasi after ko, ikaw naman. So let's have another raffle.
Si Ma'am Raquel, isa talaga yun sa puntasyon na eh.
Oo, isa na yun sa mga matatagal dito sa atin sa CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Yes, sisilipin ko lang, partner. Ano ba ito?
Sige,
On-site?
pakisilip mo.
Online?
We'll be on the on-site now for the meantime.
Ayan. Ito naman, wala siya sa branch of service.
Oh, wala siya sa branch of service.
Wala din siya sa civilian human resource.
Oh, nasan siya? Tao ba siya?
Tao siya at nararamdaman ko pogi ito.
Ay, grabe naman.
Oo.
Yan na ba yung pag-ibig mo?
Hindi ko alam, pero feeling ko pag-ibig mo siya.
Oh, ganun ba? Parang wala na yun sa vocabulary ko.
Nandito kaya siya. Congratulations po sa'yo, Mr. Ronald Dagio.
Oo po, kasama kayo, sir. If depends upon you if you wanted to.
Si sir pala. Hi, sir.
But if you want, sir, you could waive it or you could actually receive it as well as a simple
Para
token na
sulit,
rin.
yes.
Okay. They have already that. Wini-wave na daw.
Winave na. Thank
Okay,
you,
another
sir.
one?
Ayan. So, paspin na lang po ulit.
So habang pong pinihintay natin yung pag-roll ng ruleta, just to give you, mamaya po, Lieutenant Commander Bilbao will be the one to give the mechanics about the raffle of this 55 inches. Syempre, I have to save my ass. So yung atin naman pong isang nakikita nyo na itong Wi-Fi natin, prepaid Wi-Fi, saan mang sulok ng mundo, malakas ang connection mo dahil sa Globe. Baka naman.
Abot mo ang
Oo,
mundo.
di ba? Kaso talagang, yung kahapong nakaupo sa Globe, nakayuko lang lagi. Hanggang ngayon matatapos ni yuyukuan lang tayo. Kasi Globe, baka naman.
Oo nga, baka naman.
O, di ba? So ito po mamaya naman, we're gonna give it to our online participants kasi dalawa na yung naibigay natin for the on-site. Para at least to be fair kahit papaano, di ba po? However, sabi nga po ni Commander Bilbao, this television will be given for the physically present. Kaya magdiwang at magalak kayo kasi napakalaki po ng inyong chance. So do we have already a winner?
Yes, meron na partner. Meron siyang 2 letra lang sa branch of service.
Tuloy talaga yung ating yung ating mga PCG or the Philippine Coast Guard. Sabi talaga nila, inaalat talaga tayo ngayon. So matutuwa ba yung mga mandaragat o yung mga nasa kalupaan?
Ano to manggagapang to?
Ay, grabe naman yung term na manggagapang.
Hukbong katihan.
Hukbong katihan. Kasi nga sa kate, okay?
Diba nga, ayan.
Lalaki ba to?
Lalaki.
Ay, sigurado ka? Na-check mo?
Mamaya mache-check natin.
Okay.
Ano to? SGT.
Oh, wow. So matuwa ang mga sargento, no? Sergeant natin. So lalaki to.
Oo, may initials siyang NBA.
Wow. Player pa pala to.
Player, check natin kung player nga siya.
Player kaya saan? Sa pagiging magaling na miyembro ng CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines.
I-reveal na natin.
Okay, paki-reveal na.
Paki-reveal na. Congratulations sa'yo!
Sergeant Norme B. Atanasio.
Philippine Army.
Okay. I think the Sergeant Major of that person is actually here. First group. Senior Master Sergeant Javier. Pakikuha na lang po yung para sa tao nyo. Yung dito naman po, baka mamaya magtaka kayo, bakit iba yung tao? Kasi we have already done it yesterday until naman na ngayon. Pag wala yung tao, ibibigay pa rin natin. Moving forward, we still have remaining 2. So partner?
Online ba yun? On-site ulit?
On-site na din lahat.
On-site na daw pala lahat.
O ikaw naman dito, ako naman manghuhula dyan.
Ay, panalo talaga yung
Panalo
nanalo
ba
ngayon.
yan?
Oo. Paborito yan ng mga lasenggo.
Ay,
Sige,
grabe,
check it
ganun
out
ba?
mo.
Check out. Ay, oo nga.
Di ba nga, paborito nyo yan eh.
Oo. At alam mo ba, kaso medyo nakakapanakit ng mga tuhod din yata to, no? Para sa may mga gout. Tama ba?
Tama.
Oo.
Pero may gamot naman.
Oh, may gamot naman. Ang nanalo,
Babae, lalaki.
lalaki to. Kaso, paumanhin po uli sa PCG, hindi po kayo kasama uli. At paumanhin din po sa taga Philippine Army kasi hindi kayo rin ang nabunot at lalo na Philippine Air Force at saka ang taga Philippine Air Force. Dahil ang nanalo is from our counterpart then, a government counterpart. walang iba kundi si Mr. Errol T. Paitan. Ay, wave na rin daw.
Wave na din.
Partner, alam na
Okay.
alam mo kanina ha, yung paitan. Kaso nga lang parang nagkamali ka dun. Papaitan ng tawag doon.
Mapaitan ba?
Oo.
Kala ko shortcut lang eh.
Oh, pag yun yata yung naalala mo pag nalasing ka na, paitan na lang hinihingi mo, no?
Kasi mapait na.
Oo.
Anyway, so meron pa rin tayong...
Dalawa pa rin.
Pwede ba pag yung TV na, doon na lang sila mag-wave ng mag-wave?
Oo nga, no? Bakit hindi nila maisipan
Oo,
doon mag-wave?
I-remove na kaya natin
Para
yung mga
makita natin kung
nagpapa-wave.
sino yung mga generous individual dito sa loob ng hall na to, no? So partner, ito naman nanalo na naman is one from our proponent.
Wow.
Kaso baka mamaya mag-wave din to, sabi nila, meron na kami niyan.
Sabihin nyo na kaya
So hindi ko na patagalin kung mag-wave siya. So that's no other than Ma'am Nolita Diaz from Business Development Manager. And I think, is she around? Nolita Diaz. Wave na rin daw.
Wave na din.
Actually, naghanap kami ng very generous. Actually, alam mo, partner, yung mga sundalo natin, naku, generous diyan mamaya yung TV.
Ipapa-wave.
Ipapa-wave. Hanggang matira na lang tayong dalawa na lang uli.
Oo. Pero, alam ko generous talaga yung mga proponents. Dadagdagan pa talaga nila dapat to eh.
Oo nga eh. Actually, baka sa susunod, baka naman sa sa anniversary day.
Oo.
Alam mo, ang dami natin proponents. And let's give thanks by the way before we
ulitin
move
naman
forward.
natin sila. Nasaan
Baka
sila?
mamaya magtampo halos na ibigay sa atin.
Ito rin yan,
Hindi.
diba? Lahat ng mga to. Wala dito na lang.
First and foremost, we would like to thank Securage, Radenta, Netplay Incorporated, Globe, Fortinet, Fiverr Home, Ardent Networks Incorporated, Cisco System Philippines,
Beyond Data Incorporated,
Conex Philippines Incorporated,
Fiber Home Philippines Incorporated,
One Commerce International Corporation,
Revolve Solutions Incorporated, Data OEM Solutions, Integra Systems,
Secure Age Technology Private Limited,
SecRite, Quick Heal Technology Limited,
Strelix,
Triton Communications Corporation,
Netplay Incorporated,
88 Electronics,
Contact Point Incorporated,
Delta,
Globe Telecom,
Handlink Incorporated,
Redenta,
Globaltronics,
Citrix,
Financial Institutions, and
Armscore. So let's go back with the raffle. So baka naman, yung mga nabanggit natin, maybe this coming the day of our anniversary.
Siyempre, hindi naman yung magpapahuli yung mga yan. Tatapatan
Oo.
nila itong
Tatapatan nila.
TV ng Citrix. At yung Citrix, dadagdagan nila yung inches. At si Armscore, magbibigay ng baril.
Oo.
Yes.
However, if you could not really have that authority to bring that gun, nasa sa inyo na lang po paano pag-uusap nyo ni Armscore if ever you will be the one.
Armscore, yung pag kinalabit mo, I'm your butterfly. Green, black, and blue, make the
So
color in the sky.
let me take a peep who is actually the winner now. Nako, parang sineswerte talaga yung ating mga kasamahan. At matuwa at magalak na naman ang mga nasa kababaihan.
Okay.
At matuwa at magalak ang mga civilian human resource ng CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Pakihiyaw nga muna kung may kasama nga tayong civilian
Oo
dito.
nga, baka tayo na lang din yata after manalo. Asan po ang mga civilian human resource ng CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines?
Na may kasamang palakpakan po.
Baka kung hindi mo nakikita, partner, baka nga naman alam mo naman medyo bata pa na yung natitira nating civilian. Kaya
Oo naman.
huwag mo nang pahiyawin.
Mga
Dahil ang ating
teenagers.
pong nagwagi ay walang iba kundi si Miss
Miss Charlie DC Langkay.
from the OC1 or from the Administrative and Personal Department.
Isa
Sige
sa
po.
ating mga kumarites.
Kumarites
Yes.
mo. O sige, mama i-hand over na lang natin sa office nila. And for the next one, please.
Okay, sige.
Next one, hindi ko kasi maalala kung ito ay sundalo kasi naka in civilian form lang siya eh. Wala rin naman nakalagay yung office niya. And our next winner, let's just reveal the name. The name is Daljan A. Maumay. I could actually remember the last name, but I could no longer remember what's the rank as well as branch of service.
Congratulations, Deljan A. Maomay.
Okay, para naman matuwa partner yung ating mga nasa online, yung ating
Yes.
who actually joined with us to YouTube as well as Facebook Live, as well as those who actually still with us via Zoom. Para po ang kanyang papanalunan ay itong
Abot mo ang mundo.
abot mo ang mundo. Baka malay mo, di ba partner? Baka sa D-Day, bigla magpadala na yan ng iPhone together with a plan of 1 year lang.
Oo.
Diba?
Oo naman, globe pa ba? Hindi
Globe
mo
pa ba?
maaabot ang mundo kung hindi dahil sa
Ano
globe.
pa?
Magpapatalo ba yung globe? Diba?
Siyempre hindi. Ay, lalo-lalo na yung iba pa dyan natin. Pakikuha mo ulit parte yung
Oo
mga
naman, partner.
listahan ng ating
Actually, malapit na talaga yung anniversary natin eh.
Oo. Siyempre, hindi magpapatalo dyan yung Ardent Networks Incorporated, Cisco System Philippines,
Beyond Data Incorporated,
Chronix Philippines Incorporated,
Fiber Home Philippines Incorporated,
One Commerce International Corporation,
Revolve Solutions Incorporated, Data OEM Solutions and Integra Systems,
especially, hindi rin papatalo yan ng Secure Age Technology Private Limited,
and yung ating SecRite Quick Heal Technology Limited,
Trellix,
Triton Communications Corporation,
Netplay Incorporated,
88 Electronics,
Contact Point Incorporated,
Delta,
Globe
Telecom.
Telecom. Masyadong para mamaya sabihin ng iba natin proponents pag dumadating kay Globe, na-emphasize mo ha. Malay mo nga naman. Hindi ka naman paparinig ba? Hamlick Incorporated,
Redenta,
Globaltronics,
syempre,
Citrix, Financial Institution, and Armscore.
Ayan, yung magbibigay ng baril, Armscore, di ba?
So with that, let me have again now the winner for our online. At habang nandito rin ang ating no other than our very own Commander CIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines. Have your seat muna, sir, as we are doing our raffle. At para nandito na rin si sir, para doon sa ating Peter Grand Raffle. Kung nag-register ka, sir, sayang. Mhm.
At saka, kapag nanalo si sir, ipapa-wait
Oo,
na yan.
actually, kung si sir mabubunot niyan, sasabihin niyan, para na yun sa 2 MC.
Oo,
Kaso hindi natin,
dadagdagan pa
oo,
kami, sir,
dadagdagan
yan
pa.
eh.
Ganyan ka-generous ang bago nating commander ng
Di ba nga,
CN. Kay mo na. Ikaw partner ah.
Di ba nga,
Masyado.
partner?
Okay, can we have already the winner for this, for the online?
Prepaid Wi-Fi.
Kindly reveal the winner for that online who actually will receive this prepaid Wi-Fi. Dahil sa Globe,
abot
mo ang mundo. Okay, so joining us via online is no other than Sergeant John Moises Vivico. Parang ang bisang ng virtual, nagiging pala? Nagiging actual?
Ganyan ka, yung technology natin, di ba?
Gusto mo ingingin ako, partner?
Ganyan katindi ang technology. From virtual, di ba?
Partner, sabi kanina, Sergeant John pala.
John Moises Vico.
Ako yan.
At dito na talaga siya dumaan,
siya.
di ba?
Diba?
Operator po.
Oh,
yes.
kaya. Actually, talagang online lang siya. Kaso nga lang, there's a need as well for the quality of the voices that we are actually delivering right now. Kaya medyo may kagandahan yung boses natin ngayon. So with that, dahil ikaw ang nanalo ng online na naging actual.
Oo, virtual na naging actual.
Ano ang feeling, sir, na nagiging virtual ka pero nagiging actual ka pala?
Ay, ito ha?
Ay, oo nga, no? Baka artificial intelligence.
Kasi sabi niya, melody.
Saglit,
Oh,
partner.
melody.
Take na yan. Ingat ka lang sa paghawak. Baka magtampo ang kanyang iniirog
Kaya
at minamahal.
Atras tayo ng paatras. Ang tumitibok nga, sabi niya, melody.
Melody. Para lalo silang nagko-connect sa isa't isa. Pag
Oo.
halimbawang mapalayo man si Sergeant ng destinasyon,
Yes,
diba?
na-deploy kasi si Sir, di ba?
At lagi niyang madadala para abot nila ang mundo sa isa't isa.
Oo. I-chat, ube, biku.
Okay. Ay, wag mo ibebe niya.
Ubebi niya.
Yun. So, anong feeling nga, sir? Kasi baka mamaya, AI ka na ha? Sa dami natin pinag-usapan for this technology update. Anong feeling nung naging virtual ka na naging actual pala?
Gulat ako.
Yun, hanggang doon lang, limit.
Nagulat siya, pero mas nagulat kami sa
Oo
gusto.
nga. Pagka ganun
Iba
pa,
yung gulat level namin.
hindi ko pa tapos banggitin yung pangalan eh.
Ako na yun.
Agad oh. Oh, by the way, congratulations. And again, partner, let's give it a round of thanking our proponents and sponsors.
All right. Ardent Network Incorporated, Cisco Systems Philippines.
Beyond Data Incorporated.
Connects Philippines Incorporated.
Fiber Home Philippines Incorporated.
One Commerce International Corporation.
Rebob Solutions Incorporated, Data OEM Solutions, and Integra Systems.
Secure Age Technology Private Limited.
SecRite, Quick Hill Technology Limited.
Trellix.
Triton Communications Corporation.
NetPlay Incorporation.
88 Electronics.
Contact Point Incorporated.
Delta.
Globe Telecom.
Handlink Incorporated.
Redenta.
Global Tronics.
Citrix.
Financial Institution.
And
Armscore. Thank you very much. And with that, we hand you over to Lieutenant Commander Bilbao to give us the mechanics for the raffle of this one.
Okay.
Para daw may thrill, let's give the awards to our proponents muna, or rather to distribute the plaque of appreciation. Kasi syempre ayaw namin masyadong maputol agad yung excitement nyo. Dadagdagan natin yung excitement nyo. Yung gigil nyong makuha si Citrix 55 inches ISDB digital television. Okay, with that?
Pasalamatan natin sila. And ito yung way natin para ipakita yung ating appreciation sa kanila.
So may we request our very own Commander, CIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines, to be on stage for the distribution or the handover of the plaque of appreciation to our very generous proponents and sponsors for this 2 days activity of the CIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines Technology Update Forum 2022. Starting with, let me just read the citation. Headquarters Communication Electronics and Information System Service Armed Forces of the Philippines, Command General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. Plaque of appreciation is presented to NetPlay Incorporated. May we ask a representative from NetPlay Incorporated to receive the plaque of appreciation.
May we request Ms.
Ma'am
Mary V. Dayag, the Senior
together
Channel
with,
Sales Manager.
Together with her companions. Thank you very much, Netley. Moving forward, Fortinet, may we call on Major Account Manager Arabella. Fortinet Security Philippines. Globe Telecoms Incorporated, to be received by a representative from Globe.
Mr. Joseph Kayakap.
Moving forward, Ardent Networks. It will be received by their business unit head, Mr. Ronald Baguio, together with his companions. Actually, other proponents have already received their plaque appreciation during the time that they have already presented their projects, as well as they actually shared some informations. Moving forward, we maybe call on Fiverr Home, and it will be received by Oni Diaz.
Thank you. And next is Radenta Technologies Incorporated, to be received by Mr. Mar Ben Aranda.
Thank you very much. Moving forward, may we call on Handling Incorporated, and the plaque will be received by Mr. Hernan C. Ravis.
Next is Scan Marine Incorporated, to be received by Engineer Ariel B. Columbres. Thank you. And next is Triton Communication Corporation, to be received by Director, Military and Defense Sale, Paulo I. Alabado.
So with that, our very own Commander, CIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines, no other than Captain Marcos Y. Imperio, Philippine Navy General Staff Corps, will give his remarks as a closing remarks to every one of us.
Oh, kindly please take your seats. Thank you, thank you. Okay, isang magandang hapon sa atin lahat. I hope that for the past 2 days, we are already updated. Yan, siguro updated na tayo because our forum, a technology update. So I hope that all the attendees ay may natutunan for those 2 days. Although it is a compressed activities, medyo madalian and tag nito, kulang yung oras for our our ICT partners to discuss what are the new in the latest in the technology in the ICT technology. So again, allow me first to thank and acknowledge the presence of all the ICT partners who participated these 2 events. Of course, yung mga na-mention a while ago by our MC. First, during the first day of the activity is from the Probot company, which is the topic on robotics. Of course, the discussed by Engineer Sade. And the second topic was discussed by Mr. James Wong. And the third topic is was discussed by Ms. Rita Bagtilaga Nicodemos. And also, I would like also to acknowledge the partners that are here this afternoon. This morning, we have Engineer Roman for the artificial intelligence, and Engineer Canlas for the cloud computing, and of course from the Citric, the company discussed by the company of the Citrix, and of course from the contact point discussed by Engineer Kaliba, and of course our always the here with us, our reservist from the Philippine Army, in Lieutenant Colonel Ong, and the machine learning and the connectivity by Captain Ray Lopez, and of course from the mobile device management and endpoint security by Mr. Nadar. And of course from our company here, nandito sa harap natin, our partners from Triton, Scan Marine, and others. Yung mga na-mention po kanina. So di ko na po babanggitin lahat. I know that nandito naman kayo lahat, continuously supporting your CEIS service, Armed Forces of the Philippines. I know that this is not the first time that you are here providing updates to us, particularly in the areas of the information and communication technologies. So we are partners. That's why we are also that we are always knocking your door to please and help us on how we improve the AFP to provide the needed command and control, the communication systems, and cybersecurity to our stakeholders in the Armed Forces of the Philippines. And before I will continue, allow me this also the opportunity to commend the organizers of this technology update, of course, headed by Commander Bilbao and Lieutenant Commander Sirunay. Balakpakan po natin sila. And to all the officers and personnel na nandito sa forum na to, all the officers, enlisted personnel, and civilian human resource of your CEIS service of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Of course, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat for facilitating this event. And of course, hindi naging successful itong ating event without our ICT partners. So maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. And sana hindi kayo magsawa. Every time na kailangan namin yung tulong nyo ay palagi po kayong nandiyan for us to assist. Especially now that still we are continuing the upgrade of our infrastructure of course, in accordance with the objective that being laid down in the horizons or the horizons of the AFP modernization program. So in this day and age, people are developing new technologies and products faster than most of us can even begin to use and experience. Even when briefly glance at our smartphones right now, which are still very fairly new. There are already upgraded versions. Napapansin nyo naman, yung ating mga smartphones, ang bilis. Bibili ka lang ngayon, the following day, meron na namang panibago. So that's how technology is fastly evolving. So in such a rapid space of technology development, it is vital that we, in the Armed Forces of the Philippines, keep up with the latest technology and innovations and advancement in as much our capability would allow, and notably our expert from the AFP Signal Corps, complemented by the esteemed pool of the technically proficient CHR or our civilian human resources, has been diligently crafting more relevant and responsive measures to address the challenges in our cyber environment. So again, I encourage all the officers, men and enlisted personnel, the human resource of this service, to continuously keep yourself abreast with the new technology. And through the conduct of gatherings such as this Technology Update Forum, we are presented with the best venue to discuss the current state of our cybersecurity operations, appraise everyone on the latest development and progress of our modernization program, identify best practices and gaps, and formulate new concepts that shall further strengthen the cybersecurity measures for our ICT equipment and network. And likewise, today's forum underscored the crucial role of the cybersecurity in supporting the AFP's mission by delivering a secure, interoperable, and integrated information management and information technology to support the warfighting missions and disaster response of our organizations. And furthermore, this year's theme, Bridging AFP Together Through Technology, resonates with the AFP's efforts in pursuing the completion of the AFP modernization projects and reflects the fortitude of our personnel to optimize available resources and materials in order to keep our information and communication network safe and secure. It is also integral to the success of our military operations and the efficient management and administrative functions. And significantly, this forum is very helpful in our future planning, especially in market research and comparative analysis. A while ago, our booths are outside were visited by the Philippine Coast Guard, and of course, our ambassador assigned in the Office of the President. And I also know that some of our counterparts from the PNP, DND, NICA, the Office of the Ombudsman, and other attendees by online are looking for solutions in their respective CIS or ICT development. This avenue is very useful to us to widen our perspective and of course, choices. Napakaganda po ang ating mga lectures and also yung mga technologies na nandito ngayon, especially on the artificial intelligence, robotics, cloud computing, and the likes, because these are new to us. So thank you very much to all our ICT partners for sharing the modern technology in your respective fields. So with that, I would like to express my utmost gratitude to our guest lecturers, our speakers, who shared their expertise during this two-day forum. And let me also congratulate the participants who actively participated and interacted with each other. So thank you very much from the Philippine Coast Guard, the PNP, the ND, and other major services that were here. And of course, the men and women of the CIS service of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. And lastly, I commend our core groups, especially the cybersecurity group, the information systems group, and the communications technology group for organizing and hosting this event in connection with our celebration for the 24th founding anniversary of the CIS service of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Thank you and congratulations to all of you. And please give yourselves a round of applause. And with that, let me reiterate one of the command guidance of the Chief of Staff, Armed Forces of the Philippines, that is to strengthen our defense through a continuous capability development, interoperability training and exercises, and more partnerships with stakeholders in the information and communications technology industry. I encourage all of you to translate your new learnings into actions that shall empower our cybersecurity warriors and signal personnel and the rest of the AFP personnel to vigilantly secure the respective workstations, the networks, and embrace the ICT modernization. And of course, before I end, again, I would like to invite all our ICT partners on Monday during the D-Day of the 24th anniversary celebration of your CIS service, AFP. Magkita-kita po tayo lahat sa Lunes at aasahan po namin na nandito po kayo. With that, let us stay safe and healthy. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Captain Imperio, sir, for that very wonderful, inspirational message. So may we request our Sir Imperio to stay with us as we will have the raffle. But before that, you may take your seats, sir and ma'am. Siyempre, bago natin uli mag-raffle, atin munang pasalamatan muli atin ng mga ating partners. So let's start taking our proponents and sponsors, partner.
Yes, Ardent Networks Incorporated, Cisco Systems Philippines,
Beyond Data Incorporated,
Connects Philippines Incorporated,
Fiber Home Philippines Incorporated,
One Commerce International Corporation,
Revlon Solutions Incorporated, Data OEM Solutions, and Integra Systems.
Secure Age Technology Private Limited,
Secrite Quick Hill Technology Limited,
Trellix,
Triton Communications Corporation,
Netplay Incorporation,
88 Electronics,
Contact Point Incorporated,
Delta,
Globe Telecom,
Hanlick Incorporated,
Radenta,
Global Tronics,
Citrix,
Financial Institutions, and last but not the least, Armscore. Partner, medyo lakad tayo ng konti. Lapitan natin si Captain Imperio. Captain Imperio, sino kaya nararamdaman mong mananalo na branch of service or maybe part of our government agency neighbor natin dyan na kasama natin ngayon?
Hindi, unang-una nararamdaman ko nandito yung mananalo.
Pangalawa, sir?
Ano yun, siguro nasa uniform service. Pangatlo, siyempre, yung nagtiyaga ng 2 days na nandito. Yan. So, nandito yung mananalo. Talagang malakas ang kutob ko na nandito yon.
Okay. And with that, thank you very much, sir. Have your seat. And with that, partner, tawagin na natin yung pinaka magbibigay at maaaring pagkuhanan nila ng reference ng bakit yun ang nanalo. May we have Commander Bilbao to be with us to give the mechanics before we raffle or before we draw the winner of this very enticing 55 inches Citrix ISDB Digital TV.
Okay. So good afternoon po and thank you very much for attending our activity. And special mention siyempre sa donor na partner natin, no, si Citrix. So actually may hahabol pa si Cisco pero marami pa namang event set na marami pang event na pwede natin iparaffle yung voucher. Pledge muna daw, sir.
Sir, ano yun? Narinig yung sinabi ng aming commander.
Pwede na bang i-pledge, resibo nang muna. And pwede na i-claim yun.
Sir.
Diba, sir, parang to be claimed later. Okay.
So, nag-pledge din namin sila, sir, ng Yun. Iiwan nyo na yung van, sir? Ay, hindi naman.
Thank you very much naman kung iiwanan nila, sir, yung van, no? Pang-deployed na agad natin yun.
Sir, but kidding aside, okay, so sinabi nga ni Commander, no, yung nagtiyaga na magstay, makinig at i-update. Kung baga sa patches pa ng Windows, in-update mo yung sarili mo sa current technology kasi part ng trabaho natin na alamin kung anong current technology. So with that being said, lahat po ng nag-register dito sa site, na nandito ngayon are eligible to win this TV. So maaring one of our proponents kasi nag-register din sila. One of our government partners, agencies from the Coast Guard, from the intelligence community, from the Office of the Ombudsman. So pwede silang lahat manalo. Pero syempre, dominated kasi ng uniform personnel yung hall, no? So but nonetheless, ang gagawin natin, magra-raffle tayo electronically and then magka-countdown yung MC.
Nang ilan po ba? One agad, patas wave. So dapat mabilis tumakbo.
Okay. So bigyan naman natin.
Dapat the flash.
Mahirap naman yun mga maya. Nanalo nga siya ng TV. May bukol naman siya.
Tapos ang dami niyang sinagasaan, sir, no? Parang naalala ko na naman kanina yung
virtual.
Virtual na naging actual. So, electronic, ano po, sir? So, yun yung ano natin. But in fairness naman sa mga nag-attend virtually, they got a share of prizes naman for our event. And marami pa naman tayong for sure susunod na mga similar events and malapit na rin yung Christmas. So
no?
So yun po. I hope malinaw sa lahat that the physical presence is required for you to claim the prize. Okay? So talagang nagtyaga tayong lahat. Okay, so yun lang po.
So yung counting natin, sir, just to make it clear with our audience, 10. Okay.
1, 10.
Ayun. Hindi nilinaw ni sir, di ba? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10 dapat.
May timer naman tayo, di ba?
Bigla tuloy pumawi siya, may timer na lang.
Okay, so may official timer, baka naman bilisan mo rin yung ano.
Hindi naman, meron tayong, do we have already the official timer for the 10 seconds? 1, 2.
Okay.
Okay. So partner, dahil medyo yung pag talagang nabunot na wala ng second chance kung sa pagmamahalan nga, di ba partner? Pag nabunot ka na on-site, dapat ba tinatanggal agad yun? Pag sa pag-ibig, di ba binibigyan mo nga ng second chance? Ginawa mo ba yun sa buhay mo na binigyan mo siya ng second chance?
Hindi, kasi binigyan ko siya hanggang third chance. Oo.
Pag sabi nila, once is okay, second is enough. But for the third time, it's a way of foolishness.
Yes.
Okay?
In
So,
Tagalog.
ano mo na lang, Google mo na lang. So with that, balikan muna natin, ikutan natin ng kaunti para medyo ma-thrill sila, ma-excite. Punta tayo banda sa likod. Nakita ko dito
abot ba tayo dyan?
Abot tayo. Ito yung ating pinakamamahal na command adjutant. Ma'am, sa tingin mo pa hindi ka nanalo kahapon, mula umaga hanggang hapon nandito ka. At ngayong hapon na kung kailan katapusan na ng ating event, sa palagay mo, ikaw na ba ang mananalo?
Mag-positive lang ako kasi last time tinanong mo ako sabi ko mananalo ako, hindi ako nanalo. Ngayon, babawiin ko, sasabihin ko, hindi ako manalo para manalo ako.
Para bang baliktarin mo ngayon yung pag-invite. Okay? Dito pa banda sa bandang andito yung ating ibang mga civilian human resource
Ay, nandito yung ex ko.
Nandito ba yung ex mo?
Oo, gumagalaw yung mata niya. Basta lang pasad natin, malalaman kasi nila kung sino
Nalagpasan. Yan, nagiging pa. Siyempre, meron tayong civilian human resource dito. So, Tita Ana, sa tingin mo ba, nasa atin ng mga kawani ang mananalo ng 55 inches TV?
Sana. Kaya lang ako wala na kasi
nabunod.
Online
participant.
Okay, so dito naman sa ating mga estudyante ng CEIS Training Center, sa pakiramdam mo, Sarge Nilo, nasa grupo nyo ba ang mananalo sa araw na ito?
Yes, sir. Nasa amin po, sir.
Bakit lakas ang loob mo na nasa inyo yung mananalo?
Wala pa nananalo sa amin, sir.
Okay, tama naman yan. We always invite positivity, di ba, partner? Mahirap naman na yung lagi ka lang negative ng negative, even though there's really a lot of negative individuals around who could actually make a difference and actually could affect our lives. But we should always engulf and imbibe those positivities. Wag lang yung positive na si COVID, no?
Oo, iba
Mahirap yun.
Sino ba namang ayaw ng TV? May TV ka na, may remote ka pa.
Oh, syempre naman. So handa na po ba kayo? Handa na ba sila?
Parang ayaw pa yata nila eh.
Ayaw pa ba nila? Sa palagay niyo, sir, kasi sabi nga, di ba, as one of the proponents, pag kayo kaya po yung nanalo, i-wave niyo po ba? Kasi alam ko, very generous ang mga ano natin.
Ano, partner?
Ano?
Kayo po yung nanalo, i-wave niyo po.
Siyempre, i-wave ko.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Ay, isa-isa.
sabi ko
Dapat
sa'yo.
pala isa-isa natin, no? Dahil nag-ikot na rin tayo. Para lahat wave, hati na tayong dalawa doon.
Remote partner, ako yung TV.
Napaka-fair and just mo talaga, partner.
Siyempre.
Grabe ang pagka-fair and just mo, no? So, I think meron na ba tayong nabunot? Pinapatigil-tigil po natin.
Pino-cover po namin. Ayan, umiikot na po. Ayan! Wait lang daw po kasi papa-verify po natin.
Verify natin sa ating mabusisi. So
okay.
with a verifier, hindi daw pwede
Wave
yan.
daw. Okay, paki-remove na po. Paki-remove nga po yung mga iba tapos pangalan lang namin yung maiwan.
Yun po, alin ba yung pipiliin natin munang color, paki-remove yung color, ganito.
OMG! Ano ba yan, partner? Bakit umasim yung mukha mo?
Naman. Kasi, kaya medyo umasim yung mukha ko. Talagang wala na akong pagkakataong manalo.
Kasi alam mong nandito siya.
Nandito ba siya?
Oo, nakita ko na daanan ko doon.
Ano nga ulit pagbilang natin? Sabi kasi ni Sir Bilbao,
Ay, oo.
1 to 10. So, 1 to 10.
1, 10, ganon.
1.
Hindi, 1, 2, 10.
10. Oo nga pala.
Pero alam ko pag mga ganitong senaryo, bumibilis yung kilos niya eh.
Ganun ba? Kasi alam mo naman, batang-bata pa talaga to.
Pag nakita
Kwentuhan
nyo,
muna tayo, maupo ka muna dito.
bilang nagkakwentuhan na sila, sir, di ba? Sige.
Oo, kauntian. Yes, sir.
Hindi ko pala.
Sir, makisali ka muna sa ating kwentuhan.
Apa.
Yan, sir. Ganito talaga, sir, kailangan muna nagtotolitsan, nagmamaritesan, para may konting suspense. Tingnan mo naman ho sila, parang gusto nila kaming lamunin o sabi na, tagal ipakita yung pangalan.
Speaking of tolits saka marites, tolits ba ito o marites?
Minsan kasi tolits din, minsan marites. Hindi naman.
So dual citizen ba ito?
Minsan yata.
Dual na ba siya?
Hindi pa naman.
Ah, hindi pa.
Okay, paikutin po natin muli na makikita nyong lahat na umikot na hindi po pinahinto kasi
Na hindi po
automatic
namin
siya.
pinapaikot pero paki-cover po ulit bago mag-stop. Ah, ipapakita na agad,
Okay.
sir. Okay, nagmamadali yata si sir.
May biyahe.
Ano pa yan?
Last trip na.
Oo nga eh.
Alaksin ko na.
Alaksin ko na.
Kung dati, nung panahon niya kasi, 4:30 na ang TV na, nung medyo umedad-edad na, alas 5 na, alaksin ko na.
Sir, ako nagsabi umidad ha. Hindi ako.
Ay, ano ba sa'yo? Pag sa'yo, tumatanda na agad, diretsahan to.
Thunderbird.
1. Wala pa naman, sir. Hindi pa naman yan
Kaya
kita.
nga, wala pa. Hindi pa umikot. Ah, okay.
1.
Spin. Tapos cover ha.
Wala na daw cover
Sabi ko
ko.
nga wala na eh kasi nga nagmamadali.
Kasi nga, tapos yung 4:30 na ang TV na.
Congratulations sa'yo!
At ang nanalo
Oh, ano sir?
is an
Ito na.
apprentice si woman Serena Jean Del Mundo 974004. Present dapat nandito ba?
10,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Partner, nakita mo yun parang ang bisa. Wala dito, magsasabi, bumilang na kayo, bumilang na kayo. And with that, dahil nagmamadali nga, paikunin ang ulan na. Talagang nauna sila magbilang sa atin na MC. Palit na tayo, kami rin makikibilang dyan. Oh! Lagi nang gagaling sa ang nanalo!
Nandito!
Master Sergeant! Bilang pa rin tayo! Lumapit! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sir, please do the honor to be with us on stage. Yung Sergeant Major ko parang pinawisang maigi. Sir, hindi ka rin hindi ka naman artificial intelligence. Ikaw pa talaga yung Sergeant Major ko ng training center.
Oo naman, kasi kaninang umaga, nakita mo naman ako, nakita rin kita.
Kahapon, ano yung pinag-usapan natin kahapon?
Yun
Wag na kasi baka
Commander, nandito daw ba talaga ng dalawang
magiging
araw?
marites din.
O nga naman, ang lahat ng bagay inilalagay sa utak at sinasa puso niya. At yun ang makikita natin at matutunghayan sa araw-araw na buhay niya. Okay?
Congratulations!
Partner, mamaya kailangan pahawak naman tayo, no?
Kaya, thank you, congratulations po. Uy, merienda na lang daw tayo. Yun, ganun dapat yung mga winners.
Kayang-kaya daw yan. Mahirap din daw po kasi naninigurado lang baka mamaya mawala ang remote control.
Actually, sir, styrofoam lang.
Oo nga. Akala nyo totoo yan na iuwi na namin dalawa yan. So with that actually ends our CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines Technological Update Forum 2022. Again, my name is Jay.
My name is Preeti.
And we're signing off. Keep safe, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you.